Okay, and we're live. Let's see who's here. Andy, which hasn't showed up. Scotsman's here. Vanessa, hey Vanessa. Uncle John is here. Garage Guy's here. Thorzax. Esau. I saw what you said he saw about the Goya group or whatever. Um, am I missing anyone here? Who am I missing? Panning. Just Jeff is here. Michael Hurtneck is here. Hey, everybody.
What's going on? Other than the heat, God Almighty.
Yeah.
What I say, it's hotter than Shania Twain in her 20s.
Yeah, Ozark was talking about the heat. James Pollard's here. You know, with the lighting in the back, I thought you were at a sports bar.
That's a sports bar. Hey, dude, I got the schmancy LED lights up there now. See, I can even change colors.
Oh, there's Andy.
Evening, gents. Hello, side chat.
What's going on, Andy?
Good stuff going on.
I hear you got a package at their FFL.
Yeah, I can't believe how quick this turnaround was. It was it was mailed on not this week, the week before on Friday, because actually Thursday. Sorry, the UPS came and picked it up from the store on Thursday. They got it Monday. Tuesday, it was fixed and put in the mail, and it was back at my store Thursday.
What did they do?
So I picked it up and had to put it on my pistol permit. New York law. That unbelievable. Anyway, so I called them on the phone, and actually I called them on Tuesday. I was checking with that they got it. And the woman says, well, not only did we get it, but it's already boxed up coming back. I go, that was quick. He said, yeah, the guy wanted to work on your gun. He just likes working on the Ruger PCs. So he grabbed it ahead of a few other guns he was supposed to work on.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh.
I said, that's nice. I said, so what's the story? He says, well, I says, how about I put him on the phone with you? I go, okay. Oh, nice. So he comes on the phone, and he knew my name because of the letter that was in it. Okay. He goes, yeah, I got your Ruger here. He said, it's all fixed. He says, you'll be pleasantly surprised. Pleasantly surprised. Couldn't get that L in there. Anyway, I said, so what's the scoop? He says, well, I said, I saw your note. I saw the pattern, the shotgun pattern. I saw what you used to shoot. He says, it now shoots better than it ever did. I said, well, what do you mean? What do we do? He said, well, first of all, he says, before I took anything apart, they put it in an adjustable vise to target shoot it.
Yeah.
Okay. Mm-hmm. And they put a laser bullet inside the chamber.
Yeah.
And they aim that at dead nuts at the bullseye at 50 yards.
Yeah.
I said, okay. He said, and I pulled the trigger. He says it was about a half-inch high and a half-inch right. The first shot, the second shot was 2 inches high. The third shot was 2 inches right. I said, okay, so you saw it happen. And he goes, yeah.
That's great. They did that.
And I said, okay. I said, so what's the fix? He said, basically, you got a brand new gun. I said, what do you mean I got a brand new gun? He says, well, let's start off with the bolt in the gun, the dead blow bolt. He says, yeah. He says, I don't know how that wound up in your gun. He says, because your gun was made in 2018 and you got a 2016 buffer in it, the bolt in it. I said, okay. He says, well, now you have a 2021 bolt in it. Okay. So they replaced the whole inside. That's one piece, basically. You take it out and all the workings are in it. So everything in there is now brand new. Is because it should have been there in the first place. So that wasn't the problem, though. Okay. He said, then we noticed your mag well. It was also an older one. It should have been a newer one. Okay. So he says, we changed that. He says, okay. And I said, what accuracy issues would have that caused? He says, nah, you might have had a few, feed jams or something once in a while, which I did. Okay. And he says,
dings the bullet. Yeah.
And he says, okay. He says, but once it's in the chamber, it should have fired fine. I said, okay. So you still haven't told me what you found wrong. And he goes, he says, I removed your barrel nut totally, and I put it on a flat surface and mic'd it for thickness. He said it was all over the place.
Okay.
I said, how would that happen? He says, it's probably been like that from day one. It just, everything settled in from taking apart, cleaning and taking apart. And he said, I noticed when you put the two halves together and click it in, it wasn't really tight. I says, well, how tight is it supposed to be? I says, when I sent it to you, one more click and I couldn't put it in. Okay, it wouldn't close. He says, the one click out and now it closed. And he says, when you get it back in your hands, you'll feel how tight it is. He says, that's how it's supposed to be. I had trouble getting it open and putting it back together the first time because I wasn't sure how much pressure to apply. And he says, so you got a brand new barrel bolt, a brand new washer. He says, your barrel? I said, your barrel's like brand new. I said, what do you mean? He says, the specs on that serial number rifle when it was made says 3561 was the slug barrel, the measurement of the barrel. I said, okay. He says, well, it's still 3561. And he says, you got 13,000 rounds through? And I go, at least. And he says, what brand of bullets are you using? I said, Dr. Zink. He goes, what the hell is Dr. Zink? I says, when I first got the rifle, I said, I do my own reloads. I've been loading, 40 years. I haven't bought store ammo forever. And he says, well, we frown on talking about reloads. I said, that's all right. I understand that. I said, but, I had no problems with it whatsoever. And I says, and Dr. Zink is because I cast zinc bullets. And he was very intrigued about that. He wants me to send him some bullets.
But he reloads himself.
He reloads himself. They're not supposed to talk to people about reloading. Okay, yeah. We don't guarantee your gun with reloads. That's like any manufacturer. So,
yeah.
Right.
And I says, and there's probably a good 1,500 to 2,000 rounds of zinc bullets down that barrel. I'll tell you what, the grooves and lands are smooth. He says, I bore scoped that thing. He said, couldn't believe how nice those grooves and lands were. And I said, well, that's the zinc. It's gonna lube it and polish it. And he said, that's amazing because you didn't gain any barrel dimension, on any rifling dimension. He says, but it cleaned them up. He says, and he said, okay. And then he says, in the box will be 2 targets, okay, 2 different bullets, 10 bullets each, locked in a vise, okay. And the first one is 115 grain at 50 yards. And he said, I pulled the trigger 10 times and look at the target. It's not any bigger than 1 bullet. I mean, there's more than 1 bullet in a hole, but it's like super tight. He says, that gun is accurate as hell. He says, most of them aren't that accurate. You get, we with the vice system, he says, we get usually sub half-inch groups at 50 yards. That's a 115 grain bullet. 124 grain bullet, you can definitely tell there were several bullets in the hole. You could tell that. But it was like, the first one was 0.355 diameter hole, and the second one was 3.6. I mean, it was,
right.
Amazingly accurate. And so anyway, I went down to the store, went down there, and he says, oh, yeah, you don't have to you don't have to go make 3 trips to the police department. You only got to make 1. 2 trips to them and 1 to the police department. I said, oh, yeah? He says, yeah, they basically you don't have to bring the gun there. He says, we now take pictures of it, a picture of the serial number, etc., with all the FFL paperwork. He says, and you just go to there. They're going to put it on your pistol permit. You're paying $5. Come back here and get the gun. So I left the store with the paperwork at 3:35. Round trip to the police. I had to stop and get a money order. Go to the police department and back to him was about just shy of an hour. So it's all. I got the scope back on it. I got my brass catcher mount on it. I loaded up a few hundred rounds of different bullets, and tomorrow I'm off to the range, expecting good things.
Well,
That's awesome. So you got a new BCG and a new Magwell and a new barrel nuts
The only thing they didn't touch was the trigger
in the barrel. Yeah.
Or the barrel. I mean, as far as so he says no, you should be really happy with it. And he says, you have your email addresses on the letter, right? And I go, yeah. He says, I'll email you my address. He says, what SIG bullets do you make? I said, well, what do you shoot? 300 blackout. I said, okay, I got a bullet for that. 30-06, same bullet for the blackout. And he says, and 9mm, that was my favorite. I said, I got that, no problem. I said, no 357? Oh, yeah, I got that too. And I said, okay. So I put together his goodie box today. I ship it Monday.
There you go.
As long as the gun shoots right tomorrow, I'll ship it Monday. I'll hold it hostage. So
that's awesome. The guy loves his job and thoroughly checked everything. Even
he did. He says, I did all the work and test fired it. So,
man, you hit the right guy.
Well, we'll find out. I don't know. I haven't pulled the trigger myself yet, so we'll see where it goes. And it's like and I'm surprised, how quick they turned it around. Blew me away. I mean, I was expecting them to get it Monday or Tuesday, and I figured it'd be a couple of weeks before they even look at it because, I'm not the only gun there. It got looked at. Well, they have different groups. They have a specific group just for the PC carbines, the older ones and the newer ones and the 40 caliber, So he says, there's only 3 of us here to do work on those. Okay. And he says, and they come right to us and we're not overwhelmed. So that's good news. I'm happy
They
to tell.
specialize in what they work on. That's good too.
That is really good. Let's see. Fuzzy is here. Broke Loader is here. James says so. Here's this quote.
So it's I'm super happy at this point. And tomorrow, I'm obviously the first gun I'm going to be shooting when I get to the range. So we'll see if all goes well and I have the time. I'll put up a target video.
Awesome.
Get your binary trigger in there and have a good time.
Oh, so I'm really looking into doing the 9mm upper for my AR, and buying a what do they call it? The Magwell adapter for 9mm, and it looks like Palmetto State Armory. They have a blemished stuff that they sell, which I've bought one before from them for somebody else, and it's marked down to $279 from $529. I can't pass it up. And it comes with full guarantee. They say the blemish is surface blemish. It's not, it's not anything mechanically wrong. And that's a complete upper with a bolt. And so now I'm trying to decide what the hell Magwell adapter to buy. There's 3 of them that are like, Salvan Sylvan, Sylvan, Sylvan,
Sylvian.
Sylvian, okay. Sylvian Arms. There's the Stern, is it? Stern something or other? And a Hahn. And the price difference is the Stern is the middle priced one, about $180. And when I searched around, there is no bet. There doesn't seem to be a better deal for that out there. And Palmetto State has that as well. The only question I'm having, it uses Glock 17 and Glock 19 mags, so that's not an issue. But I don't own any, so I got to buy. The magazines, 10 rounders. That's my part of the other problem. They're not bad. They're $15 each for a Magpul. Unless somebody says don't buy Magpuls.
No, I use Magpuls. They work great.
Okay, and I can get a 3-pack for like $39, so that's not too bad. And
I'd make sure that your adapter works with the Magpuls, but
well, it says any Glock 17 and 19
yeah,
mags, so I can't see it. I'm not going to buy 10 mags, and then I'll buy the 3-pack first, and if it works, great.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm almost ready to pull the trigger. It's just that I talked to a couple of different people now, and I get conflicting stories. Half of the people say I don't have to change my buffer, and half the people say you should change your buffer. And the two reasons is if you change your buffer, it will be easier on your shoulder. That's the only thing they're talking about. I said, well, how much can a 9mm be compared to a 223? It can't kick more.
Yeah, it does. It's a blowback. Yep.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't know.
It's not gas operated, so you're getting all of it on the spring.
Yeah. But that, again, so is my Ruger PC.
Yeah, but your Ruger's heavy.
The bolt
Yeah,
is heavy.
it's got a heavy bolt carrier. Yeah.
My
it's not-
H3 is
my
It's
little
not-
945 are light, so I can feel the difference between a 223.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to buy the buffer until I fire it and see if it's okay or not.
If what are you going to shoot? Saying something light, then you won't need one.
Well, I'm not shooting 147 grain bullets. The heaviest thing I shoot is 124, 125, whatever. And I'm not going to shoot strictly zinc, but I mean,
if they're target loads, you don't have to worry about it. It's just that when you get suppressed and stuff like that, then you're going to get more blowback.
Yeah, well, New York got no suppressors, so that ain't happening.
Yeah, so you might be fine with the regular buffer. I like H3s anyway for 223, but depending on how you're gassed and stuff.
Yeah, well, again, the 9mm, there's no gas, so it's blowback.
Yeah, but you want to keep the same buffer to shoot both, right? That's your whole
Right,
idea.
I don't want to have to keep changing the buffer.
Yeah, so you might be fine with H2, but you find
I'm not sure what's in my. I'm going to be putting on my Delton. I don't even know what's in it. I didn't build that. It was built already.
Well, you can weigh them.
I think you should have all 3 buffers anyways, depending on if you're tuning your guns. So
yeah, you can weigh your buffers. There's different standard buffers that weigh different.
Yeah.
You can weigh them, and then you can see. I'm sure there's videos and info online about what each one weighs.
So you want a heavier one then?
I like the heavier, but you might not need it because you're
Yeah.
not. Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
a lot of people recommend too not to put the carbine buffer tube on there, to put the longer one on there.
On what?
The A1 buffer tube.
Oh, well, but that tube is on. Oh, I see what you're saying.
The carbine one's what? Almost 2 inches shorter.
Yeah, but then like the long buffers are this big. We're talking buffers this big.
Right.
So I wouldn't mess around with that. It's a carbine. It was supposedly your as far as your 5.56 223, supposedly gas for that. Do you have a mid-length or a carbine length gas tube?
I think it's carbine length. I don't know it.
So that'll be more vicious. The mid-length is a lot softer shooting. Um,
Okay, yeah, because my 300 blackout upper is I forgot what I got now. I don't feel much of a kick out of my 300 blackout either. So
well, your 300 blackout should be a pistol length,
I
but
think that's what I got.
yeah, but it's not going to kick the same as like a 9 or 45, you know. So a blowback.
Yeah, that's kind of both. And the other thing is the Starrett, I think it was, or whatever. Their Magwell has a last round hole open. The other two don't.
I prefer that. I like to hear that.
Right.
All right.
Last round goes off, you can feel the thump, and
Yeah.
you got to reload. I hate when they don't do that.
And the Sylvian has a better way to eject your magazine. It
I tell you
changes.
who to ask would be Taco.
Mm.
He's
Well,
supposed
I'm pulling the trigger Monday or Tuesday because they only have 2 of those uppers in stock, and I don't want to lose out and wind up paying twice the price. And as far as what somebody commented earlier, buy the Foxtrot, I'm not looking to spend that kind of money because, I mean, the other company I looked at, like A3 Tactical, they're not using a Foxtrot barrel, and they're like $379, and I still have to buy the bolt.
Let me check right now, primary right now, what they're going for Foxtrot. A lot of times they'll have sales on uppers and they're good price.
Well, Primary Arms, I was on their website too, looking.
Okay, let me
It's like
put in.
29 or something like that, and I still have to buy the buffer. The bolt, I mean.
Well, oh, the bolt.
Yeah, the bolt's wasn't included. That
Oh,
was
they have complete uppers. What's with their search? Gosh darn it!
I only found the only uppers I saw in stock were you had to buy the bolt, and they started at $329, another $125 for the bolt. Oh, damn it! And then another $180 for the Magwell adapters. It's like, okay, that's getting crazy already.
$669 for the complete gun
Yeah.
on Brownells.
No.
Yeah.
Let's see.
That's the complete gun.
That's a complete gun.
Yes.
Let's
Yeah, well,
see.
that again, I have a problem in New York State. It has to be New York State compliant, and it won't be.
Yeah, the other problem is you need a 16-inch barrel because
Right.
you got 349.
That's the 16-inch barrel.
Yeah, 349. Let's see what else they got. You got to click, put it in your cart for price. It's probably about the same price. 375. They're in the mid threes.
Right, that's about where a few people are, but I still have to buy the bolt.
No, they'll have the bolt and everything because it's 9.
No, but that's what I'm saying. I went online and I called one of them. I forget who I called, and they said no, the bolt doesn't come with them.
With the Foxtrot?
Well, it wasn't a Foxtrot. It was
Oh, okay. Yeah, for the Foxtrot, you get it all because they want it to be perfect all the way through.
yeah. I don't know that I want to spend that kind of money. Again, I still got to buy the Magwell on top of that and the mags.
Problem is,
It gets a little expensive.
How deep are you into it at that point?
the 16 inchers are the problem because they have so many nice, cute little shirt butters. They're much cheaper. I can't even find a 16. Where is it?
Brownells has them. That's what I was looking at 669.
Yeah, for $279.
Brownells won't have good prices on the Foxtrots.
At $279, you still got to buy a bolt. You still got to
No,
buy.
that's complete.
Oh.
279, 579 normal price, blemished, 279 complete, and all I got to do then is buy the Magwell and magazines. So,
Where in the hell is a 16? These are all. Oh, there's a 16. $3.99. That's the most expensive one. Oh, email when in stock.
yeah,
$3.99 is what they have there for a complete side charging, non-reciprocating 16-inch.
yeah.
I like 10, but yeah.
So, I from Palmetto State Armory, I bought a 223 upper from them, and it was like $100 and something cheaper than everybody else's. And this thing is, 100 yards. It's 1-inch screws. So I can't complain. So, and it was a 20-inch barrel. So,
Yeah, I have a couple PSA.
I had no problems. And again, the one I built for my friend, okay, it was also PSA, the 16-inch barrel. I gave him the option which one he wanted, 20 or 16, and he said, "Well, 20 is kind of long. You want to swing it around in your house?" I says, "All right, 16."
Did you look into the endo mag so you don't need to put an insert?
I can't. They don't make it for 10-round mags.
Oh, are you sure they don't make a pinned one?
I went. It sticks out way too far. The mag. It's made for 15 rounds or bigger, and if you put a 10-rounder on it, it works, but it's still 15 inches long.
Andy Brownells has the upper at 16-inch complete for $300 and where'd it go? $379.
Yeah, I think I might as well just stick with the Palmetto, I guess.
Okay. Takes Glock mags.
Yeah,
Well,
whatever you do, try and get one that has a bolt hold open. It's so much nicer. You can feel it.
Well, that's the Stern. I think they are whatever. So that and
Let's see. We got HIPAA here, and Robert Powell is here. Who else did I miss? Well, that's good, Andy. We both had good luck this week, or at least my son did, because he sent a gun back, and same deal, got it right back. They didn't even hang on to it for 2 days.
Wow.
Yeah.
And I asked Ruger. I said, "Listen, if you would have sent me a pickup tag and then shipped it back to me, was there anything I had to do for my state?" He says, "If you had to do anything with your state, that's your issue, not mine." So I could have went through them, didn't have to put it on my pistol permit.
Cooter Soup Instructions is here.
So that's all right. I mean, it's no big deal.
Yeah, what they did was just, send a link, printed out the return label. It was like 2 day or whatever it was. They got it fast, and then they shipped it back fast. So it cost them nothing.
Yeah, well,
And
that's funny because they said they would send me, they would pick it up and pay the shipping. And I said, cool, but I couldn't guarantee that someone would be home when UPS came. That was my issue. So that's why I elected to go to the store. And they didn't send the store a pickup tag. The store had to pay the shipping. So strange.
Cooter, you have no idea.
Kim Man says ARs are too cool for him. Give him a bolt action. Well, they have both.
Well, I would love to buy a 9mm bolt action, but go find one.
Didn't Kenny make that one that you have, Jim? Or
Yeah, I got his prototype.
Yeah, but I mean, how much is he going to charge me to build one?
It'll cost you more than an AR because
That's what I mean. So
it's a conversion from the TCM or whatever.
right, yeah, TCM.
So you got to buy that, which is unobtainium right now, and then put a barrel on it.
Yeah.
and a few other tweaks because the feeding block is totally different.
Yeah.
It's a straight cartridge in 9.
Yeah, I read all about it. The people that used to do it and that don't do it anymore. It's like, are you
The extractor's different, but you just live with that. What else?
They said one guy said that he used to modify the extractor or make his own or something, and you didn't have any problems. But whatever. I mean, I went there out looking. I found Nervin, something like that. The name was. They went out of business in 2016 or something. I found one, $1,800 used.
Jeez.
I said, no, thank you.
Yeah, I love the AR pistols and a pistol caliber. They're a fun little joy of whoop ass. That's what they are.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, New York doesn't like them.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, they don't like anything.
Yeah, it wasn't a big hassle. You were worried about the big hassle with the new pistol permit thing, and even the Ruger guy helped you out there, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
That guy is awesome. He loves his job. We need more people like that working in America.
Yeah.
Yes, well,
America. He went through everything for you and checked everything.
He said, I said, you really went through it. He says, well, quality is number one, and I'm number one.
It's good to hear because I was wondering about Ruger lately because they're so big. The smaller companies, a lot of times, are super easy to deal with, and they felt like a small company. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Service wise, personal, yeah.
Like Smith and Wesson used to be, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm really happy so far. I'll find out tomorrow that it's really. I mean, and they went through the rifle. I had a scratch on my what do you call it? The screw. They put the front of the barrel. They put a thread protector on it, and it's glued on. Okay, and I tried to take it off, and I got a little scratch on it, and they touched it up. I was looking. I says, "Is this my barrel? Where's my scratch marks?" I had to look for it, and it's all lubed and clean as a whistle. They wiped the whole thing down, And he asked me where I bought one of those pullover rubber butt things, for your shoulder.
Yeah.
I only bought it because I needed more length on it. I put the spaces they gave me. I have them all on it. I was finding it was still too short.
Mm-hmm.
And I was going to make one out of aluminum in the machine shop. And I said, let me stop and see if they have any of those pullover ones. And they did. And he said, that's pretty good, man. He says, because he said, it fit me really good too. He says, that's my problem. It's too short. So the guy was cool. He was really nice on the phone. Took all the time in the world. He enjoyed talking about his work.
Yeah, well, he's proud of what he does, and it shows. He checked the diameter of your bore, everything. He probably set you up really good, and then shot it in a ransom rest. That's pretty cool. First thing he did. Let's see if this guy's full of crap or not. Let's see if it groups, and it didn't. And he was like, okay, now we know.
So I'll find out tomorrow. I got I got 4 different bullets loaded up. The Zink has got a plus P round and a regular round, so we'll find out.
Okay, Bitsley Blackhawks here. Bitsley, I can't even afford a Banshee. What are you talking about? Well, I'm sure Dr. Zink could if he wanted to, but let's see.
I ran into reloading for the first time on the 9mm brass, different thicknesses.
On what now?
on 9mm brass. You go to crimp, go through the crimp die, and it's like, whoa, that thing's tight.
Mhm.
And you can see it, like the brass is like scuffed up and whatnot. And I took that one apart and measured it against other ones. I was like, wow, it was much thicker.
And flares can be different too, especially when you get into the nickel. It's a different thickness.
I don't collect nickel brass, but there might be a few in here and there, but I have no problem loading those with some brass. So
I shot a whole bunch today. They'll
Most
just
of my nickel stuff's in straight wall, 38, 357.
yeah.
they'll just split a little faster where you flare them, over and over versus brass. They'll give out sooner.
Yeah, no. I don't collect the nickel. If I pick up a bunch up at the range,
Trade away. I get a lot of it from defense stuff, so because they do nickel, so it chambers and unchambers easy
yeah,
and holds up to the weather. I just shot a ton of it today in a fluted chamber. Okay, and nothing wrong. The flute, it didn't even mess with it, so that's good.
so tomorrow's going to be a fun day. I hope I just put my scope back on where it was. Hopefully, it's still a little bit closely sighted. So,
Reloader 762 is here. Papa's Place is here. Good to see you guys tonight. I was tired and didn't want to, but I knew he got his gun back, so I had to come on.
Your short chat lasted 6.5 hours last week.
Yeah, but I'm really happy for Andy because he was, kind of bummed out about, this and that, sending it in and all the hoops. And now look at you. It was easy.
Yeah, but still, you got to understand. I dropped it off 2.5, almost 3 weeks ago. You understand? And the guy left it on the girl's desk, and he went on vacation. He comes back a week later from vacation, and he didn't check anything. And it was a few days after that when he was in her office, a sort of box sitting on her desk. So it's like, you got to be kidding me. So it was like, a little bit too much at the beginning to deal with.
Yeah, well, that's good news. You and my son had a good week. It's like boom, bang, pow.
Yeah, I'm smiling.
Jim, what were y'all shooting today?
The MP5.
Oh, okay.
5-inch, a little pistol. And it ate all my reloads. And we shot some Hydra-Shock. And we just sat out there. He doesn't have a red dot on yet. So we were shooting like 10, 16, and 20 round groups. Just to prove, that it's no weird stuff going on. All suppressed, perfect round holes. It was fun.
Fun little guns to shoot.
Oh,
Not heavier than what you would think they'd be.
Yeah, they're quiet. They slow everything down with that roller bolt.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no recoil. He has the 100 bolt adapter in it. You can go even softer than that. It's kind of like buffers. Anyway, that was fun. It was hot. And I was looking around at my legs. Any snakes? Any scorpions?
Yeah. What's that 10 millimeter little carbine that Taco had, that white one? What are they called? Where the bolt goes down?
The starts with a K. The brain dead.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm talking about? The whatever.
What the bolt goes down on those instead of back. And man, that thing didn't kick at all.
Yeah, it was having feeding issues. I hope he's got
Chris.
that.
Yeah, Chris. Yeah.
Chris.
Everything was cool about that gun, but the color. It was white.
Oh, it was perfect in the snow.
Yeah, in the snow.
Oh, broke loader, you're being too kind. Come on.
Oh, Scotsman, that was a cool gun to shoot, and it didn't kick at all. We were popping. That was a 10 millimeter, Chris. He has.
They're funky. They're funky.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't get to shoot it, but nothing wrong with white guns. I've been meaning to do a white AR. West Covina Dodge gave me a Cerakote in white and yellow, so I can put my initials on it. And I hope it's still good.
Put your
I gotta check it because
Yeah.
Cerakote has shelf life, but I think I can revive it with some. Let's see, dealing with your shoulder problem. My shoulder's better now. I can hold the pistol. My shoulder's fine now, I think. But my other one started aching. You're just old. When you're old, you're like a British sports car. You go from one end to fixing it, and you go to the other end to fix that.
I think it's beer 30. I'll be back in a second.
So that I would get a 9mm lever action, but
Oh,
I really don't know that if I'm going to do that, I'm buying a 357.
Yeah, well, 38 357 is just so easy, but there's something fun about cheap little 9.
Yeah, but my 357 is cheap too.
Yes, when you reload your own, but nine's
Yeah.
nine's very efficient, less powder, less everything. You can do
Yeah, but well, the semi. If I went to the zinc semi wad cutters are shooting great, and haven't worked up the load yet, specifically for the best load for it. But I'm only using like between 4 and 5 grains of powder. So
yeah. I did see a 9mm lever, and it turned out to be just a nightmare feeding piece of crap.
I don't know.
Not looking forward to that. I want reliable.
But that's I just think my cheapest solution will be the AR upper and the magwell and in a few mags that should be set. So I'm looking like I'm going to go that route. And then the next toy, if I do something, will be a 357, which they also make in a bolt, but it's only a 5-round magazine. Ruger has it, I think.
Yeah, Preacher has the 357 bolt action Ruger.
Except it's also a little on the pricey side for what it is.
I'm surprised more companies don't do more levers, more single shots, especially for guys who want threaded suppressed, whatever it is, break opens, anything. Just this is what people want, but they think, oh no, it's ridiculous. It's not when you're shooting them and they're quiet as hell. As a matter of fact, at the end of the day, we were shooting some old Hydra-Shocks I must have had from 20, 30 years ago. I didn't know what weight they were. So I said, you might want to just put earmuffs on in case we get a sonic crack or whatever. And he shoots the first shot, and we're like, we just pulled him right off. It was quiet. So I actually took a Hydra-Shock and pulled the bullet and weighed it, and it was a 147. So I still have a few left. I'm going to do a milk jug, see if it expands in that little bugger.
Well, we used to load the hollow base wad cutters backwards.
Mm-hmm. I loaded some button-ended wad cutters backwards for the lever, just for the hell of it. It shot the same at least decent range. Didn't care.
No, it's just a good expansion when it hits something. That's all.
Yeah, you're doing that for the cheap man's hollow point. Yeah. Soft lead. Yeah, I know. That's the old school trick.
Yeah, I'm almost toying with taking one of the 357 bullet mold, the one what is it, 170 grain wad cutter, and drilling a hole in it and making a pin to make it a hollow point.
Oh, Scotsman, you want to talk about projects? I have so many guns that are not put together, done. I have so many barrels laying on my file cabinets and everything. Any caliber, pick one. Yeah. I'm too busy now. It's all I could do to load up the boy up some ammo to test his thing. Everything worked perfect. Even the loads, I was like, ooh, I'm not sure about those. Man, it just ate them like nothing, and it was quiet, and they grouped.
Yeah, I got 4 lowers in the safe that one of these days I'll make projects out of them. I wanted to get me an AR-10 lower and do a 6.5 Creedmoor with it. It's
I think Tin Man is going to go strictly bolt action now. He's been playing with his 700.
Nothing wrong with bolt action. I enjoy the
not at all.
223 bolt and my 300 blackout bolt and my 3006 bolt. They shoot great.
Yeah, that 9mm, that Kenny's prototype, that makes me laugh every time I shoot it. I laugh because there is no noise. It is just ridiculously, and you can test loads on it because it's heavy duty action. You know, I put 38 bullets that shouldn't be in a 9, all kinds of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, just size them down.
I actually found an old video where I was shooting Godzillas, and they were West Covina Dodge's 10 cavity, big, heavy mold in 9mm, and that was funny. It made me laugh. It's on Odyssey or somewhere, you know, because my first channel is Toast. But that made me laugh. I was like, I can't remember doing that video, but it was funny. It was a Godzilla thing.
I remember you doing. Was that the one where you were casting bullets and dropping them in the snow, bucket full of snow?
No, that one was just shooting them. But yeah, the snow works really good, and I was really surprised that it just sits on the snow. You're not plunking, you're not splashing any water. When you drop them, they just sit there.
They mark with a seat.
Really hard though. It really hard. Mark Thomas is here. Who else did I miss? Bisley, caught you. Yeah, sorry, Side Chat. I'm not quoting you or paying attention. I better go inside.
You like the large primer or small primers? That's people bitch about the small primers hang firing.
On what caliber?
On the 6.5 Creedmoor.
Oh, I wouldn't know. I'm just sticking with 308 and 30-06, and I'm done. I'm not going to be shooting 1,000 yards. So it's just easier for me.
You can shoot 1,000 yards to a 308 and a 3006.
Oh, you bet. My neighbor's got it all set up. I got to go down there and hit his swingers that are on my property. He's shooting up in the mountainside there, and he's got 3. I think he's got one now. He's going to do 1,200, and I got to go down there and flink around with him.
Ride the mini bike down there.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Fly you over.
I still got scabs on my legs from that one. Yeah. I like contenders too, Tin Man. They are so fun. When I have
shit together though.
When I have people shoot my 44 mag 14-inch contender pistol suppressed, they just like, no way. And it smacks that steel. Trail Boss, of course. Yeah, that was a good reply, Broke Loader. Yes.
Yeah, but he's got a whole snake. He should be able to make that, for the mini bike. He should be able to make boots. cat. I mean, you know.
It's not a big snake. He's not fully grown. I felt really bad because he was very cool looking and his eyes were open when the head came off, and I felt and
They still have eyelids.
his tongue was sticking out and his eyes were open, and he was so cool looking. You know, poor snakes get no respect. You know, and they do good. They eat mice and stuff, but up here trying to get in the garage. I found him. I opened the garage door to try and get the cat in, and the snake was right there in front of the tractor trying to get in where it's warm. And I'm like, oh, geez, scorpions, snakes, dogs, and cats living together. And it's not like it's hotter, like a lot of you guys have had a heat wave. We're having the same weather we always have. So I don't understand why I'm seeing these critters this year versus all the years I've lived here.
Was it wetter this year or drier?
No, it's the same. Actually, we're having a good summer. It's not.
We've had that El Nino dry line. When it's south of us, the weather's great. Humidity's just right. But like right now, it's above us. It is coastal humid. Coastal humid out there.
Hey, we got 3 spots, people. Let me post another link. Anyone can come on. Anybody. No Treehouse Club. So, yeah, that was weird. The good thing about rattlesnakes, though, is when I walked up on it, it let me know I'm here, you know.
Sound like you had a hole in your tires.
Yeah. Something like a copperhead would scare me because you can't hear them coming. You know, you're not. They don't warn you.
Copperhead.
Poor guy was just
step on it. Yeah.
He was just trying to live his own life, and he just came to the wrong spot. You know. So, I felt bad for the bugger.
There's Dave.
A refrigerator right now. We got to skin him. He doesn't have rigor mortis or nothing, so that's good. Screen actions.
Well, Jim, with our new company, the next class, the certification class I'm taking is trauma and crime scene cleanup.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to that
one. Cleanup aisle 3.
It's the fastest growing segment in restoration, because especially in the bigger cities, because all these homeless, you know, areas that pop up and they run them out of there, and there's needles all over the place, and they don't know if there's fentanyl around. They dig a hole and crap in it.
Yeah.
So I'll take your money.
Tim S is here. Hey, Tim S. Yeah, I don't get the squatting rights thing. You know, that they think they have squatting rights in people's home. What the hell is going on there?
Yeah. We don't have that issue. We don't have that issue too much here in the South.
You just need a good landscaper that has a backhoe and has access to a lot of line. That's all.
So bad. What's up, Thorzex?
There was a recent one down in Waco. The cop busted somebody with like a kilo of fentanyl, and he was all excited and threw the brick on the table, and it broke open. They had to decontaminate the whole police station.
God.
I'll take that job any day.
Don't use UV. Oh, that's bad, Tin Man. Especially those $23 hotels. Yeah, if they still that cheap.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I've already got the UV light. It's scary what you'll find. Go to a restroom. It's like who peed all over the walls.
Yeah, well, me and the old lady one time we were traveling and we pulled into like a Motel 6 or I can't remember what it was. But anyway, we pulled in there, one of the popular chains. So we went in there, you know, I paid for the deal and all that stuff, and they gave me the keys to the room. We went up there, walk in there, turn on the freaking light, and there's all these grease marks on the headboard and grease marks. And I was like, no, not sleeping in there. It was
Grease marks.
Yeah. driving over stuff. Oh, okay. Do you have another room?
I'm sure a lot of them have cameras too. You know, hidden cameras in every room.
Well, I'll tell you one thing, Andy. If you're looking for something, these are the guys to talk to. I mean, Scotsman and Marvin, Jim, they're all hooked up on that computer, you know, search thing, and they can find you just about anything you want for a decent price. And I understand the reason why you're just trying to save some money. I mean, you're not looking to build some
No, I'm just trying to create a.
or something, you know.
I have the lowers, so it's like I just need an upper and another piece, and I'm ready to go. So
Yeah, I'm actually not looking. That gets me in trouble. My budget is gone, so don't look.
well, I was toying with two things: a 357. I would love to have a 357 bolt, and it's just too pricey. I can't. It's not $1,200. This is ridiculous.
Mhm.
Might as well get a lever gun at that point.
Well, and the reason I want a lever gun is because I have no way. The brass is who knows where. You know, I got to come up with a way to make out of a piece of aluminum or something that when it hits the thing, it goes out the side.
Oh, is your range one of those? If it hits the ground, it's theirs.
No, but what the problem is the spots are close to each other. All right, and so people up walking around, whatnot, stepping on your brass. So, you know, I'm not too worried about it. I got tons of 38 and 357 brass. It's just, you're supposed to sweep up the brass around you after when they pull the fire, which is all fine and dandy. But I mean, I don't want to go looking for it. You know.
Right.
That's one thing about having a swing open, double action revolver. You just bring a coffee can with you and just dump them out.
Oh yeah, well I have the revolver, but I would like to have a rifle, and a bolt action is ridiculously priced, and it only holds 5 rounds, and the magazines are expensive, so and so I just figured a lever action would be nice, okay, but chasing the brass all the time.
Well, no, when you rack it, you put your hand over it, depending on what style you have. One's going to come out the top. You just turn it like that. You got your brass, or you got a side eject like a Marlin.
Yeah,
and you just do that.
But so I mean, the Marlin, I would probably get a side eject, and I put a brass catcher on it.
Yeah, you put the pick rail on top and have your brass catcher.
But that's why I'm saying even with a lever action, there's got to be a way to a couple of screws on the side of the action somewhere that you can take out, put longer ones in, and make a little thin piece of aluminum that's curved so it hits it and just comes out the side.
Well, I've put a brass catcher on a lever action before when you're wanting to go fast and not catch the brass. And that's the strap-on kind that goes around the forend. It works.
Mounted on top?
No, it's mounted. You got your forend, and it's a Velcro strap. You put
Right, I have
it there, and you got a side eject. It won't
side
work.
eject. Yeah, side eject. Okay.
It won't work on a top eject.
Well, that's what I'm trying to come up with a way to make it work by.
But you don't have to on a lever. If you rack it open slow, you just
Yeah.
you catch the brass in your hand,
Yeah.
or you dump it on the table if it's side eject.
Well, side eject would be fine because then you can do whatever you want. But I don't know. I don't know what I want that way. It's
You know what? The companies, somebody needs to make this like Rossi, do a rolling block,
Yeah.
single feed, boom, bang, pow, like a new Ruger #1 or something like that, but cheaper. That would be the snizzle, threaded.
Oh, what is it? The Ruger M77. They make various pistol calibers, not 9mm.
No, not 9.
I like what Scotsman put down there, CZ Life. It does end up that way after a while. I mean, you can't go wrong with CZ products.
Pricey though.
I've seen some 550s that, CZ 550s that shoot phenomenal right out of the box. I mean, just like, oh my gosh. Just phenomenal.
Yeah, I had a 223 and the magazine was like $45 for a
Yeah.
magazine.
Didn't say that CZ was perfect about their price.
No, they're not.
Yeah.
We got a CZ75 clone we got it for what, $175 from the neighbor. That thing is awesome. Polymer frame. But that thing is awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's hard to beat them. I'll tell you what, you got a couple of classics. There's the ones that you went and got back in the early 90s or late 80s. Those are really beautiful pistols. They're made very well. They're not made. They don't make them like that no more. Those are nice guns.
And they were cheap surplus guns at the time. A lot of people called them glove box guns.
Yeah.
And they were built like a tank. Well, they still are. 75s are tough.
I looked at, back in the day when, what was it? It was Noriko came out with their 45s, and they were just coming out at that time. And, the American market was more like, cheap Chinese made junk, blah, blah, blah. And, I was young and dumb at that time. I could have bought a whole bunch of those, man. They'd be worth a lot of money now,
Well, look at the
Yeah.
Mosin, $7,500. Same with the Romanian rifles,
Well, yeah, the Muslim Gantz up here in Big Five was selling them for $49. Just out the door. Less than $50, you had an operational rifle.
Right.
Yeah.
SKSs were cheap too. 75 gun shows all day long.
Yeah, SKSs, you can pick those up for like $80. Brand new with all this, everything came with it.
The SKSs.
Yeah, SKSs, they were like $80. Well, there's Pat.
That's out shopping.
I
Patrick.
was going to break out. I was going to break out the tequila if he came on.
Oh. Hey, Jim. Hey, you guys. I've been listening in the car. The little woman has been particularly feisty today, and I'm glad to be with my fellow men.
I'm waiting for one of those stop. She hits the brakes and puts her hand in front of you. Stopping
Smack you in the mouth.
Yeah. She's going to test the airbag. Tell the car it's a child seat and then run into a pole.
Wow.
All right. So what are you doing? Just getting home, or?
Went to the supermarket and spent what a brand new AR-15 upper would cost me on groceries.
Oh my God.
I've been good. No gun toys, but my God, food's expensive.
It is.
No, why you tell him how many uppers and lowers you have all around the house like he does? All over the house, there's uppers here, lowers there, Glocks here, AR-15s over there. It's like, oh my God. Mm-hmm.
What's your address, Pat?
Like,
You have a 9mm.
Quit while you're ahead, Pat. Just quit while you're ahead.
Oh no, I can't stop. I'm a junkie, but I've been glutton for the abuse too, or it wouldn't have lasted 20 years. or more.
You got
But
any
no,
millimeter
I need
up?
more guns.
Andy's looking for a 9mm upper. Can you hook him up?
Don't have an AR-15 9mm upper, but I got a couple of dagger slides. Am I breaking up, guys?
No,
Yeah,
you're fine. We're just a lively bunch tonight.
Yeah, so Andy's a happy man. He got really good service from Ruger, and that was awesome. In case you didn't hear it earlier.
No, I didn't hear earlier.
Oh yeah.
Same day.
I was- So cool. So they finally gave you a torque spec on that nut?
Well, the guy that looked at his rifle enjoys his job and loves those, so it was awesome.
All right.
He changed stuff that had no reason to change other than it ain't the newest one, so I gave you the newest one.
Good deal.
And what it seems like he found was the barrel nut. It's not a torque setting on it. It just mine went from I could close it to I couldn't close it in one click. All right, that was basically my issue. The issue that he said, and when he took the barrel nut off and put it on a flat surface and mic'd it up all around, he said it was way out of spec. It was like it was warped or something. So he replaced that, and when I tried to take the barrel apart, I could tell the difference.
All right. Have you gone out shooting with it yet?
Tomorrow, I only got it back yesterday, so.
All right. My fingers are crossed for you.
And now I'm one of the first people in New York State to have a Ruger PC 9mm carbine on his pistol permit.
Oh, yeah. That was the thing. You were the guy who went to go pick up his service rifle, had to put it on your pistol permit. That is just insane.
Yeah, and any semi-automatic rifle in New York State, if you buy one now, you must put it on your pistol permit. The stores are freaking out. They can't sell nothing because 80% of the people out there that have, hunters or target shooters don't have pistols. Can't sell a Ruger 22. A guy walks in the store, wants to buy one for his 14-year-old daughter or son to teach him how to start shooting. He can't buy it. He has to have a pistol permit.
You have a pistol permit for a 10-22, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Jeez.
From 22 caliber and up. I said, what about 17 HMR? The guy in the pistol department looked up and said, that's a good question.
Yeah, that could be good. Or 5.7 by 28.
But they just said that every semi-automatic, and they just saw from 22 up because that's the normal nomenclature. So just the gun stores are hurting. They used to sell every Ruger PC they got into stock would sell within a couple of days, and now they can't move them.
Oh, that might be time for another one then, because they'll go on sale.
Yeah,
That's an idea because you could buy a Ruger Mark II. A 10-22, but chambered in 17 HMR, and then just go ahead and swap the barrel out for 22. Fuck them,
No, yeah, but when you buy it, you have to get it registered. You can't walk out.
Yeah, that's messed up.
Yeah, well, like the guy it was a young guy at the police department, and he says, "Yeah, next year it'll change. It'll be back the way it was, and then 2 years from now, who knows?"
Hmm.
All right, guys,
Well,
I got to unload groceries, so I'll be back with you soon.
all right. Take care, Pat.
All right.
My biggest argument with that whole thing is that you shouldn't have to have a permit to exercise your rights. That's messed up.
Well,
You know?
I don't argue that point whatsoever, but I grew up in New York and it was always a pistol permit. I mean, when I was 12 years old, there were pistol permits. So,
Wow, really?
well, I get, but not a rifle, but I'm just saying, I remember I have friends that, that were older than me and stuff, and it's like,
Mhm.
it's like, I got to get my pistol permits. I got a pistol, so I mean, we were talking about in the 60s. There were pistol permits in New York State.
I'm going to tell you what. Back in the late '70s, me and my dad, we went out haying one time. We got done. We got the truck all loaded down and everything like that. And he was going to, kind of treat me. He wanted to. We stopped at this little country store to get, a soda pop, right? So we get out, and go in there, and this guy also had guns behind the counter. He had pistols and stuff that were hanging on nails behind the counter. And my dad bought a Smith & Wesson Model 10 there. I think he paid $35 for it. He just went ahead and just looked it over and talked to the guy. And next thing you knew, they shook hands. My dad got out his wallet, gave him the money, and my dad got out his hanky and wrapped up the gun. And we walked out. He threw it in the glove box, and we drove off. That was it. Yeah, that's the end of it. No nothing, no background check, no waiting, no nothing. Just here you go. Yeah, that's the way it was around here.
Yeah, bought a Model 25 at a garage sale, brand
Yeah.
new in the wood box.
I remember those days, man. You could go to a garage sale and people would have pistols and rifles up there, shotguns. You could just buy them, drive
Right.
away.
Those
Yeah.
days are still here because we can do that here.
Well, they don't have in New York yet. They're work pushing it. If somebody had a rifle for sale in his garage sale, I can buy it. So it's not a problem at this point, but they're trying to stop that.
They're trying to kill private sales in every state right now,
Yep.
which is BS.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, they don't want the interchange of firearms among the free people. They don't want that.
Well, you got to remember, somebody hits a garage sale and finds a rifle in there, and he is a criminal, and he pays you your $100 or whatever, and he walks out with it. So, I mean, I can understand one background check, but still.
Andy, what's stopping them now? I mean, criminals aren't interested in background checks.
Oh, I know that. I know.
They'll go out and they'll steal them. They'll go out and they'll find ways to get guns. So why does the rest of us have to suffer for that and fall into this draconian way of thinking that the government said, oh, well, it's not okay? Well, who are you to tell me whether or not it's okay or not? You can't even stop the criminals from getting rifles and pistols.
Right.
So
You can't stop a Taliban.
it's bull crap. It's just a bunch of bull crap. It's a bunch of wasted taxpayer money that goes down on, and it's just like going down and getting your permit. You know what? You get your permit for your pistol. All that. All they care about is getting their revenue off of that permit. They don't care. It's
But
like
this
it
comes-
costs you $150,
It's
costs you
about
$50.
control.
That's more
Control
for
the
them. They
money.
don't care.
But I don't
That's
know what
it.
a pistol permit costs a person to get right now. If they,
You can probably get a permit for your hamster if you wanted to.
you
Just go down there and say it's for my hamster. Oh, okay. Well, as long as you pay the $50, sure, we can give them a permit. They don't care. It's all about the money.
Hey, I'm in construction. I'll talk about homeowners associations the same way all day long. It's
And
just the money grab and control.
Yeah. Oh, homeowners associations. Yeah, it's like condos.
I'm going to tell you, my HOA that's in my neighborhood right here, it's $100 a year, and you get beach access, you get the tennis court, you get the whole bit, and it's $100 a year. Now there are people that pay, $600 a month,
Oh, yeah.
to live on golf course. So I mean, I'm not going to complain for $100 a month. And then our our HOA, they expect you to take care of your lawn within reason, and that sort of thing, but they do not want Joe Shit the rag man to move in. And, next thing you know, there's boat motors and, boats and broken down RVs and stuff like that all getting collected around the guy's house. They will act on that. So it does keep those people out of the neighborhood. So,
Okay, I got to change the subject real quick. I forgot to mention Garage Guy is giving away a shotgun for Lakeview Outdoors. So check out his channel and Scotsman maybe. I don't know no, he's going to be collecting the funds and giving it to Lakeview. So check out Garage Guy. He's got a Stevens 20 gauge. So check that out. He's doing another good thing for Lakeview Outdoors. Thought I'd mention that.
there's
Forgot about it.
another
Food.
guy out there. Okay, well, not to plug somebody else's channel, but there's another guy out there, and that's Val. Bald and Curious. He's donating a Kimber 10 millimeter, and he's you meet the thing, you get into the drawing. He's only, I think he's only, I can't remember where his cap is or anything like that. But anyway, he's looking to get more people in on it. And it all goes to Lakeview. So all good cause.
I had a Kimber 10 before they were 10s. It was a ringed out 40. And I got it at a gun show, no paperwork, blah, blah, blah. And it worked great. Somebody ringed the barrel to 40, put 10 mags in it, bam, easy. So, yeah, there's that. Well, that's nice of him also. And then somebody's doing the lever action also.
Yeah.
I'm terrible at names.
But
But anyway, Scotsman can fill you in, and I'm sure they talk about it on his chat. I missed his chat last Sunday, I think. Probably just worn out, but yeah, I'm sure you can find all about that on Scotsman's chats.
yes.
So do that.
Yep. Yeah, Garage Guy.
Hey,
I know that.
here's the
cool.
thing. Yeah,
He's
here's
a really
the
cool.
thing. Oh,
He's
go ahead.
interacted with me before. Edward Petty has. Yeah, he's a real cool dude. I like him. Yeah. Yeah. There you go. Lots of stuff. Lots of stuff there on Lakeview's, fundraiser. It's lots of stuff. Good stuff, not junk.
Tin Man, don't worry about the site. If it should have a common dovetail. You can replace it if you break it. Just squirt her down a little bit with some. Well, you have a problem with bolts right now. I saw your text. Well, maybe not.
Little Croyle.
I don't know if it's a night sight or fiber optic either, but don't worry about that. Just make sure you're doing it the right way, the right direction. Some go this way, some go that way. That one's going to go this way, I believe.
Is this dovetailed? The one on my RO is not dovetailed. It's actually a tenant type.
Staked. Yeah, staked. Yeah.
Yeah.
Staking's easy to do if it's a cheap little stake tool and you just boom. It's a rivet. That's all it is.
You make one with a punch and a little bit of silver solder already coming off. Yeah. Just got to make sure it's straight.
Hey, he's got access to a TIG welder. He can fix it.
That's it.
Little gun blue from Brownells. You're good to go.
Okay, Garage Guy's also including the sling. All right. Awesome. MCK is here.
I got a break here for a minute with Tin Man. Okay, Tin Man, I'm really proud of you that you know now that it's the gun and you can scoot it over a little bit. You know, I mean, you're getting good with your marksmanship, and that's awesome, dude. That's cool. You're starting to see the light. That's awesome. It really
That's the
is. I'm really
exclusive
happy
of me.
that
Yeah.
doesn't just does my heart. It starts coming all together. You know, you start looking at ammo and different guns and this and that. And you're always trying to find the best. I tell you what, man. Once you start really starting to get into, you know how to shoot. You know what to look for when you try to zero your guns and stuff, man. It sure makes a huge difference, with that confidence level. And I'm really happy that things are working out for you that way, especially with the 700 too. That's another thing too. Just replacing that stock, just like night and day.
Well, having a sight center, like a front or a rear that's way off center, drives me nuts. I just hate that.
Yep.
Yeah. So usually you'll tweak the front. Say you got one that's way off and it's your rear, you try and tweak them both so it doesn't look so bad. Yeah. Looking down.
Jim, I tell you what, I got a Colt. It's a Series 80, but I got a Colt, and the stupid slide isn't even milled flat. I mean, the slide sits on there like this. It's at an angle. They never even milled it properly. I mean, what a hunk of junk, and it's a Colt.
I saw one took the slide off a Colt, and it had a Colt price. They took the slide off, and it had so many mill marks in there. They didn't change their tooling, and I'm like, come on now, you have the Colt name.
Right.
Come on, it's not a Norinco.
Got the prancing pony on the side.
If it's a Norinco, okay, those are sand grooves. But on a Colt, you don't want to see that when you're paying it. Yeah.
Right. I was down in a local gun shop, and man, I just really got torn. I've always wanted, a Model 52 Smith. It's basically the Model 39, but in 38 special. It's a match gun, and it's all set up with match sights and everything like that. And I know where there's one, and it's Dash 2. It's the one I want. And I took a look at it, and you know what? I can't bring myself to buy it because, my eyesight isn't what it used to be. And, you don't take a pistol like that that's basically a collector's item, drill and tap it for a red dot.
No.
Yeah, so I'd be buying it, and it would be a safe queen. And I had to pass it up. Really like to have it, but I don't possess the eyesight to really take advantage of the open sights anymore like that. I can shoot pretty good with open sights, but it wouldn't be like the old days,
Well, you mentioned your dad buying a Model 10. The heavy barrel Model 10 is one of my favorites of all time.
Yeah, you know what? When he bought that, it stayed in the family until he died, and then it turned up missing. And I asked my mom what happened to it. She says, "Oh, your brother came in and he wanted it." So I was like, "Well, gee, Mom, I wish that you would have talked to me about that. I mean, I would have been offered, offer you money or something for it. I like that gun, So, oh no, your brother really wanted it." So I called up my brother, and he said, "Oh, that? Oh, I sold that a long time ago. I think I got $50 for it." I was like, "You're out of your mind." Yeah, and you know what? He took a 1917 Eddystone that was in primo shape, not a knock or a dent in it, and that belonged to my dad. He put it in a gun case and just took it, and then he sold it to some buddy of his for $100.
I have the bayonet for that. They're awesome. They're swords. You guys want to see it? It's right there.
Yes.
I'll grab it. It's got patina, but it's cool.
Yeah. Some things that people do, you just kick yourself, Man.
Don't know what they got till it's gone, right?
Well, I was so pissed off at him. I said, you realize what that Eddystone's worth right now? I mean, it was in pretty good shape. I mean, there was none. It was like brand new. It was crazy. Yeah, that's it.
1917, got the bomb on it and everything. It's got, your lock.
Yep.
It's a damn sword,
Yes, it is.
I pity the fool. Foof, snakes. All right, yeah. I don't. What length is this? It's long. All right. Tin Man's gonna go. He just grabs stuff in like 2 seconds. He's right to it. How does he do that?
He's like Batman. He just jumps up and disappears. You come back with all his fancy toys.
A foof. Yeah, you could shish kebab someone with that on there.
Well, you got to figure warfare in those days. I mean, they trench fighting and having a bayonet like that was.
Well, they say you fight the war of 20 years ago,
Yeah.
So,
It's got a big old blood groove in it. See that deep groove? I was gonna make it look nice, but no, I want that patina. I want all that history.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that-
value when you do that.
well, that's a collector's piece. Those
I
are collector's
like
pieces.
patina.
Yeah.
I like seeing history on military guns. I want those things. I want everything like it's been there, done that.
There's an M1 carbine at Bass Pro that's as shiny as a new penny, where somebody had sanded it and then sprayed high gloss lacquer or something on the stock, and I'm just like, oh god.
Yeah.
And somebody finally bought the damn thing. They wanted like $1,600 for it.
Jeez, for them one of
Ooh.
those. Man, I remember you used to be able to buy those for $200. Nobody wanted them. And the big thing at the gun show was, well, you can't shoot deer with it. I remember that.
Yeah, I couldn't understand why the carbines were more than the Grands were.
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
$1,000 now all day long.
Yeah.
All right, guys, I'm going to bail out. Range time, I'm out early, so have a great night.
Okay, and
I'm
And to
glad,
be good.
I'm glad you got
wherever
service. Oops. Sorry. Oh, I'm glad you got super good service, Andy. Until next time.
poof, he's gone.
Not gone yet, just about. So
Okay.
I'll do do a video tomorrow if I get the chance when I get home and post it.
All right. Don't expect to shoot like the Ransom Rest. Those are machines, not
No,
people.
I know. But
They're
if
not
I
good guys.
get the groups I was getting, I'll be very happy.
Pony says, howdy, Andy. Pony 47 is here. How you doing, Pony? Good to see you. Did I say HIPAA was here? I hope so. Hey, HIPAA. Yeah, I did. And here's another link. If someone wants to give it a try and come on, let's do this.
Uncle John, good to see you. Because Kitty was on earlier. Yeah, I saw last night she's getting divorced. That hurts to hear.
Who was getting divorced?
Miss Kitty.
Really?
Yeah.
Damn.
Sucks.
Yeah, that's not fun.
No. Yeah, tell me about it. I got the T-shirt on that one.
Well, I come from 3 broken homes, so now you know why I'm so screwed up in my videos.
Well, it made you a better man in the long run, Jim, because you appreciate the small things.
I stuck with the same woman all my life. Yeah.
Yes.
Got a good boy. Everything worked out. I think you do the opposite. Every generation, you do the opposite of what you don't like. So, yeah, I didn't want to put my son through any of that.
It was nice to finally meet her.
Oh, yeah. You didn't see her goofball. Okay. She's got goofball and it's funnier than hell, but you didn't, she's got company. She's kind of, more serious. She's got goofball. Believe me.
Or people roll in on you for 3 or 4 hours.
Yeah. And you don't know them. I know you guys, but she didn't know you guys. But yeah. That was fun when you visited again. So that was fun. It's always fun.
James was like, oh, geez, I got to hold the camera again. He's just like he is in your videos. Hurry up, bitch.
Yeah, the Bob Ross painting thing was hilarious, and Twisted Twine's in there too. It was hilarious, and the dad.
Oh, her dad throwing that wig on was just a riot.
Yeah, he put on my favorite mullet, and it looked like, damn, there's an old rocker, there's an old rocker right there. He's from, one of the old bands.
He's an old farmer from Central Missouri, is what he is.
I looked over and said, I like this guy already. He's got some goofball. Yeah.
Oh, he's got such a dry sense of humor. He cracks me up.
No, it's awesome. It's great. And, YouTube, as evil as it is, brings so many people together. And when they meet, they already know each other. There's no standoff. Yeah. It's just, hey, whatever, like yesterday. Yeah.
The group Twine hangs out with, it was Instagram for them.
Mm-hmm.
That whole maker community hangs out on Instagram.
Yeah, I just can't get around Instagram.
I get on Instagram, I catch myself watching Reels, which is like watching shorts on YouTube.
Yeah.
90% of them say TikTok anyways.
Yeah. TikTok's Chinese. I wouldn't get that on my phone.
Hey, Pony, what's up?
Nope.
Well, I guess
If y'all have heard the big Arkansas news, Tyson Foods, who's the largest meat producer in the United States, is being bought by a Chinese company. They'll own 70%. How the hell is the federal Biden's getting his money's, or the Chinese are getting their money's worth with Biden if the FTC approves that?
I don't think they should be allowed to buy land here or companies.
They're going after commodities all over the world. If you control the commodity, you control the whole supply chain. Well, now they're about to own half the meat production, beef, pork, and chicken, and turkey in the United States. Half.
Jim, I can't think of the town, but it's down there in South Idaho. Just on the corner there as you're going through, and they got a big Tyson plant there that process chicken. And one time, me and the old lady were driving through there, man, you can smell that place. It smelled like death, like 10 miles before you even got there. And that smell it stuck with me. So every time I see that, I see that Tyson chicken, for sale, all bagged up and everything. I say, man, if you only knew what this place smelled like, where they make it, it's terrible. It does.
People don't want to know how the sausage is made.
Yeah.
They just want to eat the sausage.
Yeah, we have lots of turkey farms here. I can drive within 15, 20 miles and find a turkey plant or whatever. Yeah.
Turkey farms stink way more than chickens.
Yeah. Especially in the hot summer. Luckily, we're downwind, so we never smell it driving.
We raised turkeys when I was a kid. We raised turkeys, and I remember going out there as a kid to go to feed them, and you would open the door and you'd flip the light on, and man, they would all run for the corner, and they'd be looking over the top of each other and just jumping, trying to get into the corner. It was kind of a comical thing, And man, turkeys are stupid,
Yeah, for you and Uncle John, Fred Meyer is all Tyson stuff, so they're going to be Chinese now.
Uncle John Tyson bought out IBP, and they bought out Excel. So they're the largest beef and pork and poultry producer in the United States.
We shouldn't allow communist countries to buy our land, especially next to military plants, okay, or bases, and food. Are you crazy? And farmland.
Right.
Are you nuts? Are you crazy?
Well, they won't have to negotiate deals for protein anymore. They'll just export it to themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
You're short of chicken tenders? Sorry, it's all going to China.
I know. And Trump was selling grain and stuff to China, you know what I mean? And supporting the farmers here, but they owned it, You don't want the Chinese to own it. You want to sell it to them.
Yeah, he sold corn to Russia.
Yeah.
Now our puppet is all paid off, so we're screwed. Everything.
Well, at least the prosecutor finally got special prosecutor status.
Every time I look at that guy, man, I'm thinking to myself, God, there's no freaking way in the world that guy got elected. There's no way.
I look at him and I see the kid from Deliverance and pick the banjo.
Well, the thing where he was at that thing with all those school kids, and he walked up and he gathers up some 8-year-old girl's hair and just like stuffs his nose down it. It's like, and everything like that. He just comes up just smiling and stuff. And I'm thinking to myself, man, you would have done that to my daughter, I would have punched your ass out.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't even hesitated. It's messed up. 8-year-olds, dude. 8-year-olds. Yeah, think about that.
Creepy Joe.
His girl wrote a book about him taking a shower with her when she's little. Okay, that's his own daughter that said that.
That's messed up.
Yeah, well, this is what we're dealing with now.
Even when my daughter was growing up, and my wife, that was her department, and I mean, that was it. I never gave my daughter a bath. I never did any of that stuff. That was all up to my wife. That was my wife's things. That's it.
Oh, Pat, you're funnier than hell, Pat.
That's sick. He must have obviously liked it. He had a big shitty grin here when he took his head back from that girl's hair. I mean, geez, man. It's like he got stoned off of it. I mean, messed up. I need to shut up about it.
Yeah, Maui's on fire. That's kind of weird, don't you think? It's weird. A volcano didn't cause that, did it?
Well, probably trees touching power lines would be my guess.
Yeah.
Because it's such a libtard state, they probably don't allow them to cut things back.
Yeah.
It's like California is trees touching power line. No, you can't cut a tree. There might be a bird's nest in it,
Yeah. Surprisingly, they didn't have too many forest fires this year. Sometimes we'll get their smoke if the wind is right.
I give it a few weeks.
I hate smelling California smoke. I hate it. Hate it. It's offensive. Sorry for the guys in California, but it's offensive that I have to breathe your smoke. Yeah.
I tell you,
no smoke.
Hobby's Hobo, he just put on a video. He went on a day trip, up there. And I just completely forgot where the hell he lives. But man, talk about island hopping, man. He's got to take a ferry everywhere. I mean, he's got to take the ferry here, and then he's got to screw around here, and then he's got to take the ferry to go over there, and then he's got to take the ferry to go to the north end of the island. Then he's got to take the ferry. I thought the ferry was a big pain in the ass here. I mean, I can imagine what it would be like up there living on all those islands. Yeah, that's messed up.
Oh, hard seltzer. Stick your pinky out.
Yeah, I know. You guys with your hard seltzer.
I can't drink tonic. I can't drink soda. I just can't do it.
Gin and tonic isn't bad on a hot day.
No, can't do it. Nope.
Gin and tonic.
Seltzers are the same way. It's like biting into a grapefruit for me. It's just nasty.
I had a few good gin.
Are you buying Jameson? Is that what you're getting? I got to poke at Scotsman every once in a while. You'd think I'd be mad at him if I didn't mess with him. Tony.
Plenty of room here, guys. You guys need to chime in. You know?
All right, Pat, have you made it home yet?
He's still unloading groceries, thousands of dollars worth.
Oh. He bought 2 bags of groceries for $200. What are you talking about?
You know, that's the one thing I don't understand about Washington State. Okay, Washington State is like, what, 70, 75, 80% agricultural? Why do we pay such high prices for food here? I mean, food is outrageous here.
That's because you sell it somewhere else. The things we grow here, all the best stuff is sold somewhere else, out of state.
Yeah, like we're eating last year's apples.
Yeah, I know. Okay.
Yeah, last year's apples. That's what we're
And
eating.
other people in other areas like Japan are getting fresh apples wrapped in containers, but they're paying for it. Yeah. I know Washington's got some good ass apples, I'll tell you that.
That's true. I will say that much. It's the apple state. I'll tell you that. If you're
As long as
really-
it's fresh. Yep.
yeah, you go to Wenatchee, you go to Yakima, you go during picking season, and you go to one of these you pick places where you just go in there and you pay for the bushel.
Mhm.
Man, I'll tell you, you can haul away some really nice apples, some apple cider, your apple juice, whatever. If you got a cider press, it works out really well. Yeah,
I do love me some hard cider. I love hard cider.
I'll tell you, apples are not a good enough reason to live here. It's not.
Uh-oh.
We have a 10-man sighting before 9 o'clock. Oh my God!
He looks like a teacher, a teacher with his grading paperwork.
No,
I don't have my readers on.
he's
looking
reading.
at targets.
No, he's reading his county tax statement. That's why he looks so off.
How's it going, kid man?
25-yard targets.
It's about what it looks like.
Wait, what were those?
Nah, just old targets from my AR-10.
Oh, okay.
Scott's been going through another drink off challenge. That was hilarious. The last one.
Wait, they had a drink off?
Oh yeah, it was a shot every so
Were
many.
the two of them? And oh yeah, I gotta give props. I can't remember his name. He's sitting in the chair, and he did the deed. I'm sure Scotsman's just laughing his ass off. I gotta give that guy props. I forget his name. He's your
Was it-
sidekick with glasses.
Alan?
Oh, Alan B. Pro. Him
Yeah.
and Val went at it, and they both held up the bottle, and they were brand new bottles, and they had a drink off. Man, I'll tell you what, Val, you don't want to get in a drinking contest with that guy. I mean, that guy can put it away.
I would have been on 2 bottles while they were trying to finish one. What are you talking about? Tin Man knows we've done 20-hour, 30-hour chats. No, I'm joking. No, I give him props for that. That was man.
We were telling each other at the end of it because Alan, he passed out. We were like, hey man, somebody needs to get a hold of somebody who lives next to this guy or has access here. He needs to be.
I'm sure they were hating it the next day. Like, what the hell did I do?
Yeah, I wouldn't have made it through a quarter of a bottle before I would have been shitting myself right on the live stream.
Yeah, that was some hardcore drinking there. That was something else. Definitely got out of hand fast. But I gotta admit, Val, you don't want to get in a drink off with that guy. That Russian blood of his or that Eastern European thing. Yeah, those people drink like fish. You're kind of outclassed with that guy. Well, he got out of the bottle. He starts doing push-ups and pull-ups and all kinds of other shit, And here's Alan. He's just passed out. Like,
Yeah.
yeah. And it was all like,
His nose was so passed out.
oh, what?
Scotsman was laughing his butt off.
Yeah, man.
Yes,
Yes, he did do the itsy bitty spider thing too. Yep. Alan and Val, man. Oh, that's a classic one. That's worth watching again.
I forgot about that.
Why is this one so long?
Well, I get asked that a lot.
Genetics.
So,
Genetics.
yeah, they ask me that all
Not
the
my blood. Dude, I don't have a collet big enough to check my shoulder bump on my 308 brass. What the hell?
Love you, bud. And it was a good day, wasn't it?
Yeah. Isn't it like a 400?
I have a 330. I have a 830.
It's a 400. I think it's a 400 that you use to check the your datum line.
The biggest I have is a 330. Son of a bitch. I didn't. Well, all right. Guess I'm not checking my shoulder bump on my 308 brass.
They knew that when you bought it. They said, "Hey, give them the crappy one."
What are you?
Bastard.
What press are you doing?
Give them the crappy one.
Are you single staging that or what?
No, I'm just trying to check my shoulder bump, but I don't have the comparator insert that's big enough to do it.
I think it's 400.
Sons of bitches.
You bought that in the drive-through, didn't you?
What number is that? Shit, 20?
440 or something.
Yes.
A 330 is not big enough.
I can go grab it in 5 minutes. I forget what number it is though.
And I'll just drill one of these bitches out. I don't care what number it is as long as it's consistent.
That's true. Kenny mentioned that you can drill your own, you don't have to.
Literally, yeah.
Yeah.
All you're doing is touching one spot. So
James says he's a 10 millimeter case. If I can get it to hold on there, that's not a bad idea at all.
Yeah.
use
400.
the jacket. There you go.
I just invited somebody on the chat and they're going to come.
Yeah, that'll work.
Oh, someone on the side should know what number it is, so I can't remember.
It's got to be like a 401 or something.
Four or something. Yeah.
Or 400. Because this is a 10 millimeter case, so
Hey, roll over here.
around 40, and it's perfect. Oh,
There you go. You saved $20. I'm joking.
Tin Man, if it doesn't work out, it'd be interesting to see some of your single staged 308, built up on your single stage, and then go to your 650, 650, whatever you got, and just run
Yep.
through.
Mine's a 400.
I can't run 308 on my 750. I don't have the conversion kit, and I'm not spending $400 just so I can run it on my Dillon. I do it all on my turret press.
Well, the shelf plate should be the same as 45. The shelf plate is the same.
Yeah,
So
I know.
All you really have to do is put dies in it, and then just charge your cases manually. But just
Right.
do your sizing, deprime, and everything like that. Just use a 45 ACP shelf plate carrier. That's it. Shelf plate. That's it. That's all you need. That's all I use.
Then I'd have to get it. I don't know if I have an extra tool head. Nah, I got my turret set up. I'll just do. Well, I can always do single stage versus turret.
Yeah.
He's doing bolt action. He's not cranking out. He's not doing mag dumps. So
I know single stage is just fine. If you got a bolt action, come on.
he's wanting to do neck sizing anyways.
I used to make my 308 on my 550, and I for years I made it on a single stage, and I didn't see any significant difference in my scores. Actually, I think my scores went up once I started using the 550 because I wasn't using all the time to make them on a single stage. But I was in a whole different thing. I was shooting a lot of bolt 308. I was making thousands of rounds.
I had a disaster today with my 550, but they all shot good.
What
Is
happened to your 550?
Thought it was a good idea. Was not a good idea. I almost bet the
1.6.
handle on it.
Bent the handle on your 650
It's
or your
550.
You're 550.
50. I'm pushing it up. I'm like, what the hell's going on? And that's
Oh,
what you're talking, right?
you got a primer. You got a primer incident.
No,
No?
634.
no, it was coming down.
Yeah, you were pressing up
Try to,
primer, right?
I did something really stupid trying to make it smoother.
Don't explain it to us, okay?
That Lyman powder crap, the Lyman powder crap you did
You
your
don't have to explain yourself to us, okay? We love you anyway. We accept you the way you are.
long story short, I got to take all the dyes out and clean them. And man, did I have brass buildup. Oh my God.
Tim, man, how's the redneck comparator working for you?
Pretty good. My chamber is only 2.5 thousandths bigger than what I had them sized to. So that's awesome.
Well, they say bump back 2,000.
Well, I mean, look at that's sealed up really, really nice too. So I mean, it's headspace correctly.
What brand brass are you using?
You see, oh, I'm lagging, aren't I? I'm roboting.
That's
Can you
all
hear me?
right. Good kid. Yeah, we can hear you. Keep talking. We can hear you.
It's sealing up right at the bottom of the case neck, so that's headspace, right?
And I was surprised with all the jump you have that you're shooting good grills. That's awesome.
we was only shooting
And one of my
25 yards.
one of my standard deviations was only 4.
There you go.
What brand brass are you using?
Starline.
Starline. Okay.
He's a Starline guy.
Mm-hmm.
10 millimeter 308. What else did you buy, Starline?
I think that's it.
I'm really happy for you, Tin Man. I really am. I'm really happy for you that 700 worked out. There's nothing more frustrating than having a rifle. You just can't make it shoot. You know,
Don't I know it? Thank you.
Are you happy with the bolt handle size?
Throw another link up there.
I mean, I don't mind it.
Okay.
I wish it was a little bit higher up off the stock because it's kind of a pain in the ass getting. You know what I mean? It's like a 60 degree or whatever, and I wish it was like a 50.
Yeah, I sent mine to a guy that turned it, took it off and turned it, and then put on a mid size,
Mm-hmm.
and it's totally out of the way, and it's not like huge. It's perfect size. And he had it back to me that week. I forget the company's name, but it was like $50 and it was worth it to me. I didn't want an add-on crappy looking thing. This is all built in. But one warning is some 700s, depending on when they were made, might have an air bubble where the handle is. And if they go threading that thing and putting on a new one, they might run into an issue. That was a warning. And I'm like, please, God, no air bubble. And luckily it worked out.
Yeah. Then they'll just buy you a new bolt, right?
But you can't even tell. This looks like factory. It's not.
Yeah, yours looks good. He showed it to us last week. Looks awesome.
It looks like they made it that way for a match bolt. But yeah. And you got to have a special jig for that. It's not like checking in the lathe. You got to have a jig just for 700 bolts.
Right.
But some of them I found out had air bubbles, so watch out for that. Because then you're screwed.
Hey, Kurt.
Yo.
I see that Papa's Place put up there. Yeah, it's the 400.
Okay.
That's the one you want.
So where the hell is it?
Mine came in my
Yeah,
kit.
you got a kit. It should have came with a kit.
All
I
right.
got the kit. I got the kit right here, man.
Thanks,
Did you-
Bob. Yeah, that's one of the most common. What are you talking about? Yeah.
Well, maybe I got screwed. I don't know.
Thanks, Papa's Place.
Like I said, they gave you the crappy one.
That's not it.
You bought it in the drive-thru. Maybe it's over there behind the toilet.
Yeah, stuck in a pile of primers that I dumped out of my pickup tube. Yeah, I think all I wanted to know was how far I'm blowing the brass out, and that 10 millimeter case got me that info. That's all I needed to know.
My comparator tools are so old, they're Stony Point. They're not.
They're what?
They're Stony Point. They were made by Stony Point instead of Hornady. Hornady bought them from Stony Point. That's how old my stuff is. That's
Damn.
old. Yeah.
What is Pat talking about? Eagle Run 23. Good to see you.
Using rat traps has been deemed animal cruelty in California.
Oh, okay. That's cruel, huh?
So I guess the homeless encampments can't kill. Got to use broomsticks to kill rats now.
So what kind of rat traps are they deeming inhumane? Are we talking the
Well,
glue
okay.
traps or the instant kills?
California must not know what cats do when they play with rats.
Right.
They keep them alive as long as possible to play with them. So are they going to ban cats in California? Cats.
By the way, I kind of like when the snake was doing its thing on your out front of the garage there, and you zoomed in on Leon. Leon was like, "Oh, I'm doing the dance. I ain't dancing with him."
I scared him off.
That's dangerous. I ain't gonna screw around with that.
What did you use to decapitate it? The McCullough?
No,
He was
You didn't use a chainsaw?
no. My son had a crowbar. He grabbed whatever he could real fast. I didn't want to put it on YouTube because
YouTube guidelines.
he grabbed a crowbar that was standing right there. He stuck it there. He grabbed it in his pocket, grabbed a knife, and went poof.
Wow.
Yeah.
And the dishes were done.
The dishes were done. We put them in a pan, and we know you don't touch the head because it can still bite you.
Yeah.
And
He cut the snake's head off and he stood up and he said, "And your eyebrows."
no, I said, don't cut the garage door because he had it up against the garage door. And I'm like, don't put a mark in the garage door. And then we had a pile of blood. And I'm like, all right, I'll get the hose. It was like a mafia hit, It was a mafia hit. I had to do the cleanup. Yeah,
It's like Goodfellas.
he did.
All you need is 9% hydrogen peroxide. It'll be gone.
If that would have been me, there would have just been a red splatter that just went in one direction, man, where the 12 gauge got him.
Yeah, but it was all cement. We didn't want to ricochet.
Yeah.
Didn't want to take out a car. Yeah.
People take pictures of like a tarantula on their floor or something.
Idaho, jump on here, brother.
I'm thinking to myself, man, there'd be so many 12 gauge holes in my floor.
Yeah, Idaho. Yeah, I tell you what, I'll be carrying when I go change targets. I'll have snake shots in a revolver now. One shot anyway.
Yeah, that's on the shelf all the time now at Bass Pro. And every straight wall caliber, 38, 357, 44,
What's that?
22, the CCI rat shot.
Oh yeah.
Idaho, get your butt on here. If you're home.
Just make your own. Just make your own. Pack it full of rock salt.
Grab the broadbuster and get on here.
Yeah, but okay.
Later now.
Let me go back.
Thing.
Let me go back to the sun for a minute.
Okay.
I mean, what you saw the video. It's like right there. Boom. Luckily I had a camera, and he just goes boom and poof, and then he looks over and he goes, "I ain't no soy boy." He said a soy boy would have never done that. That was awesome. I'm like, no, son, you're old school. Yeah.
My aunt, I was over at my aunt's house on her back porch, and I saw a snake go into her back porch. We were trying to find it. She had all of her kids' shoes and all that stuff, sitting there. And I was like, move that shoe rack, I'll grab it. So she moved the shoe rack, and the snake started like dancing up along the wall and shimmying across the floor. And she was dancing and screaming and hollering. And I was laughing too hard to grab the damn thing because her reaction to it.
Idaho, you on the road or you home?
Nah, I'm on the road.
And hello, Idaho.
I'm in
Okay.
Oklahoma tonight. Somewhere in Oklahoma.
Oklahoma.
I've been to Oklahoma.
Hmm.
Well, I'm
Am
8
I
miles.
echoing again?
No.
I don't think so. Keep your eye on the backstage. We're gonna have somebody in here.
Oh, one guy is here.
I think the same person texted Marvin.
Yeah.
Who is it?
It's been
I
a
know
minute.
You'll see.
I didn't get a text, and I'm the captain on this sumbitch. What are you talking about? Mutiny on the Bounty again.
That's what it's all about.
Mm.
Where the hell is that 400 headspace thing? Whatever.
Okay, one guy is here, and he says his 700 squeaks on the bolt when he's locking, when he's shutting it, I think.
Put a little crawl on there.
Yeah, it's just got character. That's all.
Yeah,
It's think of it as the gun moaning when you.
it's a squeaker. Okay, sometimes you get a squeaker, and that's fine.
You close.
Yeah, spit on it. Yeah.
You close the bolt. You close the bolt, and the gun says, "Yeah."
Oh, Kurt, you did that entirely too good. Yeah, that's
Dude, I
worrisome.
practice a lot. I practice all the time.
That's just wrong.
I need
That
that.
was
Have
nothing.
Have you done a video on that new rifle of yours yet, and I've missed it, or you gonna do
So
something soon? What's going on there?
I did a video where I put the stock on it, but I tried to get some footage of me shooting some groups on Thursday with it, and it was just my camera died from my target camera, and then the lawnmower guys showed up to cut the grass as soon as I showed up to shoot. So I was like, eh.
See, I'm not
Did
getting
you-
any notifications of videos anymore. I don't know what's going on with YouTube.
I should have.
Yeah. See, I mean, I have the opposite problem. I get so many notifications that I miss when people put videos up because there's like 50 on my phone all the time.
Jag, yes. No squeakers, yes.
Give the 700 a stick to bite on.
Oh, I gotta go out in the backyard. Hang on.
I've been unsub from you too, man.
Keeps everything moving. Oh yeah.
But no, we practice the sex noises at work all the time, and we scream them across the shop at each other. So yeah, we get warmed up.
See,
We're a
now,
bunch of
if I
weirdos,
do
dude.
that at work, it's just weird because I'm by myself.
You're by yourself. Not if you do it out your window.
No, man. These truck stops, no, you don't make eye contact with anybody in the truck stop. That's the golden rule right there. Never make eye contact.
Oh man.
Those are the worst initials I ever drew in my life. But it's a beautiful day.
So, did I hear right? UJ got himself a rattlesnake. We don't even have any rattle trophies.
Any rattle what?
Any rattle trophies? You got to cut the rattles off. That's a trophy.
Yeah, we're doing that, and we're skinning it for. I took a survey on what I should do. Wrap an AR,
Nice.
do grips, do holster, do cowboy hat.
Banana hammock.
Yeah, look at that. Oh, it's beautiful.
You know, if you skin them fresh and before it dries, that natural goo that's on it, and put it on a small piece of thin piece of leather, it actually bonds itself, believe it or not.
Huh.
And let it dry like when you put it on the leather.
Yeah. It's like
We used to kill a rattlesnake out on the desert, and then you'd skin it out and stretch it across the cantle of your saddle,
Mhm.
the back of it, and let it dry. Oh, it'd stay there for years.
So they got a built-in glue.
Yeah.
Right now he's in the mini fridge.
I can't speak to it after you freeze them. I know right when you kill them and
No,
and
he's not frozen.
pull the hide off of them, you stick it on something, it'll glue itself on.
Yeah, no, he's in the fridge, not frozen. Okay, but he doesn't have rigs, so that's good. We can straighten him out.
Real quick, check your backstage. You got a guest back there.
Oops, I'm afraid to look. Oh, be very afraid, people. Be very afraid. Are you ready? I've been waiting for this. A poof! Boom!
Soundboard and all.
Preacher.
Creature.
Oh, man, we
Drop
haven't
us a fart. Drop us a fart quick.
Let me dig around. I gotta remember how to do it.
Hey,
it's been a
poor
long
choice
time.
of words.
We haven't seen or heard from Preacher forever. Awesome.
I was just going to say, Harold, I was a man. It's been a long time since I've seen you.
Here's my favorite.
Earbud warning.
You know, Preacher, I couldn't believe you couldn't resist a barbecue video. I know you've been eating it. I couldn't believe it. I was waiting. It's coming.
I've been busy. It's been extremely busy on my end. I didn't. I'm trying to think if I even ate any good barbecue. I didn't. I went to North Carolina and I went to Virginia. Came back through Tennessee. Never ate barbecue the whole trip.
What? You went to Carolina and didn't whip out the mustard?
Cranky.
Didn't do it.
Cranky.
Cranky. Scotsman.
Is it just mostly business, Harold? You just going out?
Yeah,
on business?
preaching. I've been preaching a lot in other places, and
That's awesome, dude. You know, with Biden being in there, I noticed there's an awful lot of activity among, you know, the teachers. You know,
yeah,
there's been a lot of activity.
I've been. I've had a lot of extra meetings. I mean, not just Sunday meetings, but like midweek revival meetings,
Yep.
youth rallies, all sorts of things I've been preaching in. And anyways, I had a big conference at our church that I host, and I smoked a bunch of meat for it. And man, just to be honest with you, my brisket and my pulled pork are as good as any I eat anywhere.
Yeah.
I've got brisket and pulled pork pretty much down. And
Yeah, buddy.
but I spent 5 days in North Carolina and I spent 5 days in Virginia, and I didn't even bring my camera along. My wife's like, "You're not gonna bring?" I was like, "I don't want to film anything. I don't have any desire to drag that thing out and carry it around. I just want to go have fun," and that's pretty much what we did.
Yeah.
Can you barbecue rattlesnake?
You can, but in the end, it still tastes like rattlesnake.
There's not enough fat in it. But you can cut it into nuggets and deep fry it, and it sure is good.
Yeah.
I was going to say, you could deep fry it and smother it in ketchup. Tastes like a chicken nugget.
Fry it like catfish.
Yeah, you'd think it'd be dry smoking it. Yeah.
Yeah. If you ever go to a catfish. If you ever go to Rattlesnake Roundup, that's how they cook it. They fry it, and
Yeah.
it looks like kind of looks like catfish steaks. You know, if you've ever seen the rib bone still in there and you're just eating the backs, that's pretty much a big rattlesnake.
Do they bread it and deep fry it, or how do they do that?
Yeah, cornmeal. They usually roll it in cornmeal and buttermilk sometimes if you get it to stick.
And they're boning that out somehow?
No, they're just pulling the skin off, and they pull the skin off whole because a lot of times they use those big rattlesnakes for shoes and belts and things.
Yeah.
And then they cut it in about 4-inch pieces. So you got a piece of rattlesnake about that long. And if you were looking through it, it'd be hollow. And then you just got a little back backstrap meat down either side of the back, basically.
You can fillet that out. It's not too hard. You just use the tip of a short fillet knife, but it's just as easier to cut it into steaks or nuggets, as we call them. We fried them up in about an inch and a half long pieces. They're just easier to handle.
I'd like to figure out how to cook rattlesnake because just because I've never had it before. Put Pam's culinary skills to the test.
It's not anything you want to go out and I gotta go find someplace that serves rattlesnake. It's
classic.
it's like eating turtle or alligator.
That's classic. The Scottish American wrote.
Scotsman, how do you appreciate the intercourse out of someone? I don't understand that.
Well, you're talking to the same guy that'll eat the bung of an ox. So
yeah, I don't understand appreciating the intercourse out of someone's accent. But I mean, hey, I guess that's a Scottish thing. I don't know. They do wear dresses over there. I do know that. That's a fact.
I think that has everything to do with the Scotsman rather than being Scottish.
He's fixing to unappreciate me after that.
Yeah, I don't think they have rattlesnakes in Scotland. Scotland.
That wasn't it St. Patrick that drove the snakes out or something like that? Or was that Ireland? I can't remember.
That's Ireland. Boy, those are fighting words to the Scotsman, man.
Yes.
Those
That
ones
just pissed them off.
Those ones.
he did that on purpose.
Oh.
Hey, I'm a professional button pusher. I know how to push it.
Might as well just tell him he needs to kiss the Blarney Stone.
I have to say,
Well, Harold, it's good to see you.
It's good to be on here. I'm telling you, last Saturday I was in Oklahoma driving back. I didn't get home till nearly midnight. Saturday before that I was in Bowlegs, Oklahoma, another part of Oklahoma, driving back. Saturday before that I was in Virginia. Saturday before that I think I was getting home from my meeting here in Arkansas. And I mean that takes me back to the start of July, basically. I have not been home much.
Is the garden suffering?
Well, when I come home, I've got a garden full. I mean, my mother-in-law keeps it watered while we're gone, and we come home and I put up 7 quarts of whole tomatoes. I put up 5 quarts of salsa and 7 pints of salsa. And then tonight I just did 5 quarts of tomato juice with habanero peppers in it. So we'll see how hot it is.
Ooh, well, did you cut them or leave them whole?
I cut them. Let that seed get in there and soak on them while I canned them for 40 minutes in the canner.
That's a butt burner right there, buddy.
Yeah. On them while I canned them for 40. So when I come home, we chop it all up and throw it in the freezer, or we throw it in the canner, or something about Missy. She just cut up a bunch of okra and we tried dehydrating it. So we put some of it in ranch seasoning, some of it in popcorn butter salt, some of it in bang bang seasoning, and then some of it in, I don't remember, some kind of Cajun.
See, I cut up the okra and go ahead and put it in Ziploc bags with the cornmeal and seasoning, and just throw the bag with all in the freezer. And you can just take out a handful, cook it as you need it.
We did a bunch in cornmeal with squash and cornmeal and okra all together, and we weigh it out. 1 pound is about right for she and I, so we weigh them out in 1 pound bags, and that works out good. Yeah.
We cooked up some deer tonight.
Did you really?
Twine did some chicken fried, and we actually had some deer pastrami this week. Did some Reuben sandwiches.
Ooh, baby.
I love that.
I love deer salami. And Preacher's jerky. Yes.
Yeah.
Be good on a Reuben.
I've got 10 pounds of deer meat I need to thaw out and run through the jerky maker.
Yeah. I've got two-gallon bags ready to grind. It's just God finding the time and the desire right now.
Remember when we did the Uncle Jim one-on-ones, right? Where you interview a YouTuber, right? Long time ago.
Hey, you only did 3 of them, didn't you?
No, we did more than that. But the reason that ended was Preacher killed the room. It was done. After that, who's going to follow Preacher? I think that killed the whole one-on-one. Yeah.
Well,
That
that was fun. I remember that.
That was the one with the deer in the headlock and all your life story. And after that, it was like, who's going to follow this? And we're done. We're done. Yeah.
You ever want to sell that bolt action 357? I think Andy's your man.
I got it leaned up right behind me. That's my problem in the yard gun. It's pretty good out to 50 yards, and that's about all I can really see. So,
right.
If something's after the chickens, that's pretty much it.
All right, I'll be right back, guys.
That'd be fun. Either a contender or a bolt action in 357.
I got a Ruger M77 Bolt 357. It's not that accurate. I mean, really, at 50 yards, it shoots about 1.5 inch group. But I like it. But I mean, I'm used to 100 yards. They're all in the same bullet hole, you know. So it's not that kind of gun. You just have to know that. But yeah, I tell you, the best gun I bought recently is I bought a Tikka T1X22 with a little 16-inch barrel, and man, it is an absolute tack driver. And I have smacked so many squirrels trying to get tomatoes out of the garden, trying to get, in the yard. They're I mean, I've shot birds you can't talk about on a public chat that were threatened to the homestead that had to be eliminated. And that
Eagle Slayer.
Hey, it tastes just like spotted owl. If you've ever had spotted owl, maybe spotted owl, a little bit of blue herring, but somewhere about right in there.
Pickled eagle. That's what.
That 1022 that I doctored up, it shoots those high velocities. I mean, like you said, same hole, but the standard velocities, it does not like them. It opens up to about a 3-inch group with them. And it's only 150 feet per second difference, but it makes a difference. 32.
What barrel length? What barrel length do you have on that 1022?
16.
Okay.
16 and a half.
What about your Tikka, Preacher? Is that a 16 also?
It's a 16, yeah, and it's threaded, and so I'm gonna go get me some papers, and I'm gonna go get in line for a stamp. But I mean,
there you go.
Yep.
That's just cheapo box ammo.
Nice.
That's a 3/4 inch dot, and that's at 50 yards. So
yeah, see, that's the standard velocity. I got plenty of them.
And I had some better groups than that after I started shooting it, but that's the only one I found a picture of. But yeah, man, I really, really like that Tikka. It's just
well, you've been a Tikka fan forever.
Well, I watched this guy, Nate Bonebuster. He does like a squirrel hunting channel, and he bought a Tikka and kind of got frustrated with it. Didn't think it was doing all it should be doing. And then all of a sudden that thing started tightening up, and then it just loved cheap ammo. And so I bought it, kind of shot, okay groups. It wasn't awesome. And then after about 300 or 400 rounds, man, it just tightened up. And I was like, okay. And that's where it's been.
Years ago, I bought it was a Husqvarna Trade Winds, which later on Husqvarna started making Tikka. And it was a 30-06 Safari grade, and it was beautiful rifle. Yeah, that thing shot awesome. And it's-
Yeah.
Some dude came along, and a good friend of mine just couldn't live without it. He talked me out of it, and I sold it to him. You still got that rifle? I told him, hey, you still got that rifle? Yeah. You want to sell that? Let me know. And he's like, well, I don't
You
think
could put some beautiful wood on their guns too.
Yeah, it is. It was a beautiful rifle. Awesome. 30-06.
Are you talking the same Husqvarna that makes chainsaws and motorcycles, or is that a
Company.
different Husqvarna?
Husqvarna. Same.
What's
same
that?
Company. Same company.
Really?
Yes.
I'll be damned.
Husqvarna made rifles and pistols and all kinds of stuff.
Well, hell,
Hey,
Yamaha did the same thing. They made pianos and motorcycles.
Yeah, and like BMW makes great big huge gears for boats and all kinds of stuff. For ships, and they make all kinds of stuff. They diversify in a lot of their in their corporation. Kind of like Colt. Colt is actually Colt Industries. Colt they make a lot of stuff.
Did not know that.
Oh. Okay. What's going on here? Pat, if you want to come on, I'll go in the back.
You know what? I think I'm going to bounce out, Jim.
Already?
I'm going to go ahead and put some ice on my shoulder. It's bothering me.
Man, it's good to see you, Dave.
Yeah, it's good to see you too, Harold. And I don't envy you at all in these times. I really don't. Well, I got to look at it from your point of view. You're being blessed. So
Yeah. Well, I just do what I'm supposed to do. I mean, it's nothing special or spectacular. It's just
problem. I don't always do what I'm supposed to do, and I always you didn't do what I told you to do. Yeah. All right, man. I think I'm gonna bounce out, so I'll catch you guys later. Pat can come on and take my spot.
All right, good seeing you, Dave. Get that shoulder better, man.
Yep.
Nurse the shoulder. Yeah.
Yeah, I got a consult coming on the 31st here of August with a new surgeon, and he's going to tell me where we're going to go from here. But he did tell me, he said sometime this fall that plate's going to come out, so I do have to have another surgery. I'm not looking forward to it. But I'm looking forward to getting it over with. I'll tell you that.
Yeah,
but I can't live like this. I can only lift my arm that high. That's it. And I'm not coordinated with my left hand. I mean, I can't even flip pancakes with my left hand. It's terrible.
It's a deal breaker.
Yeah, it is, man. Hey,
it's hard to wipe with your left hand. Yes.
You can't rub one out. I mean,
Oh, you can.
No, well, you can, but I mean, you got to get creative.
You got to want it.
All right, buddy. I'll see you guys later.
All right. Good night, Dave.
Yep, bye-bye.
There's Lusky.
Kyle is here. Hey, Kyle.
Kyle's got a new puppy.
He's got a new what?
He's got a new puppy. Got another German Shepherd.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Did he name it? Did he name it Mowgli? That's a Jungle Book reference. His other dog's name was Baloo.
Now, Preacher, you didn't get a new dog, did you? You just kind
Nope.
of
Putting it off as long as I can.
Yeah, I know. It hurts, man. It hurts.
Mm-hmm.
Wife has one more year teaching school, and I keep telling her until she's home to take care of it, I don't want another dog. So
Yeah, good idea.
not having a dog, I've got deer all in my yard now, so I may just hunt from the living room this year.
Sit there and drink coffee and shoot deer through the.
Yeah, put on a pot of coffee, raise the window up, just sit and watch TV.
No,
Open a window in the heat in your underwear.
he does a video where he camouflages his window and then slides it open. Hey, this is a Preacher.
I have had to get dressed to take a deer picture before. That's a fact. Pair of Crocs in your underwear is not really what you want to put on Facebook.
Growing up, that's how I used to hunt deer. Was sit at the picnic table out behind the house with a newspaper and a mug of coffee.
That just made me think. I feel sorry for my kids' friends when they come over to the house later on, because that's exactly what it's going to be. Me in Crocs and underwear when they bring their friends over.
I got up one morning and I let the dogs out of the front door, and we had 2 dogs back then. My daughter still lived here. Both of our dogs ran outside, and I walked back through the living room into the kitchen. I looked out the window, and there were 3 bucks standing by the trampoline. And those dogs have been pinned up all night, so they need to go out and pee. And I'm like, shh, I'm trying to whistle it like real quiet and get them to come back in because I don't want them running around and spooking the deer in the backyard. So finally, I get them in, and then I go sneaking around the house in my underwear and a pair of Crocs, and I shot a pretty nice 8-point standing right there by the trampoline. And I was like, well, I guess I better go put some clothes on so I can take my picture with it. We had that thing hung up and skint. I mean, we was eating breakfast by 9 o'clock. That thing was in an ice chest ready to go. It was easy.
My business partner called me this morning. He's down at the cabin. He was like, I was sitting down out on the deck. Oh, he calls it the porch. And he said, all of a sudden the dog starts growling. And I look around. He said, coming out of the well house was a bear. He said, I jumped up. I don't know who shit more, me or the bear. He's got a mama and a cub coming around, and he's got a boar coming around. He's still skinny. They're not putting on weight yet.
Yeah, this time of year, man, they look rough.
You go into a new place in Lincoln that's making bear food, and you buy one of those big nylon cubes with the metal cage around it. It's like granola and peanut butter and honey and all that. You pay it's cheap. It's like old recycled food. It's like $50.
Yeah. If you know somebody down there in Little Rock at the Jiffy peanut butter plant, you can get a 55-gallon drum of rejected peanut butter. It's either too oily, too salty, too crunchy. Something's wrong with it.
Right.
And they say, I mean, you got to have a pallet jack. It's on a pallet. You got to have a forklift pick it up. It's a 55-gallon barrel. They say you roll it off in the woods somewhere, and they just shoot it with a pistol or a rifle. Just shoot a hole in it, and it'll get hot and ooze peanut butter. And they'll just sit there and lick that hole. And they say it works great, but I don't know anybody in Little Rock to pick me up one, because you get on a list and they call you on a Friday. You got to show up with a trailer and get your peanut butter.
That's funny. Ozark would have hit it with tannerite. Oh.
Is that legal in every state? I know there's some states you can't bait them.
You can't bait them in the national forest, but you can bait them anywhere else.
Yeah, we can't. We can do salt licks, but we can't bait them here, or at least where I'm at.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, in Idaho, we can't bait them, and we can't use salt licks. But if they come into the salt lick on the out on where the range cows are, you're not allowed to shoot them if they come into the livestock.
Wow.
No. That's actually written like you cannot shoot anything within 100 yards of a livestock lick.
Well, there's hunters out there that would shoot the cows, so there's that. Yes.
Well, you have to go out and paint cow on the side of all the livestock.
That's a lot of meat. A lot of meat.
That's just the people from Minnesota coming over to hunt.
Warning, this is a cow.
Well, and then that confuses the elk hunters when they have a cow permit. They just go shoot a cow.
Confuses the other animals too, because they don't know what the hell.
Yeah, damn.
It was a spike.
Wow. That's funny. Wow.
Doing nerd stuff.
You been doing any fishing this summer?
Man, I did a bunch of fishing for a little bit, and then I just got busy and didn't do any more. We went up on the Buffalo for a couple days. I caught a ton of smallmouth up there. We went up there when the water was down low. Nobody could canoe. It was too low. It was always dragging. And we would just go hit some deep holes. Man, I caught some really, really nice smallmouth on the upper end.
Just drag some rubber crawfish across the bottom, and they'll just waylay them when the water's low.
I caught them on top water, and then I caught them on little Ned rigs, and I had some little bitty, like 1.5 inch crawfish. And if you could keep the pumpkin seeds and the rock bass off of them, you'd catch a smallmouth. But most of the time, there were times we'd make like 5 casts, catch 5 fish. And I was like, I'm going to catch all the little ones out here. Then I'm going to catch a bass, when they're all gone. But yeah, we had a good time. It was really hot. We did a lot of wading. We stayed in Jasper for a couple days, and that was in June. And then I got busy.
Pictures from Tampa?
Did
I send you my fishing pictures from Tampa?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You were in Tampa the same time we were in North Carolina.
Oh, that's right. That's right. You were on vacation. We caught all those mango snapper and flounder.
Yeah, another thing I thought when you disappeared, you went on a Georgia boy retreat fishing.
I tell you, I have primarily been working. I mean, working. And we squeezed in a 5-day vacation in North Carolina. I took my wife to the beach. We got an Airbnb right across the street from the beach. And that was really it.
You bring the metal detector for the beach?
Listen, I bought a brand new metal detector. I mean, I dropped money. I bought the top of the line, the Cat's Meow.
The white.
I was leaving there, and I was going to Appomattox, Virginia, where Robert E. Lee surrendered to General Grant. And I had the property I was staying on where I was preaching. This church is 200 years old. Confederate troops slept in there when they surrendered.
Yeah.
Oh, the property I'm on had an old livery stable and a blacksmith shop. And I'm like, dude, I'm in the heart of Civil War country. I'm going to find a button off General Lee's jacket. I was fired up.
Coins, buttons, everything.
I bought a Garrett AT Max metal detector. I mean, this is like an $800 job, right?
Yeah.
I got up there and it had a bad coil. I couldn't get it to work. I didn't have a good signal. I finally drove to where I had a signal. I called Garrett, and they were like, let me hear it. And I'm swinging it over a nickel, and they're going, man, that sounds awful. And they were like, "Have you tightened?" I said, look, I know how to metal detect. I've done everything there is to do. It ain't working. And so they're listening to it over the phone, and they're like, man, that's a bad coil. I'm sorry. So I didn't get to use it, man.
At the wrong time. And
I'm staying in the heart of like Civil War country. I'm thinking, man, I'm going to find a bayonet or something cool.
Yeah.
I had a metal detector that didn't work worth 2 cents.
Oh, that's too bad.
I would hold it straight up at the air and it would just start going. Beep, 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 beep. I mean, it was just like it was picking up 200 signals of different things, just pointing it straight in the air. I was so mad.
That's
It was depressing. I know. I was excited, I was like, man, I'm gonna find, because they were like, you see that rock wall over there? That used to be a livery stable where they shoot horses, and there was a blacksmith shop back in the 1800s. Yeah. I'm like, really? And they were like, yeah, Robert E. Lee probably watered his horse right there. That's a spring, and that old trough, that was for watering horses. I mean, I was all fired up, and I get my metal detector and turn it on, and it just sounds like crap.
And now you got to go back after you get it fixed.
Well, they want me to come back, and I'd love to go back. I mean, I love them people up there. It's a great place. But, yeah, I was just like, what? You got to be kidding me, man. I bought this detector for this trip.
You're about as lucky as me, it sounds like.
Well, I was at the beach trying to use it, and I was like, man, I can't get this thing to work. I mean, I'm turning it up, turning it down. I'm adjusting every knob there is. I'm turning every button there is. And I'm like, it just... So then I instead of being out there on the beach metal detecting, I'm sitting in the Airbnb watching YouTube trying to figure out how to troubleshoot my metal detector. I'm watching all these videos and I'm like, I'm out in the yard trying that. That don't work. I try this. I don't work. I should have called right then and said, hey, this ain't working. Instead, I was like, nah, it's probably this salty soil. You know, it's the beach. And anyways, I didn't. Yeah, it was a bad deal, man. I was really disappointed.
I'm sorry to hear that, man.
Well, what's Mama say? Be's that way sometimes.
It beats that way sometimes. Yeah.
I thought you were gonna say life is like a box of chocolates.
So they sent me a new coil to my house, and when I got home, I got it. But I mean, it's been like 107. I don't want to go out metal detecting. You know, it's so thick, you got to slice the air to keep.
Today was brutal, man.
Man, this past week we got rain and it wasn't too bad, but the week before, oh my dude, it was miserable.
Yeah. I walked outside just a minute ago, grab a beer, my glasses fogged up outside the reloader. We lost Idaho.
Yeah, looks like we lost Idaho. Probably connection.
Vanessa, I used to have a Wax Coin Master GT and it worked great. I found lots of stuff with it, so I upgraded, and I still ain't even put the new coil on it yet. I hope that fixes it.
My grandpa had a really nice White's metal detector when I was a freshman in high school, I think, when he bought that thing. He had the Vibra probe, he had all that stuff. He was pretty into it.
I was fired up, man. I mean, I did my research. The route that Lee took from Richmond to Appomattox, where he was ultimately surrounded, they cut off the trains. He couldn't get resupplied. He had to surrender. Every one of those 30,000 troops marched right in front of this place I was staying on this old roadbed. And 30,000 soldiers camping there, marching through there. I'm like, man, I'm bound to find something, you know? And one of the guys in the church is like, oh, yeah, I found this and this and this. And he ended up bringing me his metal detector because he felt sorry for me. But I couldn't make heads or tails out of it. I mean, I went metal detecting and found some stuff, nothing old, but it was totally different.
Screw, 2 nickels and a nail.
Yeah. I think the neatest thing I found was some just old pop bottles in a ditch. You know, I found some kind of chocolate soda with a Keebler elf on the front of it. I can't even remember what it was called. It wasn't Yahoo. It was something like that, though. It was like Choco Soda or something. And I was like, well, that's kind of cool. And then everything else was just junk.
Yeah, Kenny. First time I seen a scorpion too. I was going to ask you about those. Yeah.
You should suspend that in epoxy and preserve it forever.
Yeah, that's one of the replies I got. I was just going to stick it on the wall right under the princess, right next to it. And
it looked like you pulled the pincher and the stingers out of the stinger and the pinchers out of it.
No, we found him without the stinger. He was just at the garage door, the back door. And
Leon bit it off.
Yeah, so I don't know if it got in a cat hide or what, but yeah, pretty scary. Speaking of metal detectors, we were given one. It's the worst Radio Shack cheapest metal detector ever. You turn it on, you try and use it. It annoys you so much. You're like, no, we're done.
Yeah. Fisher Price.
Yeah, whatever it has.
Realistic. That was the old Radio Shack brand.
Realistic, yeah.
Yeah, it's probably something like that. It's hanging on the wall. It might be good for finding bullets, but it's too annoying. Yeah. I'd like to get a good one though. Yeah.
Real quick, Kenny, while you're here, I remember you saying 43.6 grains of Varget is the ticket. And boy, you were not lying. It's a half-inch group right there for a 308.
Nice.
25 yards. So.
This one was not at 25 yards.
Oh,
the newspaper group to get sighted in was at 50. Actually, it doesn't care what charge you throw at it. That was 43 grains of Vargit right there.
That new stock made all the difference, didn't it?
It did.
Yeah.
It really
Vargit
did.
Benchmark are my favorite too for 308, and I saw Benchmark on the shelf this past week. Actually, it was like $60.
43.3. So I mean, it don't care.
Yeah.
42.7. I jerked that one real bad.
Man, were you shooting off-handed?
Out of the back of a pickup on a gravel road.
That's my line. Oh.
No, I went Thursday before work, and it was just one of those days where it's like, as soon as I shot my first group, I'm like, yep, I shouldn't even be here today. I'm shooting like crap, just kind of like, whatever. I got a couple good ones.
I got a 7 mag. I've got all the brass ready. I just need to put powder in it and see a bullet. And I've been that way for about 3 months now.
Reloader 26 is what you want for
Can't
shooting.
find it. I can't find what I
You
need.
had to send it to me from Iowa. Yeah.
I saw it on the shelf, so I called Marvin. I'm like, hey, weren't you looking for this stuff? So I sent it to him.
I think I got Ramshot Magnum, Ramshot Magnum, and some other big powder. And I can't find nothing. But anyways, I've got some powder to load, and the plan is tomorrow. I've got everything pretty well caught up around here, and tomorrow I'm gonna sit down and reload some 7 mag in the evening and go shoot it this week.
Cool.
7 mag. What are you shooting out of?
Tika. I traded for a Tika. It don't weigh nothing. It's probably gonna kick the crap
I
out
was
of me.
just gonna say, get a little couch pillow. Bring that with you.
I think with the scope it weighs about 7.5, 8 pounds. It's probably gonna stomp me.
Are you shooting
Man,
172s, 156s?
I think no, I'm shooting light bullets. When I traded, the guy gave me a couple hundred bullets, and I think they're 139s. They're like 140 grain bullets.
Oh yeah, that is light. I hope your twist will handle that.
Yeah, we're gonna see. I'm gonna load a few things, and yeah, you can't find H1000 and you can't find Rotumbo, and that's supposed to be the 2 hot ones. And then somebody said Reloader 26. Marvin said that. I can't find any of that.
Bass
All
Pro
the-
and Beer's got Rotumbo on the shelf.
all the Magnum powders right now, for some reason, are just dried up.
My
Well,
uncle,
we had a local pawn shop that had a bunch of Rotumbo. They couldn't get rid of it. It's probably gone now, but
That's how it used to be a few years ago. Nobody wanted Rentumbo. Now can't find it.
7 PRC. The 7 PRC is supposed to love H1000 and Rotumbo,
Yeah.
and that's the new hot cartridge. My uncle just got his rifle in. He's had it ordered for nearly a year,
All the bench rest guys are gobbling it up.
and he can't find powder for it for nothing. I mean, he finally found a couple pounds of H1000, but he can't find Rotumbo. I mean, it's just not there.
The Bitavori 565 is the other one that 7 mag loves.
Well, Preacher, now that I know you're looking for it, I'll keep my eyes peeled. I might get lucky again like I did with Ozark.
Well, you find it, I may drive up there and pick it up and give me an excuse to go to Iowa.
Yeah. Glad to have you.
I need to go to Davenport and get out in the Mississippi River like who's that comedian that used to go out, did all the beer commercials, the old Milwaukee commercials in Davenport?
I don't know.
The guy that made the NASCAR movie that's so funny, Bobby.
Will Ferrell?
Will Ferrell. Have you ever seen the old Milwaukee Will Ferrell commercials?
I might have. I didn't know
Davenport.
that. That was in Davenport. No kidding.
Yeah, he's like sitting out there on the banks of the Mississippi fishing. He goes, I just out here fishing, drinking my favorite beer, Old Milwaukee. He pops the top and takes a drink. And then he talks a little bit. Well, there's another video, like commercial. You just looking at the water, and all of a sudden you see a couple air bubbles come up, and Will Ferrell pops out of the water, and he goes, doing a little hillbilly hand fishing. He goes, found this little piece of Americana. He pulls up an old Milwaukee and pops the top. Have you not seen that?
No.
Then he's in front of the Davenport sign, and he's like, "Oh, Milwaukee, Davenport. D stands for drinkability. A stands for amber. V, come back to it. No. Very drinkable." And he's just like saying dumb stuff, running around. You need to Google Will Ferrell, Old Milwaukee.
I will.
You will die laughing.
Dude, how did I not know that? I live like 20 miles north of Davenport.
I know. That's why I said if I go there, my kids will want my picture in front of the Davenport sign because they're like very drinkable. I mean, my kids will always take a sip of something and go very drinkable.
I haven't seen that.
Oh
That's
man.
awesome.
When it shows the water and all of a sudden there's just some air bubbles and you're like, what's going on? And then Will Ferrell pops up and like shakes the water out of his ears and goes, oh, just doing a little hillbilly hand fishing. He goes, found this little piece of Americana, and he just lifts up. You're thinking he's going to pull up a fish. He lifts up an old Milwaukee and pops the top on it.
What was Will Ferrell doing in Davenport, Iowa?
He was filming old Milwaukee commercials. One time, on another one, he like wakes up. He's on the roof of a building. He goes, well, the roofer's left behind some old Milwaukee, and he pops the top on one, takes a drink for breakfast. He's looking out over Davenport. That's hilarious. You will die laughing.
Oh man, I have to check that out.
Tim, man, did you see all the people heckling Pence at the fair in Iowa?
So that's funny you mentioned that because he was at the state fair in Des Moines, and then I guess he stopped by Davenport for the Mississippi Valley Fair, and my wife's sitting there telling me about it, and I had some choice words or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, apparently she said there's videos all over TikTok of people just flipping them off as they walk past, just being rude to him, and he's giving them
there's guys yelling out questions to Pence, and it's not good. And he's trying to defend himself, and there's no way. And
Dude,
that was at the fair. Yeah.
what was he thinking starting that campaign?
It was funnier than hell, but it was a fail.
Golly.
It's called you get to keep 20% of your campaign funds.
I was just going to say, I mean, you rake in the campaign funds, I guess, but hell, does the VP make a lifetime salary like the president does?
I'm sure he does.
Well, so yeah, who cares? I could live off of $200,000 a year.
Anyway, it was pretty good. There was a lot of people shouting out stuff about Trump and January 6th, and he wasn't comfy. He wasn't comfy.
What was he thinking? What?
I know.
Well, they got Tug Fest going on in LeClaire, Iowa right now. It's where LeClaire and Port Byron, Illinois have a tug of war across the Mississippi, and it's nuts trying to drive through there right now. I have to drive through LeClaire to get to work. I'm coming home Friday night, and I'm like, what in the hell are all these people doing here? Then I forgot it was Tug Fest.
Mm-hmm. Kimmy said N565 is available on Midway, 8-pounder. Of course, that's like 100 rounds and 7 mag, 8 pounds.
Yeah, that's going to eat powder.
Yeah, when you're loading 67, 70 grains, it goes quick.
I was just doing the math on 308 loads. And I'm like, how many rounds of 308 can you get out of 1 pound of powder? And it's like 140. I'm like, damn.
Yeah, when you start loading magnums, man, you go through a pound real quick.
Yeah.
If you're used to shooting 223 and 300 blackout and you go shooting 7 mag, pound don't last no time.
67.8 grains? Dang. I got a bunch of 7 mag here. If you need some more brass, my nephew bought one. His boss is a big elk hunter, and he's promised to take him out to Colorado, so he bought a 7 mag.
Heck yeah.
I got 100 pieces of brand new brass, and I got another 65 pieces of once fired that my brother gave me, and I just don't have powder. And bullets are available. I was going to go buy some heavier bullets and just try, but
I like the 162s. That's my favorite. It's just the sweet spot. you could shoot big or you could shoot whitetails.
Well, my thing is, I'm not going elk hunting, but I would like to have something bigger when I'm shooting at deer down here in the river bottoms. When they're 250, 300 yards away, I'm usually shooting 243
all day long. It's flat shooting.
Yeah, I want to just, especially the bigger bucks, I want to just smack them. So I gave Idaho my address there. If he wants to send me some, I'll send him a care package and make it even with him.
ELDX, that all day long.
Yep. Idaho let me know like a year ago he was looking for H1000, and it took me a long time to even get a notification for it that it popped up, and every time I would let him know about it, it was already out of stock. People are gobbling that stuff up. Must have found some though. That's good.
Yeah.
Hey, we still got room. I'm posting another link, people.
I'll tell you what, if I find a pound of Reloader 15 on the shelf somewhere, I'll buy it. I don't care how broke I am. I'm on the last few sprinkles in my 1-pounder, and that shot a really good group.
I think I've got Reloader 15.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure. You find some H1000. I may just have to drive up there and buy your lunch one day.
Yeah, hell yeah. I'll let you know. There are 2 places near me I can check that
500-yard turtle loads. 500 yards of turtle's head looks like looking at the tip of my finger.
Is that the crosshair or is that the turtle's head?
I think the carnage is still on the beach. Yeah, it's still on the hill. All those shells, they last years in the weather, don't they?
We could have glasses for years.
Yeah.
Yeah, Idaho, a pound would do me. I'm just telling you, it's not like I'm going to go out and shoot a couple boxes of ammo through this thing. I'm going to find something that works and then load 20 and set on them. That's pretty much it.
You bought a case of 1 gallon jugs. Okay, 1 pound jugs.
Yeah. Now they say that's the cat's meow on a 7 mag.
Well, I'm telling you, try the Vitivori too. And it's as stable as it gets.
I've got them. I don't know if you guys. I don't think I've even told anybody on YouTube. I bought a tractor this year. I got my own little Kubota tractor. Yeah,
with a cab or open?
Open. It's just a little small one, like a 33 horse. But
well, hell, as long as it's got a PTO, you're good.
Yeah, I bought a tiller for it. I got a 5-foot tiller. I got a 5-foot box blade. I got a 5-foot brush hog, and I got a bucket in the front. And so I put in a whole bunch of gardens. I mean, I could just had a tiller, and I went till crazy. I mean, I tilled up stuff. I planted here, planted there, planted. I had like 5 different gardens, and yeah. So, anyways, I can also put in food plots.
Is that the smallest model or the next one up, like 2200?
That's the middle of those hydraulic drive ones.
Yeah, they've got a B series, which gets down to like 18 horse. It kind of looks like a lawnmower, but it gets a little bigger. I got the L series, so it looks like a real tractor. You got real tractor tires that sets up. They got a 25, a 33, and a 39. So I'm kind of in the middle. And I got the hydrostatic drive. And anyways, but man, having my own tractor, not having to borrow my in-laws, not having to, coordinate with them what's going on, just getting on it whenever I want to. It works great. And
that's awesome.
Yeah, tractors are awesome. I wish I had a box blade though. Damn it. My yard is so bad right now. It's like, where is your weed eater?
I think your son could pick one up at a thrift store for about $80.
No, they're not cheap. I've been looking.
Hell, he could fab one up for 40.
We have a neighbor that let us borrow theirs, but I don't want to do that.
When I first got mine, I bought it in February. I came home, I put that box blade on. I got a dump truck load of gravel, Man, I went to working on my driveway. I got my driveway all slicked up and ready. I fixed everything I could fix. And I mean, I was like, all right. Then I hooked up that tiller and man, I plowed my mother-in-law's garden, made me a garden, went down in the bottoms, made 3 gardens, stopped halfway home, made another garden. I mean, I was just, I was plowing like crazy, like Green Acres, man. I was going nuts.
I know when you were tilling in your videos with the shovel, I'm like, oh man, get a tractor. It's going to be like 5 minutes. Boom, that row is done.
Yeah, I did, man. I
Especially your food plots, yeah.
Cranky.
Oh, I did.
Wow.
I grew all sorts of stuff I never planted before this year. I grew Turk's turban squash. I grew a bunch of cabbage. I grew a bunch of cantaloupes. Man, we've been eating cantaloupes. I'm surprised I'm not orange like Trump from eating so many cantaloupes.
I got
Wow.
something for you to try. Take those cantaloupes and grill them. Grill it. You will be amazed.
Huh?
Wow. So cantaloupes grow good there. I love cantaloupes. They grow good there.
Oh man,
I like,
Yeah.
I like those great big cantaloupes about the size of a football that are slick skinned. Oh my God. But the problem is they all ripen at the same time.
well. These here didn't, I was worried about that. I thought I'm gonna have cantaloupes run down my ears, but they didn't. I got like 3, 2. The next couple of days I get 3 more. I'd give a couple away. I'd eat a couple. I'm still getting cantaloupes and they're still making green cantaloupes. I'm like, man, it's August. There should be done. They're still making cantaloupes.
If you chop them up, does it freeze good or no?
I don't know. We bought a juicer. We were up there at like
There you go.
Bed Bath and Beyond or something like that was going out of business, and we bought a juicer. So we juiced a couple just because we didn't want to throw them away. So then we're walking around drinking, juice, and I'm like, I'm gonna have a squirts like a green goose, man. You can't just sit here and eat cantaloupe and drink cantaloupe juice and not get the squirts.
All right. Good night, Scotsman. Have a good one.
Good night, Scotsman.
Hi, Scotsman.
Yeah, Harold, grilled cantaloupe. My son, my oldest son, grilled it, and I was like, "This is going to be nasty," but it's amazing.
Did like the sugar cooks or something?
Oh, it's like grilled peaches. It caramelizes. Yeah.
Mhm.
My favorite grilled fruit is figs.
Yeah. Man, you get a good sweet fig. That's hard to beat, man.
Yeah.
A sweet fig is hard to beat.
If you get cheese on them.
Idaho, I appreciate that. Man, I get that in. I'll get your address. I'll send you guys some cayenne pepper, some chipotle powder, and some hot sauce, and I'll fix you up. I know I've saved a bunch of 224 Valkyrie for you. I'll drag that out and put that in there with it.
What he's saying is you'll be on the toilet for weeks. No.
And some cantaloupe juice.
Send them to Fitz to freeze dry. Man, Fitz has been running the freeze dryer like crazy. I gave him a bunch of habanero peppers. I mean, I had like a bushel basket full of habaneros. And I don't know why. I planted 4 habanero peppers. I planted a couple last year. They didn't do nothing. I planted 4 this year, and I've probably picked a bushel or more.
Been hot.
Peppers.
Yeah.
And, oh, yeah. You put 1 in a gallon of salsa. It's hot. It's hot. You don't want no more hot. Well,
No,
I gave him.
the weather's been hot, so the
Yeah.
habaneros are happy.
Well, I gave him half those habaneros, and his wife put them in the freeze dryer. So they turned, just hard as a rock, and you could just powder them. Well, she threw all of them in a blender and powdered them to make habanero powder. When she popped the top on that blender, they evacuated the house. He said, dude,
I bet it was like getting tear gas in that house.
he said, you couldn't. He said, we opened windows and left. He said, it was miserable. He said, you could not breathe in there.
Cranky, what are you doing still up? Usually you go to bed earlier. Get on here, Cranky. Cranky.
See, Cranky creeps on us. He actually listens, just doesn't comment. But now the preacher doesn't. He had to comment.
Usually he's been going to bed early, so right
He
now,
heard preacher and came
you
and
can
running.
preach on here. It's like a tag
It's like
team.
peas and carrots again. Yeah.
Peas and carrots everywhere.
I
Yeah.
called old Cranky when I was in Virginia. We talked for probably 15 or 20 minutes while I was driving. I ain't talked to him in a long time. It was good to hear from him.
No, we love Cranky.
Oh, yeah. I called him cuddly, and everyone was like, "What? He's cuddly." All right, Cranky's cuddly. I'm sorry.
Now that I got an accurate 308, I'm going to bring a can of peas and carrots to the range and try my hand at it.
Beware, it'll grenade on you.
I'll do it at 100 yards. I'll do it at 200.
We're lucky.
I remember
Yeah.
I remember going to Uncle Jim's and I told my wife, I said, we got to stop at the nearest grocery store. I got to get a bag of frozen peas and carrots
Yeah.
and some cans. I stopped and got a bag of frozen peas and carrots just so I could spit them out of my mouth after I shot that can.
Oh. And we almost got grenaded by the shrapnel of those cans. That was
It was on your van. Remember when we walked over to your van later?
Yeah.
And there was orange carrots, green peas stuck to his van.
But the
It was
metal
like 20
shrapnel.
It was like 20 yards away and it still got fragged.
Yeah, the metal shrapnel could have hit us. It was so bad.
Oh,
It blew.
That's how they do things down south. Think about safety afterwards.
Yeah. Safety second. Yeah.
y'all keep an eye on the side chat. Idaho and Pam are talking about mixing drinks.
Oh boy.
Look out.
Used a frother on a shot. What?
It changes the taste. You go, Pam. You go, Pam.
Yeah, why? Just if you like it, that's fine. I don't.
Do you?
I like their arguments when he's got his loading room, she's got her sewing section, and they have little arguments in the live chat. Oh, it's hilarious.
What are you frothing? Jim Beam?
You're going to have to put something in there to make it.
Have you guys ever tried froth Bud Light? It is freaking amazing.
That helps you avoid that frat boy image.
Mm. Oh man.
Yep. Kyle.
Yeah, it's 10 o'clock. It's bedtime. There's Kyle.
What's
up, everybody?
You got to show us your new puppy, Kyle.
He's inside right now. Well, he's not really a puppy. He's about 8 months old. Excuse me.
Big paws and skinny.
Yeah.
Please tell me you named him Mowgli.
No, it was actually my niece's dog, and she's pregnant, and she didn't know how he would act around a newborn baby.
He would guard him.
Yeah, you'd be surprised. He'd probably love it.
I know. That's what I told her. She says it's her first kid. You know.
All right.
She's all worried and this, that, and the other. And
yeah, the pacifier hits the floor. It's got to get disinfected.
Yep. Then the second one, you're like, who cares? You're alive.
The cat's chewing on the pacifier.
That didn't hurt. Walk it off.
I saw a little clip the other day. It was that Mission Impossible music playing, and this guy's lowering his little kid down. He's all wrapped up in a blanket, and he's lowering him down with his arm, and there's a pacifier on the floor, and the kid's mouth just like sucks it right up, and he lifts the kid back out of the screen. That's so perfect.
You're talking about the scenes with all the laser.
And then all that's playing, and you're like, okay, what's going on? And all of a sudden, this baby just starts lowering down in the screen. And that kid's like, he sees that pacifier, he's locking onto it, you know.
It's good stuff. Undetected, yes.
Man, that was funny.
Did y'all see what I wrote about the Atlanta Braves?
Yeah,
120-3 or something like that.
Well, they haven't batting practice.
21-3 this afternoon, and then
Well, they
this
just
evening I
haven't.
think they beat them another 6-0.
Did they call it early on 21-3? Man,
Run rule them like in Little League.
No
right.
kidding.
Take
The
innings off.
announcers were like, "Can the Mets just quit? I mean,
Right.
can they just forfeit at this point?"
Well, the Cardinals are having a pitiful season this year. Holy cow.
That's when you got to start playing dirty and just jumping in front of the ball so you get walked all the way around the base.
Man, I keep watching those. What is it like? It was about a week or so ago, the 30th anniversary of Nolan Ryan beating that guy that charged him from the Mount Ventura or whatever.
Yeah.
He hit him with a pitch. He throwed his helmet off and charged the mound on Nolan Ryan and gets him in a headlock, starts punching him in the face. I've watched that clip so many times, it ain't even funny.
I remember when that happened.
It's like the 30th anniversary of that happening.
Oh, yeah.
So I guess since I watched that, they keep recommending all these other baseball brawls to me. But none of them are as good as old man Nolan Ryan just thumping him, you know. I mean, it's just wearing him out.
I remember when Randy
Y'all
Johnson
never
hit
seen
that pigeon with that pitch. It was on
Smoked the
Sports
bird.
Center for like a month.
It looked like somebody opened a pillowcase and just busted the pillow open. I mean, it
You
was
see
lucky.
Randy Johnson turns and looks and he's like,
Like shooting a quail at 5 yards. Poof.
Oh, man. You couldn't do that again in a million years. I mean, that bird just swoops down. And I mean, can you imagine, though, getting hit with a Randy Johnson heater mid-flight if you're a pigeon? I mean, that never knew what hit him.
at least it would have been quick.
It was painless. Yeah, it was painless.
That old bird just flops. And I mean, he don't even flutter. His wings don't twitch. He's just lights out dead.
Dead before he hit the ground. Yeah.
Every organ in him just shut down instantly.
God, that was funny.
Uh,
But yeah, the boss man was kind enough to turn the overhead sound system on to the baseball game. This the first one. They had a double header, and we're sitting there listening to it, you know, doing business as usual, and you're like, good God, another 3-run homer.
That was a good one. Donnie Allison, Kel Yarborough.
Yeah, the Cardinals and the Royals played yesterday. It was, 21 runs in that game.
Good Lord.
Oh, I just got your text, Idaho. That's funny. That's a rattle from a rattlesnake that Pam shot.
It's a baby rattler right there.
Hang on a minute.
What's funny is last night we had a copperhead in the garage.
ooh.
And my wife was like, I saw a snake. I was like, oh, you didn't see a snake? Yeah, it's in the garage. It's in the garage. I thought it was like a black garden snake or something, you know. So I'm out there kind of poking around. You didn't see nothing. It's gone. It's already outside. Anyways, I'm walking around. Well, I got a bunch of like big cardboard that I shoot 300-400 yards. You know, it's like 4 foot tall cardboard, you know, boxes. And I walk over there and then out shoots this big old copperhead. And I'm like, oh my gosh, it's a copperhead, you know? So I had a shovel and it was fixing to go under the freezer. So I thought, I'll hit it real fast. Well, I hit it. I didn't hit it on the head. I hit it about halfway back. Didn't hurt it. It turned and come back to me, went under all these boxes. And I could hear it in the boxes, but the boxes were like, I mean, these are just boxes I use for targets. They're like 3 foot tall, you know, like TVs and stuff come in them. So I pick up the biggest box and I'm looking, I cannot find it. And I'm looking all around in the garage. I got this shovel in one hand. I'm holding this box in the other. And I look in the box I'm holding and I'm holding the dadgum snake. He's in the box. And I'm like, oh crap, he's in the box. So he's at the other end. It's a big box, you know, but I've cut one side out. So it's just 3 sides of a box. And I was like, look out, I'm going to finish this out in the driveway where we got some room because I'm in there between the side by side and the workbench. And I got a copperhead in my hand. Mm-hmm. So we get out there in the driveway and I shook that sucker out of the box I was holding and killed it. And anyways, I was like, man, my wife was all freaked out. And then today, I'm like, what's this
He
with the
likes to
snake?
swim.
And I opened up your video, and then we just start cracking up laughing. Like, imagine that they got into rattlesnakes same time we got into copperhead.
Yeah, you know, rattlesnakes don't bother me because they give you a warning, but a copperhead doesn't.
Son,
Scary.
I don't like copperheads, man.
How long do you have to get the anti venom?
I don't know.
Copperheads aren't too bad.
They're not too bad. I thought they were deadly.
They're poisonous, but it's not.
That's about a 30-incher right there. That's a big for a copperhead.
Did you have to put pants on for that picture?
No,
No.
I had my Crocs on. I was in 4-wheel drive.
Yeah, copperheads scare me. They don't
You
have
were in
a
attack mode.
I tell you what'll scare you, but won't hurt you is a bull snake. They they carry out.
Yeah.
Your attention.
I mean,
They look- yeah, we had one by the Target, and then I did a video down on the corner on the Canyon Road or whatever it was, and a big, beautiful bull snake, just gorgeous. But they're good because they eat the other snakes. Yeah.
Yep.
I like
Yeah, we're ate up with those rattle-headed copper moccasins over here.
well,
I don't mind bull snakes at all. They're good.
I don't think I've seen any of them around where we live. Knock on wood.
I had a buddy when we were kids. He got bit by a copperhead. Spent about 3 days in the hospital. Got over it. Got a buddy who got bit by a cottonmouth. He spent a couple days in the hospital.
Emperor sighting. Emperor sighting.
Cottonmouths are the ones that'll get you, man.
Yeah.
They're the ones that are. I'd rather get bit by two copperheads than one cottonmouth.
Mm.
PC Bullet Empire is here.
Well,
How
and,
you doing?
and
Let me
cottonmouth.
let me tell y'all a little known fact. There's not a single snake native to the United States that if you get bit, it means you're gonna die. Now
You're
you
not
can
gonna
be
be
like
happy.
that poor guy in Arizona that was searching old mining towns that were deserted. He got bit by a rattlesnake, a western diamondback, and he couldn't get to the hospital quick enough, and he lost like a quarter of the flesh on his arm, but it didn't kill him.
Yeah.
And it took him like 3 days because he was hiking. It took him like 3 days to get back to town or to his vehicle so he could go to the hospital.
Wow.
It did some damage, but it didn't kill him. There's not a single snake native to the United States that will kill you when they bite you.
Yeah.
What about
Well,
a giant anaconda? What if they swallow you?
It depends on how you react to the
Native
venom.
to the United States. Yeah.
Yeah. It's not like the ones they got in Australia or India. You know, it's not like getting bit by a king cobra, you know,
Black mamba. Yeah.
or brown snake.
I'm about to say King Brown.
My dad, when he was hunting in Australia, he was hunting water buffalo. He shot one, and he had to shoot it a couple times before it went down. He turned around, and the outfitter was behind him. He's like, "Don't move, don't move." And Dad's like, "He's dead." He goes, "It ain't the water buffalo I'm worried about. Don't move." While he was sneaking up on it, he snuck right past a brown snake. And
Ugh.
the outfitter was like, "You walked past the second most deadly snake in the world. You didn't even know it was there." He said, "I saw it, and all I was doing was watching the snake, making sure you and the snake didn't have any trouble."
Mm.
But man, Australia is just full of stuff that'll kill you. You
Oh,
don't,
yeah. Australia is killing around. Yeah. In the
man.
outback. Yeah.
Spiders, snakes.
Yeah.
Yeah, spiders, crocodiles, saltwater crocodiles. I mean, Australia is a bad place to live.
Don't forget the white sharks too.
Oh man, ain't nothing. Yeah,
Can't
that's
go-
it.
Yeah.
This
Can't
place-
even go swimming.
This place they were staying, they were like, yeah, 2 weeks ago, a lady was down there on the coast washing her clothes, and a saltwater croc come up and grabbed her and carried her off. They never saw her again.
Damn.
Wow.
Just old beautiful coast, white sands, and you don't get anywhere near the water because the saltwater crocs are so bad.
Damn.
Yeah, the outback is scary. I don't think I'd
There
want.
ain't nothing about Australia I want. I mean, everywhere I'd want to go there is dangerous. So I just don't go.
Yeah,
That would be cool to go there. I mean, I don't know. I've always thought it'd be kind of neat to go check that place out, but yeah, you run the risk.
But if I did go there, I'd have to put some shrimp on the barbie.
On the Barbie.
I like the Aborigines that said needs garlic. Yeah.
The bat.
That was a classic. That's not a knife. And when he went for the transvestite, a foof in the bar.
When he goes over and pulls that telephone antenna off the back of that limo like a boomerang and throws it, hits that guy in the back of the head.
Yeah. What tribe are you from? Yeah.
I ain't from no tribe.
That movie, the first movie was
Oh man.
yeah, that first movie was a classic. You have transvestites just like today, they're pushing that, and he just goes, "That's not a Sheila," and he just boom. But yeah, the boomerang in the back of the limo, that was hilarious.
And the
Italian
what
driver.
tribe are you from? I forgot about that.
Also, the Italian cab driver. I'll break you under the table.
When he's over there like cracking them nuts open and making them berries and stuff, and she goes, "You eat this stuff?" He goes, "Yeah, you can live on it." And then they're in New York, and she gives him a hot dog with coleslaw and mustard and all that crap, and he takes a bite and goes, "You eat this?" She goes, "You can live on it." Just the same answer. It's just as bad.
I'm gonna have to watch
Washing your
that.
backside, right?
That movie's probably free on YouTube now. I'm gonna have to watch that again.
They'd probably pay you to watch it. It's so old, man. When he dumps all that cocaine in the water and puts the towel over that guy's head, tells him to steam his nose.
Yeah.
Oh, that was hilarious.
Got a head cold, do you?
You know, he and her got married, and that's kind of the end of both of them. I mean, I guess they just lived. They did a couple more movies, and then they just lived in Australia the rest of their life.
Yeah, didn't they both get divorced to marry each other? They were married, yeah, or at least he was. Yeah,
I think so.
I like when he's trying to figure out the bidet in the hotel room. He sticks his boot in there. He's like,
for washing your bum. Yeah,
"For washing your backside, right?"
yeah. I gotta
Man.
watch that again. That's an old classic I haven't seen forever. It was good though. It was funny.
When it first came out, seeing it for the first time was good.
Yeah. And then
Isn't
they
that the
had
one
2
that-
and 3.
Isn't that the one that the first scene was him fishing out in? No, that was number 2.
Yeah, one's the best. Ones are
Him
always
fishing with dynamite.
Yeah. Good stuff, man. I hadn't.
yeah. I'm gonna have to watch that again. I bet it's free now.
Oh,
Oh,
man.
yeah.
You
Has
know
to
it's
be.
free. Ain't nobody paying to watch that anymore.
Well, what drives me nuts is there's certain movies that are older than dirt, and you're like, really? You want $4 for this?
Business. Like, for example,
I'm checking YouTube right now.
Oh,
Anyway, it's good to see Timothy, PC Bullet Empire, in the background here.
Timothy,
buddy.
if you follow him on Facebook, he's been sharing some posts of this guy that makes little creek baits, little rubber worms, like spiders and helga mites. I can't remember the name of it. It's like Red Bait
Helga-mites.
Company or something. Man, they look good. Look like it'd be smallmouth's worst nightmare.
Wait a minute. Helgamite sounds biblical. Helgamite. They were Helgamites.
Helga mite's a real thing. You don't want one on you.
They hail from Germany.
Helgamite.
They hail from Germany.
That's
Yeah,
so
Dundee
biblical.
is it's a buy or rent movie.
Bubba Red Bait Company. That's it. Bubba Red. I don't know where they're at, but man, they making some good looking stuff. I want to see PC Bullet Empire make a smallmouth fishing video is what I want to see.
Yeah, well, he's been fishing. That's his latest stuff. So,
Yeah, those were his last couple of videos, weren't they?
yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I'm gonna have to get me a Missouri fishing license and go up there and have him take me on a trip.
There you go. That'd be awesome. And then do barbecue.
It's me and my nephew. I put a bobber on the pole and put a marabou jig on there, and boy, the brownies were slapping them. And
Wow.
he'd hold on to the pole. And I'm sitting on a log. That's the Mares River that runs through Twine's family's property. And we were catching smallmouths that size all day long.
That's fun.
So we made a fisherman that day.
How old is he?
He's 3.
Oh,
He caught a half dozen smallmouth that day, and he is a fisherman for life now.
wow. 3 years old. Damn.
He'd take that pole and he'd tuck it in his waist like he's catching a sailfish. He'd reel it in. But yeah, we caught about a half a dozen about that size, about 1 pound, which is smallmouth. They fight.
Man.
Yeah.
In a creek, man, that's as fun as it gets right there.
Oh, it's just clear as a bell. So we
Yeah.
were sitting on that log, and I'd throw it, and I'd let that marabou jig drift down, and wham! It was
My
orange,
dad's old
it was
neighbor.
orange as a crawdad.
My dad's old neighbor, after he sold his cabin up in the mountains, he moved out to, I think it was Arkansas. And him and Dad got together and decided they was going to have a fishing trip. I said, do you already have your fishing license for Arkansas? He goes, oh, I've got a lifetime license. I said, it doesn't work that way, Pop. You've got a Georgia lifetime license. He said it wasn't that bad because he's a senior, but
I don't
Yeah,
know.
they grandfather you in at a certain point, don't they?
At 65, you buy one license, call it a lifetime. It lasts you forever in Arkansas.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah,
know
but
if we
it's not good from state to state, though.
No, but I mean, you can get a lifetime non-resident. I mean, you get a lifetime resident out here for $35 if you're
Yeah.
over 65. You can hunt and fish the rest of your life for $35.
Wow.
When I moved from Arkansas, I bought the lifetime before I moved. It was $1,000, but
Oh.
it's $350 for an out-of-state deer hunting license.
Wow.
So, what is that like? Is that like an elephant, like Pinot?
Have I ever showed y'all this?
Yep.
Did I show you this?
Yep. I remember that.
Scared.
This is the shin bone off a giraffe that my dad shot,
Damn.
and they carved it, and that's a leopard, a Cape buffalo.
I think that's
Lion.
a female lion, buffalo.
No, it's a leopard because I got the top, the dangerous five.
Oh, okay.
Got
And
Smith
big five,
carved at
yeah.
the bottom. Then he got an elephant and a rhino.
Damn.
Is that not pretty cool? Look at that
Oh.
big old shin bone.
Awesome.
That's the big 5 in Africa right there.
That's a big 5, and I mean that thing's like 30 inches across there. So a giraffe has 4 shin bones, and so my mom and dad got one, my brother got one, I got one, my daughter got one, somebody else got one. I don't remember who it was. Maybe my son. I don't know. Ain't that pretty cool? My dad got that. That's off his giraffe. I thought that was the coolest thing I ever got.
That is cool.
neat.
Man, can you still even shoot giraffes nowadays?
Oh yeah.
They shoot ones that become nuisance animals.
Nuisance?
Yeah.
Taking the trees out? What?
Well, no, the males like go BS crazy.
Yeah.
And they'll
Start bad mouthing the president online.
badmouthing
They do become a problem. They get a little cocky.
They get aggressive, yeah.
Yeah, they get aggressive, and you've got to keep, just like anything else, man. You can't let too many deer occur. They'll just start tearing up stuff. They'll get in. You can't let too many geese. They'll tear up your golf course. So
It looks like Gary's been lurking, but he couldn't help it after that one. Hey, Gary.
I knew you'd like that one, Timothy.
Oh shit, Tin Man. Tin Man, do you do much fishing, or did you used to fish at all?
I used to a lot with my grandpa.
Yeah.
We walleye fish and catfish on the Mississippi, and then I've done some fishing up in Wisconsin when I was little. I mean, I was probably 6 or 7. I remember catching a 19-inch northern pike when I was just a little kid. I mean, in my adult life, though, last time I went fishing, I was probably 18, and I didn't have a license or anything. We were up in Sebula, Iowa, fishing the lake there, and the only thing I caught was a stick. So,
You were flinching every time you cast.
what's that?
You were flinching every time you cast.
Yeah.
Pamela,
Yeah, I mean,
first name is Harold, Pamela.
I probably should fish, but I mean, I used to probably need a boat to go where the good spots are around here on the Mississippi, because there's all kinds of cutouts you can go to. You can hammer some catfish, some big ones on the Mississippi.
Yeah, just make that out to Harold Smith. Pam, I appreciate it. I'll save your address and I'll send you back some stuff you probably appreciate.
One of my best memories with my grandpa was we were fishing out behind the ADM corn plant here in Clinton. And we're catfishing. He had the stink bait or whatever, and I gobbed that thing full of stink bait, right? And I go to cast that thing, and I did a huge overhand cast, and I had my line slacked up too far and just whack right on the side of his boat. He got catfish bait all over the side of that thing, and he was pretty mad about that.
Well, at least
Catfish certainly can make your day smell good.
At least you didn't hook the lip,
Yeah, it could have been worse. I mean, but yep, it was GNS catfish bait was what we used to always use.
What was that, Jackass, when they hooked the lip with a big 3 or 4 prong gigantic hook?
No, they put it. It was just a single hook. I think they put it through Steve-O's cheek, and then they casted him into the ocean. They were fishing with him.
Good God.
That's crazy.
It's a wonder Steve-O's alive. The crap he did, the stuff he
Dude.
volunteered to do just to be on TV.
Oh,
Man,
no. All the drugs.
Yeah, the drugs after that, and he's still alive. He's got,
You're gonna be dumb. You gotta be tough.
9
Hunter
lives.
Biden's still alive.
Well, there's that. Half alive. Okay. Half alive.
Johnny Knoxville, he's still kicking too. And what's funny is we watched the newest Jackass movie that they were filming before COVID hit. And we were watching behind the scenes, and they said they started filming, and then COVID hit, so they quit for like a year and a half. And they all, were finally able to come back and start filming again. They said Johnny Knoxville come back, and all his hair was white. In that year and a half that they were gone, his hair went from jet black to snow white.
I watched a little bit of one of them Jackass movies. All I remember is they had this fish bowl on this guy's head with a hose running to this like container, and this big fat guy was farting in it. He was farting in like a plastic jar. And it was popped to this guy's head, and he had a fish bowl over his head. He was getting sick, and they were just showing him, and he's like, ugh, ugh. He's like, just can't take it. Well, they pan the camera back over. That dude's crapping. I mean, he's not just farting, he's crapping in that jar, and it's popped straight to this guy's face. And I'm like, who in their right mind does this?
Yeah.
I mean, oh my gosh, man. I mean, and then they're in a limousine, and they open the sunroof and dump a bunch of bees in there. So there's thousands of bees stinging them, and then there's marbles on the ground when they get out. They're falling down. Bees are all over them, stinging them. I'm like, who volunteers for this?
It's good TV. It's good TV though. There's some sick stuff, but there's some good.
Man.
The one they couldn't all handle except for Knoxville was the rubber buckshot, getting shot with it in their underwear.
Yeah, or let I
Like,
think in
I'm
that
done.
same
I'm
year,
out of here. I'm out of here. I'm done.
they let Mike Tyson punch a guy. Like maybe Johnny Knoxville got punched by Mike Tyson. I'm like, there ain't no way I'm standing there taking a shot from Mike Tyson.
I thought
I
it
won
was
for $1 million.
no. I thought it was Butterbean. Butterbean. In the
Maybe
store.
maybe
It might have been Butterbean.
Butterbean in the store. Some Japanese
Yeah.
store.
It was in a store. Yeah, and there I was like, there ain't no way I'm gonna sit there and take a full-on overhand from Butterbean. I mean, that dude, he knocked people in the next week. And those are trained fighters he's knocking out.
Yep.
It's just the average guy standing out there looking at him. They ain't no way.
One of my favorite ones is when they made it was like just a stupid off skit that wasn't even, one of the main ones, but they took those safety goggles from like a chemistry set and they put magnifying glasses on it. They called them the Magna goggles, and they had them do a bunch of stuff with the Magna goggles on. And Bam Margera was sitting there holding the nail on a piece of wood, and Johnny's got the magnifying glasses on and the Magna goggles, and he's trying to hit it with the hammer, and he just keeps whacking his fingers. I cried laughing at that one for some reason.
Butterbean clocked him and he hit his head on the counter. That's right. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, Butterbean clocked him full up in a store. A Japanese.
Has anybody seen Butterbean recently? He's been on some kind of weight loss program.
No way.
Yes.
No.
Butterbean is probably under 300 pounds. I bet he's around 250 right now.
Did he get a Timmy Tuck or anything?
Man, he's lost so much weight. It makes me think he got his stomach done because, I mean, he was holding up a pair of pants the other day on a video I saw. He's like, this is what I used to wear, and he just dropped them, and he put his belt up, and his belt like had 40 inches of belt left after he cinched it up on him.
Wow.
Yeah, he used to fight at over 400, and then when he quit fighting, I think he got up closer to 5.
He knocked a lot of people out too for a big guy like that. Yeah.
Golly.
He'd sit there and take a beating and let the other guy get wore out, and then he'd just land one good punch, and the fight was over.
Oh, man. But, even for a guy that big, the fact that he could get in the ring and bounce around for 4 rounds, he's a king of the 4-round fight. But it takes a lot of cardio. I mean, if you've never gotten there and just boxed for 3 straight minutes, throw punches, it will wear you out.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Preacher, you love the UFC. What about Big Country? He had a big, huge belly, knocked everyone out. And then he went on that other George, the knee kick. George, anyway. He went on his promotion, and I'm like, no way. Do not let this guy fight. He's too old, and he's got even a bigger gut now. And he knocked the guy out. George Masvidal, his own. Did you see it?
Yeah, he fought bare knuckle. He fought bare knuckle against a young guy. He was beating the crap out of him, and in the second round, he unloads an overhand right, and it's lights out. I mean, dude, don't know what day of the week it is.
Yeah, George Masvidal's promotion, bare knuckle, and I'm like, please retire. Do not let this guy fight. And he knocks him out, and I'm like, okay, all right, whatever. I was rooting for him too. I'm like, come on, fat boy, let's go.
I remember fighting Butterbean in the 90s on the Nintendo on Mike Tyson's Punch-Out. Remember?
No, that was King Hippo.
Was it King Hippo? I thought. Okay, it was supposed to be Butterbean.
It was Butterbean. We all know it was Butterbean.
Yeah, he would cover up his belly button, and the belly button had the eggs over
He'd
it.
drop his pants. He'd pull his pants up. Remember that? He hit him in the belly. He'd drop his pants.
You can still play that on the computer.
Oh man, I was little when that came out.
He had Bald Bull, Glass Jawed Joe.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
They had the Matador, that Spanish dude with a rose in his mouth.
Yeah, he would always go like this and turn left to right with his hands up. Yep.
Oh my gosh, you guys all playing the same video games or what?
Oh, that was a huge
man.
game.
That was 1987, probably 88.
Yeah, that was first grade top notch entertainment then.
We had a cheat code where we could just jump ahead and fight Super Macho Man. And if you beat him, you fought Mike Tyson. I never could beat Mike Tyson. I fought like one round with Tyson.
I beat him once. And
Wow.
You had to get through Soda Popinski first.
I don't think I ever made it that far.
We had a cheat code. You could just skip ahead to Super Macho Man. Don Flamingo, that's right.
Yep.
There was a Kaiser, von Kaiser, something, a German guy you had to fight.
Then you had the Indian guy wearing the turban.
Yeah, he would start moving around the ring. You couldn't see him. He'd just be hitting you, coming out of nowhere.
Wait a minute.
He'd disappear and just pop up somewhere.
Yep.
That was a Kaiser blade instead of a sling blade.
It was Kaiser something, Kaiser roll. I don't know.
So that'd be classified as racist nowadays, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Oh man.
All right, Preacher, I hope you had time to watch UFC. What about the Black Beast getting stomach muscles? He had a six-pack. He's like, I'm ready to go, and he knocks the guy out. That was awesome.
I tell you, the guy to watch in the UFC right now is Bo Nichols. That dude is the baddest dude coming up. I don't know if anybody can handle him.
He's a wrestler, but now apparently he can knock people out easy.
He's a wrestler, and now he's got boxing skills. And the
Oh,
dude,
yeah.
when I say wrestler, I mean like a world champion, Olympic style wrestling. He won. He defeated the best of the best in wrestling, and he's got hands. And
who does he want? He wants Kamzat.
He wants. He wants that. He wants that.
He
one
wants
of them
Kamzat fight.
Dagestan boys, and then he's going to go whip Israel Adesanya. He's going to crush him.
Yeah,
dude, he's a whole nother level, man.
I would like to see that, but I want to see the South African beat Izzy first because of the African thing. I'm a true African. You're not.
Yeah.
Yes. Anyway, people don't know what we're talking about.
I know what we're talking about. Yeah, he jumped up in the ring with that South African. I'm like, go sit down, dude. Wait your turn.
You're taking his thunder. Anyway, what we're talking about is there's a South African MMA fighter. He wants to fight the champion, and he says he's the real African because he breathes African air and lives and trains in Africa every day, even though he's white. And Izzy claims he's Chinese, he's New Zealand, he's everything African. He has no identity. And he got so pissed at this South African that breathes African air. They're that's gonna be a good one.
And hey, look, he made Whitaker look like an idiot when he was in the ring.
I couldn't believe he wiped out Whitaker. Whitaker is an animal.
Yes, and wiped him out, made it look easy. I mean, it didn't look like he was really trying to whip Whitaker. And Whitaker ain't no slouch, dude. He's a legitimate top 5 contender.
He proved his shit because Whitaker is an animal. You don't want to fight that guy. And if Izzy wasn't around as champion, Whitaker would have been the champion.
Yep, I agree, 100%. Any other time in history, Whitaker is the champ.
Yep. Booze and Bullets is here. Hey, Booze and Bullets.
Well, gentlemen, I'm fading on you.
All right, we can. What are we, 3.5? Yeah.
I'm fading on you. We got to get up work in the shop in the morning. So I'm going to say good night and love everybody. Harold's good to see you again.
Good to see you, Marvin.
Everybody's asked me about you, so it's good to see you.
And I'm glad Twisted Twine's doing better. So all the love to her.
Yeah. She's getting over the vid, so she's feeling fine. She's doing fine. So
you don't get no time off for COVID when you work from home.
That's right. Back in your chair. All right. Good night, everybody.
All right. Good night, Marvin. Take care, man.
Good night, Marvin.
Hell, I've been breathing African dust for months.
Canadian smoke.
All right.
we've got Canadian smoke here.
Yeah, luckily we
Dude.
have, yeah.
I was in the Blue Ridge Mountains of Virginia, and I was telling my wife, "Oh, this is so pretty. You're gonna be able to see all this stuff." We got up there, and it's like looking through a fog. We'll be in a cloud. We can't see nothing.
Man, sounds like the vacation from hell. You got the smoke in the mountains, then you got your metal detector crapping out on you.
Man, I tell you what. I started off. I went out to Yorktown, Virginia, where George Washington defeated Lord Cornwallis and ended the Revolutionary War. It was awesome. I went in a 350-year-old home. It had cannonballs lodged in the bricks. That's how old it was. It was awesome. I saw we're on high. We won the Revolutionary War. And then I went to the Battle of Chancellorsville, where Stonewall Jackson lost his arm in battle by friendly fire.
History.
And I'm like, crap, man, he was the greatest general of the South with Stonewall. He lost his arm here. And then we went to the house where he died in a couple weeks later. I was like, that's depressing. And then we went down to Appomattox where Lee surrendered to Grant. Man, that's depressing. It was kind of depressing, man. I mean,
Man.
No.
just go to loss to loss to loss, And but anyways,
They fought.
but I went to the house of I went to Red Hill Plantation where Patrick Henry lived. The "Give me liberty or give me death" guy made that line famous. I went there, learned a bunch about Patrick Henry. That was pretty cool. Saw a lot of Civil War relics. I saw the surgical kit they used to cut off Stonewall Jackson's arm to amputate it.
Oof.
I saw a uniform that General Lee wore when he surrendered. I saw a lot of really cool stuff. General A.P. Hill's pipe and tobacco pouch. There's some really, unique Civil War. I saw General Pickett's sword. You hear Pickett's charge. I saw the sword that he carried, and I saw a lot of cool stuff.
Wasn't it the surgery kit that they used on Jackson? Did you see that one too? Did you send me a picture of that?
Yeah, I think I sent you a picture of that. Yeah. Like a hacksaw and a bunch of knives.
Yeah. Yep.
History's hard to beat. You can't make that stuff up.
I saw the tent that General George Washington stayed in throughout the Civil War. His command tent. That thing was ragged. Looked like it had been hit with bullets and fragments and everything else. It was old and worn out. And but I mean, you're looking at the actual tent the guy slept in. He stayed in. I'm like,
Wouldn't you like to camp in that tent for a night?
No.
Man.
Huh? I camped in. Oh, that would be awesome.
I was in Thomas Nelson's home. He was a signer of the Declaration of Independence. And in his house is over 300 years old. But when I was there were cannonballs stuck in the wall from the Revolutionary War. And I'm like, no. When I started looking, no, man, there's still iron cannonballs stuck in the ceiling, in the wall. Look at that.
Here, let me blow you up.
Look at that.
Is that real? Oh my God.
Yeah, that's like a 12-pound cannonball.
That looks cartoonish. That's real?
That's it right there. See
Holy
it
crap.
Wow.
3-story house.
Wow.
He had another one stuck in the top.
All right. Live in a brick house, people.
Yeah, that's the house right there. There's what you're looking at. I mean, this is a big old giant home. Okay.
Wow.
Good
Now,
Lord.
here's the cool thing. Thomas Nelson signs the Declaration of Independence. He's leading the Virginia militia. He's out there outside of Yorktown with Washington, and they're bombing his hometown. They're hitting his house. His house, they've turned it into a hospital. It's a 3-story home, and they got a bunch of wounded soldiers in there. But when you're 2 miles away in the Revolutionary War, you're just lobbing cannonballs in that direction. And so his house survives the siege. He gets his house back, but there's 2 cannonballs stuck on the eastern wall. And I mean, they've just like left them in there. And we were looking at it. The house next door had some stuck in it.
Wait a minute. He didn't call the insurance company?
Yeah.
I mean, hey, look, when you walk in that house, this is what's cool. You walk in there and there's a lady there from the National Park Service. She says the only thing that's not original in this home is the floor you're standing on and the stairs. And she said that's why they squeak, because everywhere you walk, it squeaks. The wood's squeaking.
Yeah.
She said when you walk in these rooms, they don't squeak because that was old growth timber. When they moved, when America was founded, they move in. They're cutting trees that have been here for 1,000 years.
Mm-hmm.
So I walk in this room, I'm kind of like jumping up and down a little bit, you know, trying to make it squeak. You can't make it squeak. You walk out in this like pine timber and it's rick, 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 rick. You walk up the stairs, it's squeaking. You walk in the bedroom, you can't make it squeak.
You should have done a video and said, squeal, squeal.
I mean, that kind of stuff right there, you don't get that unless you're there, you know? And so I'm walking in a room that
history.
Yeah, I mean, there's people. I mean, you start thinking about all the famous people that's been in this room and that lived here and died here, and it's just old, man.
Can you imagine your house getting hit by cannonballs? I mean,
and can you imagine coming back and like, don't drag that out, just patch around, just rub a little ground around it. We'll leave that
stuff and some caulk around there.
Ain't gonna get no better water seal than that.
Tin Man would say it'll be fine. It'll be fine.
I mean, can you imagine buying a house and they're like, oh, by the way, it comes with a 248-year-old cannonball stuck in the loft up there.
It's like, yes.
Those floorboards were probably made from kiln dried wood.
Well, that wood was so old. I was looking at it. I was like, you can't even see the rings on this stuff. There, that's the floor in that thing. That floor right there is 345 years old.
Nice.
It's been walked on for 3 centuries and not been replaced.
I love the
Looks like it was laid yesterday.
Looks like it was laid yesterday.
The chairs are cool too. Damn.
Yeah, that's a cool house right there, man. I mean, look at you look at that house right there. I don't know. Yeah. You can kind of see the big old brickwork, and I had a big basement underneath it.
Big chimneys on there. They got
man. That thing had fireplaces in it so big you could crawl inside them.
Nice.
It was cool, man.
Love that. Love that stuff.
I saw a lot of historical stuff. If anybody is interested in the crap like that,
that was in Virginia.
That's Yorktown, Virginia. That's where Washington defeated Cornwallis. Here's the surgical kit they used to cut off Stonewall Jackson's arm. Look at those crude instruments.
Oh yeah, right out of the garage. All right.
I mean, James has got that in his tool chest out there somewhere.
It's like, okay, here's a piece of wood to bite on and a swig of whiskey. There you go.
Oh, I know, man. It was crazy.
There you go. You get a swig of whiskey and we're going to town.
I saw so much old crazy stuff there, man. It was just unbelievable.
If you were injured in the Revolutionary War, you may be entitled to financial compensation.
If I got shot in the gut, I'd look over at my neighbor and I'd be like, hey, bro, can you put one through my head? I'm not going to make, I don't want to die 4 days later sitting out here in the battlefield sweating,
suffering.
Just go ahead and put me out of my misery, man.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man, it's bad.
Yep, that's where the term bite the bullet comes from.
Man, and you go to a place like Chancellorsville, the South won that war decisively, but you still look at all the people that died. I mean, just tons and tons of people that were there that just wounded and died. Man, it's just
brutal.
Civil War was the most brutal war America was ever in. I mean, more people died there than World War I and II combined. It was bad.
Well, what percentage of the population was even involved in that war? Because I mean, you're talking not everybody that was around, around at that time. Not everybody was even fighting in the war. What was it? Was it 10%? Was it 20%? The other 80 were just, kind of living life and just.
Well, if you were in the South, if you were like in Georgia, Sherman, he went on a slash and burn across Georgia and Tennessee. He burned every home, killed every piece of livestock he encountered. I mean, it was just a where he went was misery, you know. And then you look in the deep South, like Jackson, Mississippi, where the siege on Vicksburg lasted for months. I mean, that whole area was just devastated by the war. Atlanta was devastated. Richmond was devastated by the war.
Yeah, Atlanta was gone.
Yeah. I mean, Atlanta was a big, big city. And I mean, there was hardly a building left standing. You're talking about, you know, hundreds of thousands of people, nowhere to live.
Yeah.
No roof over their head, man. I mean, it was just rough in the South.
And he went all the way to Savannah.
All the way to the coast.
It's nuts.
So in the South, in places like Virginia, Atlanta, Tennessee, Mississippi, areas where the Civil War was fought the hardest, man, those places were decimated by the war. I mean, it was rough, decimated by the war. But yeah, I mean, if you were in the North, you know, basically you weren't really even bothered. And even when Lee invaded Pennsylvania and crossed over through Maryland and went up to Gettysburg, all the people in the North were like, you know, they didn't steal our cattle. They didn't burn our homes. You know, they just came up and fought Northern troops. They didn't take it out on the civilian population.
Right.
Whereas in the South, the civilian population paid a big toll. Big toll. So yeah, it was rough, man.
Interesting.
Oh,
what a time to be alive, right?
oh man, I wouldn't want to live back then for nothing.
No way.
Yeah, I would guess in the South, anyone 16 on up was going to fight. So,
Dude, yeah. I mean, it's bad. I mean, even in Arkansas, you know, there were a couple of big battles near me. Battle of Pea Ridge, Battle of Prairie Grove. Those were big battles for outside of, you know, Virginia and Tennessee, you know, border states. But yeah, you didn't want to live here even there and then, you know. I mean, you were on one side or the other. Same way with the Revolutionary War. When that all took place in New York, when General Clinton set up shop in New York City, all of New York was just a battleground. I mean, people were constantly getting their livestock stolen either by patriots or by the British. I mean, because you had to eat. And you didn't just go to McDonald's and order cheeseburgers for everybody. You went out to a local farm and you took all their animals and said, these now belong to the king, and you used them. Same could be said, you know, in South and North Carolina during the latter part of the Revolutionary War. I mean, it was brother against brother. It's people turning on each other. It's bad news, man. Bad time to live. And I mean, even in our country today, if things go to some kind of revolution or civil war, dude, anything's better than war, man. You do not want to go through that kind of a battle.
Especially in the cities where they don't have livestock, they don't have, you know, animals like that. Those are gonna just, dude.
I mean, people don't realize
they're gonna spread out to the places that do, and it's just
when you
gonna
cut
be
the trains and the trucks off, and there's not anybody hauling stuff into your town. It becomes every man for himself, and dude, it's bad. You do not want to live that way.
you need a garden and chickens, right?
Exactly.
Well, and then you need something to defend your garden and chickens because everybody else wants it.
You got to fortify it. Exactly.
I mean, it's every man for himself. I mean, it's so bad when you have these kind of wars.
There's a battlefield just north of my house. Well, about 50 miles north. Where during the Civil War, it's called Chickamauga battlefield.
Chickamauga, yeah, bad.
We used to ride horses up there, and you just be riding horses through the woods, and all of a sudden you'll see a line of cannons, and they're the original cannons.
Man,
and some are aimed this way, some are aimed that way. Like, good Lord.
Insane.
Yeah.
Chicken armor. That's a good idea. Yes.
Chicken armor. Yeah, those little Hulk arms you put around their necks.
Keep those eggs going. Yep.
I mean, if you go to some of these these Civil War battlefields and you read some of the accounts there, you know, people had farms all their slaves had left them, but they still had chickens and hogs and cattle. And then some army comes through and like, hey, we're hungry. We need all your cattle.
Take them all. Yeah.
Yeah, and they would kill like 10 or 12 head of cattle, which would make you a wealthy person in one night. That's gone, and the army ate it. The next day, they're moving on.
Yep.
Well, I
And you
mean,
lost your life savings just like that one night.
the same thing happened over in Europe in World War I and World War II. You know, the troops need to eat.
Yep. And that's what people don't understand. I mean, they're like, oh, they come after our guns. We'll fight them. I'm like, dude, you don't. The last thing you want to have is a civil war, man. It is brutal. I mean, people have no idea how brutal it is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And
My
even
boss's son was saying that he said, "Man, I think a revolution's coming." And I said, "Jordan, you don't want that."
nope.
And he kind of
You-
looked
you-
at me like
you-
I had horns growing out of my head.
You don't even want balkanization where we just separate and divide, because you know what? That's going to lead to civil war, because then it's going to be a fight for resources, a fight for water, a fight, you know, it's just,
I
yeah,
mean,
man.
everybody thinks war is glorious, but it ain't, man. War is hell.
No. Well, I've never served, so I don't, and even I don't think, you know, I don't think it would be at all.
I just see all these young guys like, oh, bring it on, man. I'll tell you what, we'll just win. I'm like, no, you won't, dude. Your houses will be burned, you know. It's
Yeah.
not. And look, it's not like it was in the Civil War, in the Revolutionary War, where troops march across a country and line up in a field and shoot each other. They fly over at 4,000 feet, push a button, and your whole town's vaporized.
Yep.
It's not the same. And
Yeah.
trying to get people to realize this, young kids especially, it's like no idea what war is like today.
Yeah.
Well, and that's just hot war too, and then you got, you know,
Right.
like the psyops and the mind games and like the TikTok and all that shit. Just, you know, just decimating our culture. That's part of it too.
Yeah.
I mean, I kind of think
Yeah.
they were just talking about a video on TikTok that's going viral. I watched Tim Pool, and they were talking about it. It's this chick like out to dinner with a guy, and then he's like proposing to her and offering her an engagement ring, and as soon as she puts her finger in it, like in her mind she's flashing to like holding the baby and doing the dishes
Being pregnant and doing dishes.
and then she's like, ooh, and then just like pieces out. I'm like, that is some propaganda bullshit right there, because that you're telling women that being a housewife and being, you know, or any wife in general is bad news. And it's like, I mean, yeah, I'm sure there are parts that are not enjoyable. God knows my wife goes nuts, you know, being cooped up in the house and all that too. But if you don't have that, what do you have? Your civilization's gone.
Yeah.
And
Hey, let's
did
play
that
that.
did that originate in China? And is that, you know, something they're trying to push on us to harm us in the long game, or who knows? You know.
Let's take a time out from war and ask this question. How in the world's Pat doing?
Yeah.
Oh, shit. I
Pat,
miss
you
you,
stuck
Creek.
in, man.
You know, I drive past that Korean barbecue place, Some Young Dong, every day. And I think
That's a massage parlor.
I've got to get the balls to stop and eat lunch there and film it for Preacher. And I can't bring myself to do it. You know, maybe they've got the Some Young Dong special. You know,
That's not a restaurant.
If I could bring myself to go back to California, I would visit you, Pat. I just don't think I can ever cross the state line again.
Oh, don't do it. You know, you're talking about Civil War and all this crap that's going on. It's like there's no need. There's a trajectory of this state, and nobody has to do nothing. It'll take care of itself.
It just rot itself out. Yeah.
Oh, you know, I don't know how bad it's got to get. You know, there's places like Somalia that are pretty fucking bad, and people still think that socialism's the way there. But at some point, it'll turn around.
Yeah,
But it's
that's
gonna
kind
be
of that's kind of a
Well,
white pill
by
too,
itself.
when you realize that, you know, all these people that are, you know, are pro-abortion and all that stuff, and it's like, you know what, those people will take care of themselves in time. So
Yeah.
I guess all we got to do is keep doing our thing and outlive them and keep them from stealing our kids.
Well, the Muslims outpopulate them. I mean, the Muslims are having 6, 8, 10 kids, a wife. And
Yeah.
the average American's having 1.2 kids per person.
Yep.
And they will outpopulate us. But I mean,
Well, I mean, the Muslims are quite conservative. I would say.
I see so many young, arrogant kids is like, hey, I tell you what, just bring it on. I'm like, no, you don't want bring it on. Bring it on's bad.
Yeah.
When we get to this point, it's like Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome. It's bad stuff. You don't want to be here.
And it's not like Call of Duty where you sit out,
Yeah.
until the next round starts and you respawn. Like, no,
Yeah,
you're
you
dead.
don't respawn. Yeah, you get shot, you're done. You
Yeah.
standing before God giving an account for your life.
Yep.
I mean, it's that fast, it's over. You don't want this. And getting that across to young guys is really hard at times, especially guys that have been in the military. They think they're invincible. Hey, look, if it comes to this, I can do blah blah blah. I'm like, dude, listen, you've been watching too much Call of Duty. You've been watching too much The Patriot. That ain't happening.
Pick it up.
They'll fly over you. Some kid will be sitting there with a joystick in a room in some padded building somewhere, and he'll push a button, and that'll be the end of you in your neighborhood.
Yep.
I
Yeah,
mean,
we have a space force now. Think about that.
well, I mean, I know guys in the Air Force right now, and this is their job. They sit and stare at a computer screen all day, and they're flying a drone in the Middle East.
Yep.
You're watching a guy smoking a cigarette and peeing beside the building. And if they get the call that, hey, this is the end of you, they push a button and that whole place gets vaporized.
Yep. They're waiting to hear one word, and that word is execute.
Yeah. And that's who's fighting the war. It's a kid with a joystick.
Yeah.
And that's what we don't understand. I mean, the world's totally different today, man. It's not like it was. We're not going to line up across from the enemy and march across the field and shoot them in the face. Them days are over.
That is viable as long as you are one of those punks that think, bring it on, and you happen to have the world's biggest EMP and you take all that crap out, then maybe. But even then, I doubt it.
Yeah, I mean, dude, it's all going to be online. This next war is they're going to freeze your bank account. You can't pull your credit card out and pay for stuff. Now all of a sudden you're done. Cash is no longer viable. Now you can't feed your family.
Yeah,
they'll kill you off that
just
way.
like the truckers in Canada. They did the same damn thing to them.
I mean, everybody likes to sing, Hank Williams Jr., Country Boy Can't Survive. We grow our own tomatoes, make our own wine. I'm like, dude, you can't live on wine and tomatoes. You need a little more than just a garden to get by. I grew a great big old garden. I can stuff. I freeze stuff. I can't live on that. I still need a grocery store to buy lasagna and pasta and I need lettuce. I can't live on one.
How
growing it all. It's silly, man. It ain't happening.
Do you know what all is involved in making flour out of wheat?
No kidding.
Hey, my mom had a grinder. She did. Yeah.
I mean, I was like, well, I remember as a kid, like, well, if things get bad, I'll just go shoot us a couple deer. We'll live. Everybody in my road is going to go shoot us a couple deer. Within a year, we've all shot all the deer. There's no more deer left.
Donner, party of 4.
That's where we're at. I'm going to go find some prepper and shoot him and take his stash over. I mean, that's what we're looking at.
Yeah, man.
Groundhog will start tasting pretty good.
Oh man, if it's so bad we got to eat groundhog. I mean, this is apocalypse now stuff.
Well, it's good to have a food storage. I tell you that.
You'll be down there eating all that Mormon stuff they left you when you bought the house. Oh man.
5 wives can make a lot of food.
A 15-year-old baked bean still tastes good. Oh man. How did we get to this point in the chat?
I don't know. Who knows?
That goes everywhere. It doesn't matter. Yeah.
Well, at least we're on the same page, preacher. I'm with you, man. I'll hope it's not lost. I may be a millennial, but I'm not an idiot most days.
Kyle, you still awake?
Wow.
I've been wanting to get a freeze dryer.
Wanted to get a freeze dryer.
That kind of came out of nowhere, didn't it?
My wife wants one so bad she can't see straight.
Have you priced them things?
They ain't cheap, man.
Yeah, the one that won't take up the whole dang living room. It's a small one. It's like a 5 tray, and the trays are only like 18 inches wide and 30 inches deep. It's going to take up the whole corner of a room, and it's $5,000.
I know.
Wow.
What would you rather have, a freeze dryer or the Camaro the Bandit drove?
Wow. $5,000.
Firebird.
Are you crazy?
You know,
It
you
was
can
a
buy a
Firebird,
lot
not
of
a
freeze
Firebird.
dried food for $5,000. And
Yeah,
I
dude,
just-
$5,000 would buy you a shit ton of rice and beans.
Well, but here's the thing. When I was looking at it before I priced them, you got people have leftover lasagna. Like if you got chickens, you'll have extra eggs.
Yeah.
Leftover chili, soups. Any leftovers you have, you can freeze dry them and just stick them in the closet. They'll never go bad.
$5,000 though.
Yeah. They keep for 50 years, man.
That's a lot of time.
Dude, man, I just had the weirdest flashback to the Vegas Vacation movie, National Lampoons, and Clark Griswold at the beginning is making him drink 8-year-old milk.
Hey, seriously though, these freeze dried machines, they will freeze dry. It keeps for like 25 to 50 years. You can vacuum seal it in a foil bag. Mylar bag. And so my wife's like, we need this. I'm like, no, we don't. That's like $3,000. I mean,
I could buy me a tractor.
I know. Yeah, I know. I mean, I'm just sitting there going, this is a lot of money to keep eggs, to keep eggplants and chicken feed. I mean, it's just like, but my buddy got one and he's like, man, you got to try this. He's giving me like freeze dried strawberries and I'm eating them. I'm like, man, those are good. That's like candy. And I'm afraid if I get one, that's the way it's going to be. I'm just going to be like putting, sugar daddies in there and Skittles in there, and crap like that, and then eating snack food out of it.
You ever had a freeze dried big hunk?
Oh, dude, a freeze dried Snickers bar is unbelievable.
Wait, did you say big hunk?
I did.
Preacher's going to be eating freeze dried now and later.
Oh man, they're amazing, man.
How do you freeze dry a big hunk? No, it's
Dude. Sugar daddies, them little, you know what I'm talking about? Sugar babies, them little like chocolate.
The kidney bean looking things, yeah.
Man, they get crispy in there. It's like magic. I don't know how it works.
I don't know, but anyone listening, you can have a 2-year food storage. It's not that hard, and rotate, eat out of it.
Yeah, but for $3,000, you could have food that'll be good 50 years from now.
Listen.
You could pass your food supply on to your kids when you die.
Yeah, but okay, what
Here's
if
your
wait
inheritance?
a
Here's
minute?
macaroni and cheese.
Wait a minute. What if your power goes out? You can't use the freeze dryer, and you're screwed. You might as well sit on. You might as well sit on 2 years of food.
You got a generator, man. Come on.
You guys have just made yourself targets. You've told people that you've got 2 years, 3 years, 50 years worth of food. See, I'm over here saying I don't have nothing last longer than 3 months, man. If this goes 3 months, I'm done for.
I got squirrels.
Just about everyone around here has at least a year of food, so that's not easy.
You're in Mormon country. Just shoot your
I know,
next door
that's
neighbor
why-
and you'll be fine, Jim.
Oh, I am presented. Oh, yes.
That's Vanessa Kitty's favorite.
Oh, Vanessa Kitty's favorite. Okay, Vanessa,
What
are you
is it?
still here? Go for the dragon milk.
Oh yes.
Oh.
I'm gonna milk the dragon now. Milking the dragon.
The problem is, if I recall, I think that's like 14% alcohol.
It's
And
11.
you,
Yeah.
and you have to chew it before you can swallow it.
Nothing like mountain lion milk though.
Well, it goes good with my 5-year expired beans and canned goods. Yes.
Your expired beans and canned goods.
So, with freeze dried food like lasagna and stuff like that, do you just like soak it in water and rehydrate it, or?
Yep.
No kidding.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Kind of like a salted ham.
We call that country ham, sir.
Well,
Oh,
or
sorry.
you can just eat it dry and then drink the water. But if you eat
I
freeze
don't
dried
think-
food dry,
Let the expansion happen in your stomach like a pigeon.
freeze-dried
Just pigeon eating
I
rice.
think that'll work out good.
you will be so thirsty. You will be so thirsty. It's unbelievable. You'll be like, what's going on with my body? Your body's like, dude, we had to rehydrate everything you ate.
Dude,
Okay, Tin Man.
that'd be like a pigeon eating rice at a wedding, just blowing up left and right.
Then it'll be
Yeah,
like that
you want-
scene from Alien when the hand comes out of your stomach, you know.
All right, Tin Man, you're always giving me crap for being 2 seconds away from whatever we're talking about. Do you want me to grab you a gallon can of freeze dried food?
Yeah, let me see your freeze dryer. Oh,
In
you got
5
it.
seconds? No. Do you
Hey.
want a 5-gallon can, a 1-gallon can of freeze dried food?
I don't
Yeah,
know if y'all ever saw me eating the food out of the survival packet out of a Alaskan Bush Pilots survival kit that the guy sent me. I opened
think I
up and
remember.
I ate the beef out of it. It was great.
I remember that.
I ate the Starburst from 1967. That's the year my dad graduated high school. I ate the Starburst from 1967. At first, it tasted awesome. And then the oil from 1967 was rancid. And that kicked in. It was butt crack. It was nasty. I couldn't get the taste out of my mouth. It was so bad. I couldn't get rid of it. Oh, it was bad.
That's one of your older videos, isn't it?
That's one of my, this guy sent me like oh man, egg mix.
Oh baby.
For Tin Man, I took 5 seconds to grab some freeze dried eggs.
Yeah. There's enough
There's nothing wrong with
sulfur.
powdered egg.
There's enough sulfur in that to light hell.
Yeah, dude.
We have stacks of these things.
Sprinkle that on your enchilada lasagna.
No, not
Call it good.
This would be the last
Spit out his drink.
This would be the last thing I ever ate when I'm starving to death and want to die. Okay.
Oh,
We
I
have
was thinking,
fruit
you
and
know,
all kinds of good stuff, but this would be the last one. All right.
you know, all the supermarkets have been closed for 4 years. Uncle Jim finally gets the freeze dried eggs, and there ain't no Tapatio in the country.
He's like, I'd rather die.
I'd crack an egg out of an eagle's nest before I'd eat that crap.
I lived on it for about 4 years.
You get me on you, preacher?
I picked out the worst for you guys, but the vegetables, the fruit, everything else is very good and it'll last forever. Just boom. And it's in a can in case of an earthquake or something.
Freeze dried water.
Oh, man, I'm telling you, dude, I was coming out my nostrils.
Like I said, when I'm dying, I'm ready to die, and I'm like, oh, take me away. Okay, freeze dried eggs. All right. Yeah.
You're like, oh, I should have just chosen death.
Blow up chessboards comment.
Should I eat the freeze dried eggs or shoot myself? I'd shoot
But Tin Man, I was 5 seconds away. You saw that live.
Awesome. Just like everything. Is that a toaster oven behind you too on that shelf?
That's the what do you call it? Dryer,
Freeze dryer.
Dry
Dehydrator.
fryer?
That's a dehydrator.
Food
Yeah.
dehydrator.
No, it's a dry fryer.
Dehumidifier.
No, it's a fryer, dry fryer, whatever you call it.
Air fryer.
Air fryer. It's my son's.
Ah.
I don't use it.
Dude, we got one of those, and Preacher, you were right. Air fryer French fries are awesome.
Oh,
That's all they're good
this is a
for,
game
man.
changer.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
this-
man.
Here, let me do a close up. This is the 2-door. It works good. It's really good for frozen fries and shit. It's
You got the coupe.
It
Yep.
looks small because it's far away, but the thing is huge.
Yeah.
Yep, crab cakes are good in that. And
When we got ours,
Pizza is good in that.
huh?
Yeah.
You
My
get-
wife. When
you get
she was,
leftover pizza. If you get leftover pizza and stick a couple slices in there,
You know, we should try rattlesnake. I got it in the fridge right below
Ooh.
here. You want to see it? Yes. Shall we?
Dude, when we got ours, my wife was trying to put everything in the air fryer. I mean, she made a grilled cheese in that thing. She's like, "Oh, this is gonna be awesome." Then just like chewing on a crouton when it come out of there.
I bought one for my wife for our anniversary.
Look at that rattlesnake. Put it in the air fryer.
Skin that thing, man. Don't leave the skin on it. Get the skin off of it. Get that
Hey,
meat
it
out of there.
doesn't have rig yet. We're working on it, okay? We're working on it.
You saving it for the taxidermist?
And you'll notice I was 5 seconds away.
Do you know any taxidermists? Get that thing stuffed, man. Get it mounted.
The easiest thing to do is just stick a can of spray foam down the body of it and spray it out and just kind of mold it.
Oh, I should wash my hands. Who knows what's on the outside of that baggie after
You're
that?
like a Stretch Armstrong.
Hey, Pat, do you still have your snake? I felt bad about, the snake.
Yeah, the little fucker just ate last week, so he's up and about. He had himself 2 rats, and then back at the rock to go sleep.
Well, that's good because I thought he died because you haven't talked about him forever. So I was
No, he went on a hunger strike for about 9 months, and
In the name of feminine.
I thought you fed him a parrot, shut him up.
Was he an anti-oil protester doing a hunger strike in the middle of the street?
It was in the name of the new Barbie movie. Feminism.
Every time a snake would fart, it'd go.
We still have people here. Rehydrate the eggs with beer.
Who's still watching this broadcast with all this ignorance going on?
We got Hippo, we got Mike, James Pollard, Jag.
We're down to about 19 right now, so not many, but you save the freeze-dried eggs for last. It's a powder, and I have no idea what it tastes like. But
Jag comments Tom Brady. I have no idea what that means, but I find it funny.
Dude, I know exactly what it means. That's the name of Pat's snake.
Yes.
I forgot about that.
Tom Brady.
I forgot that Pat's got a snake named Tom Brady. So
Lord knows what's up. The freeze-dried fruit, so you don't get scurvy, and the vegetables, they're very good.
Dude, I don't care what beer you pour on freeze-dried eggs. It probably still tastes horrible.
Yeah, but now we're talking fruit and vegetables. It's much better.
Can you imagine the farts you get off beer hydrated freeze dried eggs? Good Lord.
Oh,
you could probably power you could probably run enough electric to power Utah.
Your garden would wilt. You couldn't be anywhere near it.
It's funny you mention that because my wife made egg salad, and the store sucks. And I'm like, we got to have your egg salad. It's the best. And I farted all night. So there you go. My wife wasn't too happy about it.
Even when you eat a hard-boiled egg, I think they taste like fart. Ugh.
Oh man, I've got some pickled hard-boiled eggs.
That would be good, but it's just straight up plain Jane hard-boiled eggs. Unless you smother them in mayonnaise, I do not care for them.
Oh man,
Now,
Give me some
Preacher,
deviled
you-
eggs. You give me
Deviled
some
eggs.
and
Yes.
food, I will run people out of the house. I'll be here all by myself in
Yeah.
about 3 hours.
Oh, deviled eggs are so good.
Now, Preacher, you go to a lot of places to eat, barbecue and stuff, and they have egg salad. I don't like it super creamy. I want it more like a stew. I want to taste those potatoes and the eggs. I don't want it runny. Is that how you like it? Because my wife makes it perfect.
I don't want it runny. I want to spread it on a sandwich. I don't want it dripping off.
There you go. No,
Yeah.
I'm talking about not egg salad sandwich. I'm talking about, what am I talking about
You're
here?
talking about potato salad.
Potato salad.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah. Potato salad, yes. Yes.
Yeah, you can't have runny potato salad. No way, man.
No, I want it scoop it up and put it down. It needs to be able to set on a paper plate, not soak through.
Yeah, and you don't want it runny, right?
No,
You need,
Yeah.
you need to be able to use it for sheetrock spackling.
that's
Yep.
right.
My wife, she has no recipe. She wings it every time she makes it. I've been eating it for 3 days right now. It is so good.
You
But it
smell
does-
marvelous.
It does give the
3
fun.
days of egg potato salad, dude.
Oh yeah.
My bathroom would be
Thank God there's a leather cushion.
Uh,
The toilet is on strike.
the lid on the toilet would be blackened.
She makes it so awesome. She would buy it from our ma and pa store that makes good stuff, but it's too runny. And I'm like, no. And I finally talked her into, making it again. I could eat this all week, every day.
have to sprinkle some baking soda on all your couch cushions.
Dude, no
Get
kidding.
rid of the smell.
Oh my
Dude.
God.
Keep the candle lit in the kitchen, man. Good
The
night.
worst part is when it's hot out at night. I have the fan on me blowing towards her at night, and I'm just ripping them. And I'm like, oh, thank God she's snoring. She can't hear this. She can't smell this. Oh yeah.
Jim,
Yeah,
if you
That
ever
poor
went
girl's been NATO bombed.
You ain't had the fart so you wake them up out of a stone cold sleep, and all of a sudden you fart, and they're like, "Whoa!" They wake up out of a stone cold dead sleep.
Yeah.
Bad because I was napalming her ass all night, and I was like, oh man, if she only knew.
There's
Carpet
nothing. There's
bomber.
there's
Oh,
nothing
carpet
better.
bomber. Oh, carpet bomber just flying over, dropping them.
Jim, if you ever went missing, the police would show up with a bloodhound, take it to your chair, and say, "Find that smell." And then once they woke it up, he'd go looking for you.
Oh man,
Nothing better than the first thing in the middle of the night after you drop one, you hear it out of a dead sleep. Are you kidding me?
Nothing beats a potato salad though. For
pull a full Dutch oven, pull the covers over her head, lock them down.
That's a fun game too. Dropping onto the covers and you don't dare move and let it out. The first person to move is going to get it.
Oh man, how'd we get here?
I don't know.
Talking about freeze dried eggs, man.
I don't know, but I would suggest people stock up on their food, rice, stuff like that, freeze dried. I'm not paying $5,000 for a freeze dryer though. I'm sorry.
Hey, look, I'm not paying $5,000 for a freeze dryer. When things get bad, I'm gonna shoot somebody that has one. That's my whole
right.
plan. I'm not stocking ammo. I'm gonna shoot somebody that stocked ammo. I'm gonna shoot somebody that stocked a bunch of food. I'm gonna shoot a
What
couple
you're saying
people.
is, don't spend $5,000 on a freeze dryer. Spend $120 on a good set of hand trucks.
Well, there's one thing we haven't mentioned, and that's cannibalism.
Oh, it was mentioned. I said Donner Party of Four.
There's always cannibalism, okay? There's plenty out there. Just go to California.
I'm going to shoot somebody with some canned goods. I don't want to eat them. I'm just
Yeah,
going
man.
I'm going to shoot them and raid their pantry.
If I see a dude walking towards me and he can't
Preacher, can you smoke a good armor leg? I'm just
Hey, when it gets bad and you see a guy that has lost any weight, you're like, shoot him. He's got food stashed at his house.
Yeah,
that
and
dude
he's
should be skinny by now. He's still fat. He's got something stashed. Shoot him.
he can't sit still because his hands are shaking because he's been eating people. It's like, yep, get away from that guy.
Pizza just choked up in his glass. He just spit up in his glass.
I keep doing it when he's taking drinks.
We always have Soylent Green, people. Soylent Green. If you haven't seen the movie, we can make our own biscuits. Okay.
If you're living on soybeans, I'm probably gonna give you a pass. I'm gonna let you live for a while. Golly. If you look like you've been living on fat back and bacon, I'm probably popping a cap in you.
Yeah.
I'm not shooting a guy for soy protein. I'm shooting a guy for real bacon fat.
When the stuff hits the fan, you always got Soylent Green. Okay, there you go.
Imagine sneaking up, looking in the guy's freezer, and going, "Yeah, dude, stored soybeans. He's probably gonna make it." You know. And you open up another guy's freezer, and he's got like a bunch of pork in there and beef in there and brisket, and you're like, "Sorry, fella, you made a bad decision. Today's your last day."
I don't know if I want to quote what Cranky just said. Oh my!
Is Cranky still awake?
Yeah, I can't believe Cranky's still awake, and he's not on here. Cranky,
He wouldn't miss this for the world.
we love you, Cranky. I wish you'd come on. You and Preacher, best egg team.
Smoked Mexicans. I wouldn't eat people. Come on, man. I got a camel's hump. I can live a few days without anything.
No, when the stuff hits the fan, there's always cannibalism. Oh yeah, it's happened in history.
You don't have to eat people when you can eat out of their pantry.
Especially when you're on a frozen mountain, they keep forever.
Can you imagine? Let me pose this question. Can you imagine a smoked buck cheek smothered in powdered eggs?
No. Smothered in powdered eggs. No.
Jim, you just made me think of Jack Nicholson in The Shining when he's sitting there all froze up. Walk across that, you're like, dinner is served.
It's true. The Donner Party. It's happened.
I know. Donner Party of 4.
That's how you survive. Yes, it's all out there. Everyone's worried about food.
Man.
Everyone's worried about food, but there's a huge population out there.
So that depends on who you're surrounded by.
Time out.
You're not going to eat your family.
Time out. Time out. I want to make an appeal to Cranky. Cranky, come on. You ought to come on right now. There's nobody here but me and Pat.
Cranky.
And Man and Kyle and Jim. It's nothing but 5 of your closest friends. If you don't come on right now, I don't know what's wrong with you. You're probably un-American. You're probably voting for Joe Biden. If you don't come on right now, you're probably un-American. You're probably the guy that we're going to end up fighting across from in the great battle. So, Cranky, I appeal to you as a brother. Come on right now.
Come on.
Opening, get right next to Pat. Come on.
Come on, Cranky. Cranky. He usually doesn't stay up this late. I'm super surprised he's up.
I know your wife is asleep right now. It's 12 to 27 your time. Come on, Cranky.
I miss the Care Bear.
I
The
wish
Care Bear light.
with
I'm
his
thinking
5-gallon bucket of pot in the background.
The Care Bear and a pot leaf.
I really seriously think he can't sleep because he's thinking Soylent Green. That's the answer. Yes.
Who am I going to eat first? It's like
Cranky. Come on, Cranky. Come on. Respond to the open invitation.
Yes. Cranky.
Man.
he's been backstage for 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Uncle Jim's like, crap, he's been waiting to come on for 20 minutes. Come on, Cranky. Come on, Cranky. Come on.
Cranky.
Cranky.
Man, there's not a soul on this platform right now that doesn't want you to come on and be
That's
person
right.
number 6.
He's probably in bed like, no, No.
Get up, go to the back porch, turn it on. Your wife's asleep. Your son's asleep.
Go sit on the toilet and pretend.
It's 12:30 in New England. Cranky's coming on.
Man, Vanessa Kitty, that beer is damn good, by the way. Yeah.
Yep.
Mm.
Holy crap.
How do you milk a How do you milk a dragon?
And it's got some stink on it.
You have to use your thumb and your forefinger.
I don't know. We're milking a snake now. I'll work up to dragons later. Yes.
Where is the udder on a dragon? Where are dragon nipples located?
Right between the hind legs on the females.
Near the anus.
Two or six.
So you start with your index finger and your thumb, and then you work down the other fingers, just like a cow, huh?
No, they're real small.
Oh.
Yeah, but are there 2 or 6 on a dragon? Or
There's
8?
4. There's 4.
Okay.
My new job is at a liquor store. I know these things.
Cranky, it would mean a lot to me if you came on right now. It would really mean a lot to me.
Go get him, preacher. Come on, let's do this.
He's sitting there
Pat
working the action on his Moroku for 20 minutes, waiting for the invite.
Pat is drinking a beer saying, hell yeah, let's see this happen.
I've been drinking this Aldi's lemonade all night.
Monster?
I'm just heartbroken.
Pat is drinking an energy drink at this time of night? Are you crazy?
Pat don't ever sleep, man. Pat's eternal.
He's the Energizer Bunny.
He's retired. He's got shit to do. Oh, no, not anymore. He's not.
Not no more. Me and Kyle are no longer on the gravy train.
No.
I wouldn't call mine a gravy train. I was just depleting everything that I saved. I had to get a dang job.
I really hope I can find some reason to head out west and meet Pat in Vegas.
Oh, yeah, me too. We got to.
I want to meet Pat face to face in Vegas someday.
Yeah, we should do that.
That's a bucket list for me. Like, I want to meet Pat face to face sometime. I know he's got a place somewhere near Vegas. I want to meet him there. I want to shake his hand. I want to look him in the eye.
I'm just warning you. You're going to have to look up quite a ways. He's a tall boy.
Oh, I know he's a tank, man. He's a tank. But he's never met the preacher either. I mean, he has no idea the cannonball that this preacher. I mean, what's going to be? I'm excited about it, man. One of these days it's going to work out.
You're gonna love it. Pat's a great guy. I know Tin Man knows because we all met, and he's awesome. Yeah.
I wish I would have been able to make it to Ozark's wedding. Damn.
I have met Cranky. I've met Cranky face to face.
Mm-hmm.
I thought he would come on tonight.
I know.
I really thought Cranky with a plea from the heart of the preacher. Just Cranky, come on, man.
So,
come on.
Pat, I see you're a fan. Have you ever had these?
Oh, no.
So
is it sugar free? We can't have sugar free. No, peach tea. Huh.
Dude, these are amazing. Even if they didn't have all the energy crap in them, I would still drink them because they taste so good.
So it's an energy drink with peach tea. I've never seen that.
Yep, it's not carbonated. It's got coconut water, I think is what they use in it. Man, it's dynamite.
Like I say, coconut oil and coconut water is good.
Coconut water is good. I don't care how gay that makes me. I'll say it.
That's pretty gay.
No.
Oh, we have a reply.
Hate to say it, man. You're 80% gay.
That's all right. Only way I can be any gayer is if I wore Crocs.
Here's an update, but he's not coming on.
Add peach whiskey, Tin Man.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Peach is good, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not much of a drinker, though.
Peach and whiskey is a great combo.
Yeah, but you don't have to drink much. It's like you got that 3-2-1 beer or whatever you drink, you know? You just put a little jigger in the Monster.
Yeah. 3-2-1 beer.
Cranky. Listen to me. I'm appealing to you from the heart.
Cranky.
It's time. It's time to make an appearance. It's
Cranky.
late. I ain't got much time left. Who knows how long I'll even be on the earth? This is your last chance, Cranky. Come on. Join us in the chat for one last hoorah.
Preacher, come on
Even
the chat.
Caesar agrees. Okay, even Caesar agrees with you, Cranky.
She's extending the olive branch.
Rachel's cracking up. Everything is 5 seconds away. I got an arrow here and a bow. Whatever. All right.
You know, I had to come on this chat because I was over at Winco, and right in the first aisle, you know, most places they got all the shit for you to pick up, you know, right in front of the cashier, but not at Winco. It's right by the front door. They had an inflatable unicorn suit, and I thought,
No
it
way.
right away.
I've got a unicorn float.
I had a preacher buddies today send me a cartoon. It was of Noah loading the ark, right? And it was Noah's wife, and she said, Noah, we only have room we don't have any more room for bourbon. If we keep loading bourbon, we won't have room for the unicorns. Choose wisely. Did you guys see any unicorns today? Okay.
I remember the one that's got Noah sitting there with a knife and a fork eating dinner. He said, "Man, these unicorn steaks are great."
Man, I really wish Cranky would come on. I mean, it would make my Christmas. It would make my Valentine's Day. It would make my birthday. I wouldn't need anything else if Cranky would come on right now.
It would make my
That's
year
right.
because you came on and we're so glad to see you again. And then to have Cranky also for the tag team thing, that would be like amazing.
And I could die a happy man. Cranky came on.
Yep. Come on, Cranky.
But if he's selfish, he'll stay in bed. If he's selfish, he won't get up. If
Let's
he's
do
selfish,
it, Cranky. Yeah, I could be hit by a scorpion or a snake anytime now. Come on,
Uncle
Cranky.
Jim could go into epileptic shock and never recover. And Cranky could go to sleep with a good night's rest.
Cranky's laying there in bed with the ceiling fan blowing on him, going, "Life is good." He goes,
Oh, Cranky, you're up. Come on.
"Gay is 250 again."
Tiptoe downstairs, Cranky, and come on.
Your wife's asleep. She won't even know what you're doing.
And the good Lord said,
That's how I got mine pregnant. So be careful.
There be Cranky.
the good Lord said, in Parkinsonians 23 chapter, verse 2, if Cranky doesn't come on, he doesn't love you.
Man, the time will come when
We got a Baptist preacher here. I am sure there's something somewhere in the Old Testament that demands that Cranky come on here.
Yeah.
Out of context, maybe, but there's got to be a verse in there somewhere.
I'm telling you what.
I believe it's in the book of Revelation.
Way out of context.
I just don't want to see the plagues that are going to come upon Cranky for not appearing tonight.
I hope it's not in Revelations. Man.
Oh, he threw the plague card. Oh my gosh.
And the first plague was chicks. I'm not saying
I
that.
don't know if it's going to be frogs or flies, but either way, it could be easily diverted.
It's going to be liberals.
You were
If
going
you
to say
don't come on tonight, man, we'll probably have another 4 years. Joe Biden.
I know what you're going to say, Kyle. It's okay.
Yes, you do.
That's funny, preacher, because I've been watching a bunch of biblical stuff and who was the true Pharaoh during the time of Moses,
Yeah.
and all the and why am I into giants and all that? It's yeah. All right.
Real deal, man.
Nephilim, what do they call them? The
Naphtali.
huh?
Naphtali.
No, the giants. Anyway, Nephilim. Why can't I say a word right now? Whatever. All right. Anyway, super interesting. I just saw a whole thing on who was. It wasn't Ramses that was during the Moses thing. It was what's his name, the second, that was actually the Pharaoh during the time of Moses, and that's all proven now.
Yeah, I mean, it's the Bible doesn't lie. It's whatever the Bible says is pretty much historically accurate.
But they never said it was Ramses. It was
No, it's not Ramses. Yeah, the second or none of that.
It was
If
another
you go back,
Pharaoh.
if you go back and look at Egyptian history, I mean, they say, "Hey, look, this guy here, he went out in the middle of the sea and he drowned. We don't know what happened to him." That was the guy.
It was another Pharaoh, and he was the second of three. And his first son actually died, just like it said in the Bible.
Just like it said.
And this is proven by archaeologists.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Archaeologist is the Bible's friend. I mean, everything the archaeologists uncover proves the Bible to be true.
Well, you have your fake archaeologists, and then you have your archaeologists that are like kind of Tucker Carlson, which say, wait a minute, this is what happened at this time. And it proves it. It proves it.
Yeah.
I forget the Pharaoh's name, but he was the second out of three, and he was the one that drowned during the Moses.
Funny thing is, the Red Sea is full of chariot wheels that make absolutely no sense while they're out in the middle of the Red Sea.
Yeah.
Unless there was a sweeping flood that flooded over them and drowned them in the Red Sea.
Thank you, chessboard. I cannot come up with a name because I go bread dead every 10 seconds. But yes, the Nephilim. Nephilim, whatever. Yes.
Offspring of the fallen angels.
But anyway, my only problem is when they breeded with the women, how in the hell did they give birth? Anyway, that's another story. All right. You know, giants, big birth.
I don't know. I mean, I've been out to the beach here and seen elephant seals, 3,000 pounds with their little 250-pound wives, and it can be done.
Pat always has a way of explaining stuff. It's hilarious.
The body's an amazing thing.
Elephant seals and their 250-pound wives.
Oh.
That's hilarious. Cranky, where are you, Cranky?
Now their eyes bug out a little bit.
Whoa.
He said their eyes bug out.
Don't open that can.
Here we go, and here. All right, now that Cranky's here, we can discuss DB Cooper.
No, I want him to jab with the preacher.
Oh my goodness, is that really him?
No,
that's Cranky in the flesh.
I recognize that voice, the voice of an angel. Go ahead, Cranky.
Hi. Yeah, I'm awake now, unfortunately.
Yes, Cranky. We ruined your morning. Yes. Awesome.
No, I just happened to I fell asleep watching the game, and I woke up and I'm like, they probably got the chat on, and I fired up my phone, and the second I fired it on, it was right when Preacher joined. It was like, and then I haven't been able to put my phone down. It's just been. I've been trying to fall back asleep every once in a while. So I haven't been watching the text or reading the text, but I've been listening. And every once in a while, I'll just pick up my phone and chime in. And try to get back.
Here.
It's been too good to sleep.
Thank you, Cranky, for
Been
coming
a good
on.
one.
That's awesome.
How you doing, man?
How's the fam, Crank?
Doing okay. We're getting there.
Good.
Cars being totaled, so
Yeah.
getting that taken care of. Hopefully, I guess we'll be going car shopping this week sometime.
Was it the Subaru?
Yeah.
Yeah. It was an accident. My son was driving. Unfortunately, he wasn't planned. It was his first time driving alone. My wife got carted off to the emergency room. They were out at the fair. She got taken to the emergency room. He tried to drive home, and he made an illegal left turn, and the motorcycle hit him.
Oh,
yeah. So I still don't know the total condition of the guy on the motorcycle. I know he went to the hospital. I know he lived. That's all I know. So,
man, I know, Cranky, you've been going through hell right now. I know.
They won't tell you any info on the rider, or
no. I mean, if I find that information out, it's probably bad news. Let me put it that way.
Well, I was just thinking to myself too. No news is probably good news.
Yeah, exactly. That's the way I look at it. I mean, obviously, we've heard from the insurance company they're going to make a liability claim. I'm just hoping that that obviously the insurance covers it all. So,
right.
But without knowing his condition or what type of medical expenses and stuff he's racking up, who knows? It's hard for me to know. I guess I just got to wait and find out.
It's rough, man. Been thinking about you.
I know. I've been thinking about you too. Your poor son's been going through that. It wasn't anything that was what do you call it? It was all innocent.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't. Yeah, I mean, I checked with a lawyer. We got a lawyer for him and everything just to make sure, because reckless driving in Jersey, if there's serious injury, it could be more than just a fine. So, but the lawyer's like, if he wasn't under the influence of anything, then it won't go beyond that. So
good.
And it was the first time driving alone. He just freaked out, turned a wrong turn, and it happened. So
yeah, because he was trying to get home. His only thought was getting home to pick me up so we could go to the emergency room. And it was just bad evening for everyone. But it's been, it's one of those things. Just takes time for all the crap to get worked out.
Dang, brother, I hate to hear that.
And how's your wife doing now?
That's she's good and bad. She's actually starting a new job Monday, but at the same time, she's still dealing with her. Basically, she's got problems with her back. We know she's got problems with her back. She's had all the MRIs. She's going through the, they want to do the injections to determine if she has surgery, but they want to, of course, the insurance company says you got to do the PT before you can get the injections. And then, the PT just aggravates it and causes more pain and discomfort. So she's enjoying all that, lovely experience. And then, she's got like her autoimmune thing that pops up and down on occasion. So
yeah, she got like either food poisoning or allergic.
I think it's more, she gets like these like flare-ups that are associated with, like, they believe they're associated with her autoimmune disease, like that, related kind of like what her twin has. And yeah, it's they kind of, when she gets them, it kind of mimics like a pancreatic attack type thing. You get the nausea, you break out in this cold sweat, no fever, but just like you'll just sweat like you wouldn't believe. You'll just soak through anything, and she'll get like that for anywhere from 24 to 72 hours until it passes. There's like nothing you can do. If she can't keep anything down, eventually they'll hydrate her if she gets dehydrated, but that's about it. There's not much they can do even at the hospital for her when she goes through it, which is kind of scary. But Yeah, but when that happens and you're at a medical tent at something like that, the EMTs are like, no, you're going to the ER. Off you go.
Yeah, and for people that don't know, this all happened the same day. It was like a nightmare, between his wife and his son. It's a nightmare. Yeah. And Chico Weiss is here.
Chico.
Hey, Chico.
Cranky got to get out to the range, last week, was it?
Yeah, that was. Yeah, we went. I wanted to test some Garand loads and basically play with the Hua because, which is my 22 that I used, the groundhog getter. And since
the Hua,
the water anymore, I guess it's a Hua, or is that how you pronounce it?
Hawa.
But I now that I don't really need it for the groundhogs, I wanted to take it to the range and re-sight it in at 50 yards and see what I can do with it. So we took that and we took the Garand, but so Dylan shot some groups with the Garand, but I saved half the loads because the chronograph was freaking out on me. I checked it. I hadn't used it in a long time, so I was at the house. I'm like, you know what? Let me turn it on. I turned it on. I went through its little auto thing. It was working. I said, all right, cool. I checked. I even had spare batteries in the bag. I'm like, all right, I'm good. We get to the range. I turn the damn thing on, and it comes up and says bat. I'm like, crap. I'm like, all right, break out the old 9 volts that are in there. The 9 volts that are in there are probably from like 2006, So and it's like you change it, put in the brand new 9 volt, turn it on, still comes up and says bat. And I'm like, I'm screwed. At that point, save half the loads. I'll chrono them another time.
Yeah. What kind of chrono do you got?
It's the Caldwell.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's probably the battery, so they're just too old. But at least you guys had fun, right? He shot good grips with the Garand.
Oh yeah, he really likes the Garand. He likes it. It's actually got him looking now. He's wanting to get himself a rifle, and I know he's looking at. He's kind of toying with the idea of he likes it. I guess a Lee Enfield, or what was the other one he's looking at?
303 British.
Yeah, or wants like a Mauser. Yeah, he's either looking at like a 303 British or like a Mauser 8mm.
Tell him to get a Martini Henry.
I was gonna say Pat's gonna recommend a Martini Henry.
and a safari hat and a monocle.
No, that requires black powder, and I ain't dealing with that.
All right. So seriously, Cranky, out of all the old milsurps I got, the Little Woman's 1909 Peruvian Mauser is the best thing I've ever seen. It's a gorgeous piece of art. Nobody was in a hurry. The thing been out for 3 years. No World War I. They just built them great. Prettiest Mauser I've ever seen.
Wow. Peruvian, no less. Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome. I'm glad you came on tonight, Cranky. I know you're retired and you're probably going to wake up in 2 hours. Yeah.
Hey, Cranky gets on and then Preacher hops off.
I want a SIG P210 up, dude. I haven't heard much about that thing since the news got worn off it. How is it?
Well, it's only going to be mine for how many more months? Let's see, till December, and then it goes to the boy.
Oh, all right.
Yeah. As soon as he turns 21, I told him that when I bought it. He's way better with it than I am. He took it out. We went beginning of the summer. They had a silhouette shoot at our range, and it was all handgun, and so he went and he used that. It's a tack driver. I love it. It's like the nicest pistol we have as far as shooting, as far as accuracy or anything. But it's it doesn't have the capacity or anything for carry, but it's a great target pistol.
Which one is that?
The P210.
The SIG.
Target, yeah.
The old classic 210. Yeah. Heck yeah. CZ copied the rails on that sucker. Yeah.
Tell you, I like that new Smith and Wesson in 22 Magnum. If that's totally not legal in my state, 30 round mag and a pistol. I mean, come on. But that would be, I think that would be fun as hell.
I think Preacher would like that one too. He loves 22 mag.
It'd be good for popping squirrels.
Yeah, I wonder if he's heard about that one yet. I have to tell him when he comes back.
Yeah, it's got the same gas system that they put in their 5.7. So I guess it's dirty. I guess it's got to get clean. But but I've seen a couple of videos on it. It's like low recoil. 30 rounds, I think, just shoots forever. I mean, it's just.
I'd like to see how they made that magazine. It's like an offset stack, like a 5.56 magazine,
like pack and a half type thing. Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, everyone's going to offset to save space. Yeah. And it works. It's about time.
That's the surprising part, because like on an AR, when you have an offset mag, you have 2 feed lips, 2 feed ramps.
Yeah, a lot of the old 22 Magnum pistols never fed good until they figured it out, and there's a couple out there that work now. Yeah.
Well, I suppose you just have to go to a single stack when you get to the top round, right? How they taper down, kind of like your LCP Max. It's it's double stack, but at the very top, it's only a single stack.
It's pinched, yeah. Put it that way, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Preacher, have you heard about that Smith & Wesson 22 Magnum pistol that holds 30 rounds?
I've heard it's kind of a mimic of the LC. What is it? The Kel-Tec model, the
P30 or whatever.
Yeah, P30.
Yeah.
I had a Kel-Tec P30, and when I shot it, it blew powder back in my face, and I didn't like it. I don't know if I had a bad one or what, but I never could get used to the kind of blowback in it, so I got rid of mine. But I've heard Smith & Wesson has a clone of it. I haven't tried it yet. I mean, I haven't seen one.
Yeah.
Cranky was talking about he wants one. I'm like, I think Preacher likes 22 mag.
Oh, squirrel popper all day long. Yeah.
Well, I liked it for having, if you had 31 rounds in your hand, you can win a battle. 31 rounds.
I mean, that's a lot of shots, man.
That's a lot of shots. If you had another mag, you got 61 rounds in the palm of your hand. You're going to win. It's not about force. I mean, a lot of people are like, well, I'm shooting this 500 grain bullet. Yeah, we've proved that the 62 grain, 5.56 does more damage if it's in volume than it does one big round. I understand the idea of I hit them with a 500 round bullet, but in a firefight, especially with multiple people, if you're
gonna miss.
Yeah, if you've got 30 something rounds in your hands and you're not reloading, people are like, what in the world? He's got a Gatling gun.
Yeah, I know. You just forever.
He's just got a PMR 30 is all he's got, and so that's what I've told several people. If you're comfortable shooting a 22, carry a Ruger SR 22. You've got 11 rounds in the palm of your hand. There's one sound that criminals don't want to hear, and it's this bang. It doesn't matter if that's a 22 or a 45. If they hear bang, they're getting out of your house because they don't want to fight.
Well, 22 mag is loud in a pistol, and it's also vicious. 22 mag can go all over the place. I've seen where I know of guys, they shot a guy in the arm. It walked all the way up and went down in the rib cage. One shot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The 22 mag is powerful, man.
It's a vicious round.
It is. It really is. And I don't have a problem with somebody carrying a PMR 30, for a concealed weapon. Just because, like you said, it's a number of rounds you've got. So, hey, tomorrow's a work day for me. It's pushing midnight here, so I got to get in bed. Glad Cranky came out of the mothballs and joined us. I wish I could hang around.
good hearing from you, and thanks for calling.
Yeah,
that's
I
good.
enjoyed visiting with you. I wish I could stay up later, but I know what I got to do tomorrow, and I got to get in bed. So you
Hey,
guys
I'm
will have to
glad-
carry on without me.
I'm glad both of you came on and Cranky finally came on just to say hi. And we should end it. We're almost.
No, don't end it because I'm leaving. Y'all keep going.
He does that to me all the time.
This is a short chat, and it's
Y'all
5
keep
hours
going.
already.
I've just got to leave because I got to get up early in the morning. So,
All right, but it's
Preacher,
only
it
an hour short
was
chat.
good talking to you, man. It was awesome. I'm glad you're home.
Hey,
Yep.
Preacher, I'm so glad to hear from you and what's going on. I've been wondering about you daily, and I'm glad you're doing good. And I'm glad Cranky came on just for the ending here. Yes. All right.
it's not ending, it's the beginning. I'm leaving. You guys carry on. See you on the next one. Bye.
Chico's got a space now.
Good night, preacher.
Hey, good night, Preacher. All right. He's boom, poof.
Hey, Cranky.
He's not one for long goodbyes.
We love you, Preacher. And Cranky, thanks for getting out of bed and doing this. I know you go. You should have been asleep at 6 o'clock. So my time.
Yeah, I'm permanently stuck on this early. You know what happens is I would stay up all night on one of these things, and then Sunday is shot, and then I have a hard time getting back. Like on Monday morning, I gotta get up at 4 o'clock.
Yeah,
it's so if I don't, I just got to keep my routine going, or it just becomes.
Yeah,
exactly.
these chats are something special. Even if you don't drink a drop, it's almost like you're hung over the next morning once you do 8 hours on them.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean,
have you guys ever seen me do a video on Sunday after a chat? No, because I'm done. I'm screwed. Yeah.
Well, there was that one time where you had that morning after.
Yeah, exactly. More than one time. There's a few. There's been a
couple
few
of
morning after.
That one time at band camp?
The monkey butt powder.
Cranky, I did my first attempt at high-tech coding.
Wow. Did it work?
Well, I know you sent it to me a while back. What was it, 4 years? They ended up being gunky.
Well, you gotta do them light and bake them twice, right, Cranky? At least, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it takes, like I said, I think there's a bigger learning curve with it, but especially for pistol ammo, and that you're going to do in like large volume, I still think it's faster. If I had to do, 30, 40 pounds of bullets, I'll do that in high tech a lot faster than I would powder coat. Just fact. If you're doing, bullets that you want to stand up and all that crap. Yeah, sure. Powder coat 'em.
It ended up gunky, and
yeah, but it takes practice, and I think that you live in a high humidity area, and you really got to dry it. And if it's gunky, that kind of sounds like it went on too thick.
Yeah, you got to do a thin first coat, and then do it and do another thin coat.
Yeah, it's like every coat is super, super thin, but you're doing it multiple times, and it doesn't really take that much work, to do each batch. It's really, you're kind of just swirling them around in the bucket, and you just let them air dry, but they got to really be dry. I mean, I always use a fan or something blowing on them, and
yeah, I've got them soaking in some acetone. Right now, I'm just going to let them sit. I did them this morning before I went to work, and I come home thinking, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. And I got home at 10 o'clock, and I was like, ew, looks like mud. Maybe I'm sure I messed up. But you sent me plenty of that high-tech coding, so I'm off tomorrow, so I can try it again tomorrow.
Yeah, and he's got a video on that too.
I know, and I've watched it several times.
Yeah, they haven't taken that one down.
That's the best video on YouTube. Best video on YouTube for high tech coding was Cranky's.
Cranky.
Matter of fact,
I still got a bunch of cranky high-tech bullets. Yeah.
I do too. He sent me a. How would we? Well, let's see. The preacher's gone. He sent me a metric fuck ton of 380 bullets. So I was just doing this just to try the high tech coating. Actually, because when I dismantled my reloading room because I thought my parents were moving in, I put everything in the closet. Well, I found it the other day, and I was like, "Oh, let's try this." So I was just playing around with some 357, or actually 38 special, whatever. I said, I'm going to do these in high tech. So just found it.
Did you pick up a mold for 38 special?
Yeah.
Which one did you get? I was supposed to send you some bullets, wasn't I? Man, I'm sorry. I forgot all about that.
Actually, CW sent me a couple of them, and I liked them so much. I said, "How much you want for them?" And I just sent him the money. I think one's they're both steel. One's a wad cutter. One's a just normal. I can't remember the numbers, and they're inside, and I'm on the back porch smoking, and I don't smoke in the house.
Right. It's probably a 148 wad cutter. I'm guessing RCBS.
You're talking molds here?
Yeah. 38 special wad cutter mold. Lyman, I mean, they all make one. Probably a 148 grain.
Once I go back inside, I'll tell you.
Yeah, I'm not trying to rush you back inside. I'm just spouting off the top of my head.
Is it a double-ended wad cutter? They make a couple. Or a button. Yeah.
Garbage can.
Wad cutters are awesome. That's all
I've never played with them. I casted up some, and I powder coated some. I haven't shot any of them yet.
They're awesome. You want to shoot them slow. They're awesome, though. They're target loads. Yeah.
The holes they make in paper will make you laugh, just like a hole puncher.
Yeah, and don't hot rod them. They like to be slow, depending on your powder. I like 231, but or whatever. Yeah.
Which I've got plenty of 231. I was thinking about using tight group, but then I was like, nah, probably a little much.
Tight group is good as long as you get rid of them before they eat the powder coat.
Oh, that's an old wives' tale.
Oh, it is?
Yes, it is.
It's a wives' tale. I did it myself. I even lacquer coated on the base, and it ate everything. It ate tight. I love tight group, but it eats powder coat.
I've pulled bullseye loads that I loaded 7 years ago, and they were fine.
All right. What about tight group?
I can't speak to that. You're probably right.
I'm just sprayed lacquer on the bases in a video, and it ate that after a month.
You know what? I should probably go upstairs. I probably have one. I'm not certain it's tight group. That might be CFE pistol. I was gonna say I know I have some 9mm that I've loaded for years. It's been loaded when I first started reloading. That I have,
got 250
and I probably have some somewhere that I could pull and see. And
I'm just yerking your gherkin.
Yeah, for me, tight group ate the powder coating, and I did a lacquer test where I sprayed a clear coat of lacquer on it, and it still ate it.
Nitroglycerin's a hell of a chemical.
Yeah, but you know what? I'm of the belief that it doesn't matter. It's not gonna cause a problem. Even if it did eat it, it's not gonna cause a problem.
It's just goopy.
You're not gonna get leading from it. It's not gonna impact it. You wouldn't even notice it if you didn't pull the bullet and look at it.
What's that thing I always say? It'll be fine.
Exactly.
It doesn't. It doesn't.
9mm that I loaded, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 years ago with tight group, and I don't have any accuracy problems, and I don't have any leading in any of the pistols that I shoot it out of.
It only eats the base, so it depends on what school you're from. The side doesn't matter. It only eats the base. I just don't like that. It's gooey, icky. I've tested it. And if I do tight group, I shoot it right away.
So what you're saying is tight group eats ass. Got it.
Winchester 231 will never eat your powder coat. Bam. There you go. There you go.
You know, I was powder shopping today, and Bullseye was my go-to. Sure, it's dirty, but it's cheap powder.
It was.
Yeah, it used to be
$48 a pound.
Yeah, dude.
Whoa.
Holy shit.
Alliant powder is stupid right now.
I was sitting there shopping. She wants to know which supermarket we were going to go to, so I checked at the reloading store that's right next to one of these Wincos, see what they got in stock. And I look at that and I go, son of a bitch. And she says, what? I said, we ain't buying Bullseye no more.
It's a $22 powder. They're charging 40 some odd bucks for
Yeah.
it. I know, man.
Y'all need to explore Shooter's World.
Yeah.
That
I'm
Shooter's
glad
World heavy pistol is my go-to for my 44 Magnum.
I bought an 8-pound jug of Bullseye right before COVID hit. Dude, that'll last me a lifetime.
And now, I bought a bunch of I wouldn't say a bunch, but I bought a couple jugs of 231 to try, but I still got so much tight group. That shit lasts forever.
Yeah.
I mean, I think I bought like an 8-pound jug, and then I later bought like a 4-pound jug, and it's
Holy
it's
shit.
taken forever to
12
get
pounds
through
tight
that.
group.
Well, I mean, it only takes like what 3.2 grains for.
Oh yeah, and like
Yeah.
yeah, when you use it for like for 380 and stuff. Yeah, it's like less than 3 grains of powder. You probably load,
Yeah, I think it's like 2.7 or something like that.
Yeah.
I think in 45 it was like what 4.4 grains or
I was about to say
4.5 a tight group or something.
I was gonna say I think mine is 4.3.
Yeah, something like that. Because Bullseye's about the same. I shoot 4.2 a Bullseye under a 200 grain bullet.
Yeah, I'm
Hey,
running
both
4.3
sides-
under a 230 grain,
Mm-hmm.
and it performs great out of all of my 45 pistols.
Yep.
Bullseye is a great powder.
Yeah, Bullseye's good. It was weird though, because I mean, I would shoot my Bullseye loads and it'd be right smack dead center of the target. When I shot my tight group loads, it was like an inch high. It was weird.
Well,
Tight group's a little quicker.
Mhm.
wait a minute. What caliber though?
45 ACP.
Oh, because a lot of 38s go all over the place depending on your loads, so you deal with it.
I've got a Shooter's World powder that I want to play with on that 38 special.
Clean shot.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
and I got a brand new bottle of 300 Blackout that I've had for I don't know it was right before COVID hit, and I haven't loaded a single round with it yet. So I hadn't,
Right.
of course, I hadn't shot any of it. So
I really like that powder.
I've heard a lot of people say they like that powder.
It's like Varget. You can't use too much unless you smash the shit out of it. But yeah,
Yeah.
What powder were you talking about?
CFE black.
Yeah. You
Is
can't-
that what you're talking about, Kyle? Or are you talking about Shooter's World 300 black?
I haven't
Steve-
loaded the 300 Blackout Shooter's World.
Oh, Shooter's World. Okay. Oh, so don't take that advice about not using too much. 'Cause I thought you were talking about CFE black. My bad.
CFE black, it's hard to screw that up. I like
Mhm.
1600, but then I go to CFE black also. Yeah.
I haven't used Shooter's World 300 black. I'm assuming it's similar. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. But this was
It's
clean
kind of.
shot is what I was talking about.
Mhm. That's supposed to be like tight group, isn't it?
It's close.
Clean shot. Yeah.
Shooter's World.
It's like a mix between 231 and Power Pistol. If you look in their brochure that me and Jamie got at the gun show, because there was actually a Shooter's World powder representative there, and he was extremely knowledgeable and gave us the updated versions of their conversion charts, so to speak.
So power pistol is close to what? I have power pistol. I love heavy pistol. I've only used power pistol like once.
Talking about Alliant power pistol?
No, Shooter's World.
Shooter's World is heavy pistol.
Heavy pistol, whatever. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, it makes a difference when you're talking about it.
Hey, just throw it in there, whatever. No.
Yeah, fuck it.
Just fill it up.
Fill it up, crunch her down.
Yeah.
That's how we load Green Dot. Just top the case off and scrape it off with a butter knife.
Grind the donuts, put them back in.
I'll have to go look what I got. Yeah.
Speaking of Green Dot, who's got loads for Green Dot?
I don't have any Green Dot, never used it. That would be Timothy.
Yeah, we all know who the Dot King is, man.
PC.
If you're going to load 38, don't take his advice because it won't get through the cardboard.
No, usually PC Bullet Empire loads it hot. So
I know, but that one video he loaded and it got stopped in the cardboard.
No.
Yeah, it did.
No, I've never seen that. He usually goes.
Yes, no, you have to go see his Green Dot video.
No.
But was it accurate?
If it won't punch through the cardboard, I don't care how accurate it is.
I swear I've seen all his videos. Nothing. It was more on the hot side than anything.
Oh, it's all, you have to go watch one of his early videos. It's hysterical.
All right.
Busted his chops for it. All the
Guns
time.
and Water says it's Shooter's World surplus powder. I don't know if it's surplus, but I do know it's Lovex powder, and it's made over in what, Belgium?
No, Shooter's World.
It's rebranded Lovex powder.
Mm-hmm.
And
I want to say Belgium.
I forgot we're still live. My bad.
Yeah, you don't want to go with the Lovex high end because they're a little bit on the hot side.
A little spicy.
They're a little spicy. You don't want to go by Lovex data when you're using Shooter's World. I know that from heavy pistol. I'm like, wait a minute here. I'm already cooking my ass off. And you're saying to go more for a max? No.
Yeah, it'll be fine. As long as your primer doesn't have a hole in it, you'll be all right.
Well, the new updated catalog that they had, of course, we got the one from the gun show, but that was couple of years before they came out with the new catalog. And in order to get the new catalog, we had to buy a pound of powder to get the catalog because all of us just reached up there and grabbed one of them catalogs.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, no. I ain't got but so many of them. You got to buy a pound of powder before I can give you a catalog.
Said the drink is free, but the straw is $5.
Exactly. Yeah, one of them.
Well, Gunswatter saying Red Dot, his favorite 45 ACP.
Yep.
Red Dot's kind of like, I want to say in the middle. I have Red Dot. You can use it for shotgun and stuff. I still like 231. I'm sorry.
I remember wet tumbling a live 38 special round with a wad cutter loaded in it, and when I pulled the bullet, it was Red Dot, and I could tell what powder it was because it was little red flakes in the powder.
Mm.
Pulled that on my wet tumbler. I said, "What the hell is that doing in there?"
Well, that tells me you had a good crimp on it.
Yeah.
All right. James uses Green Dot for 12 gauge. Okay. I've never had Green Dot. It's probably flaky, kind of like kind of like between long shot and unique. Is it like that,
I've
James?
never opened the bottle, so I don't even know what it looks like. I
Is
said,
it-
well, I can't find anything that I can use this for, so just leave
Does
it
it,
sit up.
are some of the flakes actually green? That'd be interesting.
They put their little dots and stuff.
Yeah, I know they do. I know they do it with red dot. I don't know about blue dot or
James,
green dot.
yeah, James, I'm curious about the green dot. Is it kind of like to be? I don't know if you have long shot, but between that and unique on flakiness, I'm just curious. I've never shot green dot.
Well, the only thing I load for shotgun for is double alt buck, number 4 buck, and slugs. So, James, if you have any information on green dot for that, I'm using the Russian slug molds. I got like 3 or 4 of them. If you got any information on that, feel free to text me.
Interesting.
I just realized I really like Alliant powders. Hodgson's pretty good, but I think Alliant has the edge, man.
Really?
I really like Alliant powders.
Number 9.
I can't go by a brand. I just go by the powder itself, not just a main brand.
Well, I do.
Other than Varget, I haven't found any really bad powders. I mean, seriously, it's funny. Like every pistol powder seems to work. Every pistol powder I've tried, I've been able to find a load for. It's not like It's not like I've ever come. I've only really tried maybe 4 or 5 pistol powders, but I've tried them in just about every caliber possible, and they all seem to. You can always seem to find a load for any of them.
Yeah.
I don't have any complaints about Hodgson powder. I guess I just prefer Alliant, like that Reloader 15.
You can't go by the brand. You got to go by each powder for what it is.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, because they'll put out even multiple good powders that you use for the same caliber.
Well,
because you can use 2400 or like number 9 and 357. They work either one. They're almost you get a little bit more velocity out of the number 9, but they both group real well.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's almost the same charge weight, not quite, but it's close.
I do like 2400.
I was informed the other day that I need to buy another gun safe.
I need one.
Those things ain't cheap, man.
That's my next purchase.
The 2 that I've bought, I got on sale at Tractor Supply.
Mm-hmm.
And dang near had a hernia getting them in the house.
Yep.
But
if you can take the door off, it helps.
and I went to go get another one. And I was like, "You want how much money?"
Yep.
And I asked, or Angel came to me and said, "You need another gun safe." I'm like, "Why?" She goes, "I got my nieces and nephews coming over here. There's guns all over the house. You got 2 safes full of crap."
Yeah.
Well, half of one safe's full of nothing but gunpowder.
Oh.
8-pound jugs, 4-pound jugs, 1-pound jugs.
I don't know what it would do to me if I had an empty gun safe. I just have to go fill a fucker and not.
Well, there's enough in the reloading room that I hadn't even started playing with. There's a couple of Mausers, a couple of Mosins, a paratrooper AK-47 chambered in .223. There's
That thing's awesome.
Yep.
I mean, there's just guns everywhere. And she's like, I'm just sick and tired of seeing guns. I'm like, you know who you're about to marry, right?
Yeah, I need at least a 24 gun. They call it 24, 15, whatever. I need at least another one just to get everything crammed in. Yeah.
I think you just need to put a vault door on the mini bike room downstairs.
I looked at the vault door for the cement room you're talking about, the what bunker. However, the vault door costs more than all my safes. What are you?
Yeah,
talking
they're like $3,000, but man, that'd be awesome.
$3,000. $3,000 for a damn door to put in the cement vault.
An awesome door.
Yeah, but
Hell, I spent $4,500 on both the doors on my house.
I would love that, but then I'd have to insulate the bunker and do all that and put a floor heat in there. It's just way too much.
Dehumidifier, all that good stuff.
Yeah, I just need another safe, maybe in the walk-in closet in the bedroom, and then I can hide everything.
Well, the way James keeps buying guns, why don't he just get his own safe?
I think a space a space heater and an 18 gauge 2-prong extension cord would be perfect.
My son is already giving me crap for these big 1022s and shit that he has in his safe, and he's like, "Get them out of here. I need room." And I'm like, "I don't have room," and that's why everything's sitting on the reloading bench there on the wall.
But if you do that, where are you going to put your freeze dryer?
A freeze dryer? No. I got the canned freeze dried food. I don't need a freeze dryer.
You know, you go ahead, Pat.
Scotch lock hooks.
Huh?
The Scotch lock hooks under the light switch.
Command hooks.
Yeah, the command hooks.
I do need another safe. That's probably going to be what I got to save up for, is another safe.
You go look online and you look at gun safes and look at the prices. Then you price out the delivery fee. Then you go, oh my god, $200 to deliver a gun safe. And then you think about it and you're like, man, I've moved gun safes before, and $200 don't seem like that much money.
Oh, if I could tell them upstairs in the closet for $200 all day long.
Yeah, I was about to say, does that include being put in the house?
You add a staircase and it's $350, you know, all that good stuff.
No, we pick them up, throw them in the back of the pickup truck, and then, use the.
Well, not everybody has a concrete stairwell going from their garage to their basement.
Yes,
Just
and
saying.
not everybody.
Not trying to give away too
doors
much
in their
information on your fortress, but
We just use a moving hand truck to get them up and down the stairs. Yeah.
I backed my truck all the way up to the concrete porch off the basement, opened the French doors, and me and 3 other people got it in the house and put it where it needed to be.
I'm so screwed. Getting a safe down my basement stairs, I'm so screwed.
Oh, you don't have any doors down there?
The closest I can get is my screened-in porch, but I have to make it to the concrete pad that's 4 inches above the ground to get through my screen porch onto my landing and then down the stairs and then make a 90-degree turn
you still
at
have
the bottom
to
of
go
my
downstairs.
stairs. Yeah, dude.
You might be able to rent a hand truck, but we have one of those big ones with the straps and everything.
Yeah, it's an appliance dolly. Yep. I got it.
Yeah, I don't need that thing anymore after we moved here, but that works really good on the stairs. You can actually slide it down the stairs if you lay it on its back and have one guy in front. If you have a sacrificial guy in front, which is
A sacrificial guy. Who are you going to choose to die?
A guy in the front and a guy in the back. The guy in the front's going to take all the heat in case things go bad. But,
put him through the wall.
Yeah. That's when you look at him and go, but did you die?
My poor son was the guy in the front. Yeah. I was hanging on for dear life, though. Yes. Doesn't need freeze.
Yeah, 78 servings per kilo.
It's doable, people. Though, yeah. If you got,
I don't think I'm putting
a pickup truck. They're going to load it on, your truck. So once you get home, it's up to you.
No, right. I don't want the ow my balls morning after.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, that's where I'm at, man.
I had 5 close friends come over and help me both times get the safes into the basement. Getting them off the truck was the hard part.
Yeah. I used to sell safes, all brands, including the best brands. And as long as we could tilt that thing on a pellet on their truck and get it on there, it's up to them after that.
Yep.
You're on your own.
The tough part is getting it down and where you need it.
I'm 100% with you, Pat, because as we speak, as I'm sitting here, I'm wearing a back brace. And I'm at that point in my life where it's like, you know what? $300, have at it.
Come on down, you young whippersnappers.
Yeah.
Take care of your back because you don't want to end up like me.
Yeah. I'm jacked up as it is.
I had an old antique safe. I wish I kept it and brought it here. It was too heavy. I had a tow truck bring it to my house, my old house. Okay. And that thing was a nightmare for the tow truck guy. And there's no way I was moving that here. But it was beautiful. It was early 1900s painting with a boat on it and everything, all gold leaf. Everything was awesome. And the guy that bought our house said one of the sales pitches for this house was that safe that was I built a room around it so you couldn't even get it out of the room. And that's why he bought the house. He loved the safe so much. Yeah.
Those old Moslers are great. They're full of asbestos. So, the guy comes in
with
a saw to get the door off, and that's fine.
Yeah, he'll pay the price in about 30 years.
No, according to what I researched, it was clay line for heat.
Yeah.
No, they didn't have asbestos back then.
Yeah, 1910 may be a little early for asbestos, but if you get one from
they
the
didn't
50s,
have
you're
asbestos.
fucked.
But Pat, you would love this. It was clay lined, and then a wall, and then what was the weird thing? It had paisley carpet, just like you'd see in the casino.
Oh, yeah.
Just like these casinos in Vegas. And I'm like, what the hell is this aftermarket? No, that's how it came. It had paisley carpets, and then it had oak drawers for pistols and shit. It was a bank safe, so money, whatever.
Yep. Jim, I remember that video you made on gun safes saying that with a, I don't know, not die grinder, but just a
circular saw.
Yeah,
cordless saw.
You can get in because buddy of mine was saying, "What are you going to do if somebody just wants to take the safe?" I said, first of all, it's got 8-inch lag bolts going through the bottom into solid concrete.
Yep.
So they're going to have to work at it from there. And then Jim come out with that video. I'll just cut the side of it off and empty it.
6-shooter Texan was here. Hey, 6-shooter.
Bye.
My thought was, by the time they start getting in or trying to get into my safe, I'll be alerted by my cameras that I have.
Yeah.
And I'm a mile and a half away from the sheriff's department. I'm pretty sure they can be there pretty quick.
Well, my point was with today's cordless tools and cutters, I can me and my son could get into a safe in 5 minutes and peel her down and get everything out of it. You cut it from the sides. All they do is fortify the front, and it's even not that good. You could use high-powered magnets to open them. Anyway, you can get in the sides with a cutter on a cordless tool in 5 minutes and peel that sucker down and get all the contents. So your safes are only for people that aren't professionals, and professionals are going to get you no matter what.
If you had one hydraulic bollard right in the middle of right past Devil's Corner, it'd be sure. They could get up to your house. They could get into the safe, but they ain't ever getting out. There's no other way out.
Well, here's the thing. All your keypad safes on the front, a magnet can open the safe right there. Any pro knows that.
Okay.
If it's a cruder guy that doesn't know that, you can take a cordless with a cutting wheel, better yet, one of the wheels we have, and get in that thing without making sparks and cut right down there, cut a square, and you got everything. They're all the safes are super soft on the back and the sides and the top. All they do is make it look heavy in the front, but it's all a facade. It's all fake news. There is no way there. It's just ridiculous. It's super easy, people. I've already showed cutting through 1/4 inch steel with a what's the name of the blade? It's super easy.
That's when you just got to mess with them. And you get 12 gun safes all in the same room, and only one of them has shit in it. They got to figure out which one.
Well, what we do is we bolt them together, and the most priceless stuff goes in the middle because they can't cut their way down.
I'm saying just get a shit ton of safes. It's like the hallway full of doors. Which door is the one you want to get into?
Put your crappy guns on the ends and bolt all your safes together, and the crappy guns are going to get stolen. But you can also put baggies of black powder in there, and if you try cutting and making sparks, they're going to blow their ass up. So there you go.
Yeah, but that's going to burn my fucking house. Sorry. That's going to burn my house down.
Well, it works. It works. It's a deterrent. All right.
Sucks to suck.
Jake is right. Never leave the mountain and no one's getting in here. Yes. That's right. Always keep someone at home. If not, use all that high-tech camera and alarm stuff. Because anyone can get, I don't care what safe they make out there. I can get in that thing in 5 minutes. My son can get in there in 3 minutes. So, yeah, alarms and cameras and all that stuff is the way to go. All you're doing is keeping novices out of there.
It's just like the door locks on your vehicle. You're keeping honest people honest. That's the only thing padlocks do. You know, you want to lock your storage trailer or whatever. I can be in that thing in about a second and a half. All you need is a set of bolt cutters. Bam, you're in.
It's stupid easy to get into safes. It's all a facade.
What's that stuff you get out of Etch-a-Sketches, Pat? Thermite.
What's that?
Thermite.
Oh yeah.
Isn't that what they put in Etch-a-Sketches?
No, but it's real easy.
You watch Breaking Bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, Breaking Bad. That was awesome. But yeah, safes are just don't spend $3,000 on a safe because you can get into it just like a cheap safe.
Well, my main thing is what I was looking at when I bought mine was fire protection.
Yep.
I'm not really worried about
somebody
getting into my safe.
That is a good point. That is an excellent point. You want fire protection, and that's what really counts, not theft.
If anybody wants your shit, they're going to take it.
Right.
You want
to protect my shit.
You want at least 30 minutes.
I've seen waterproof safes like up to 2 feet for several days. The shitty thing about those is that if you take the door off to move them, you lose your waterproofing. You avoid your warranty on it.
Break the seals, kind of like taking the first piss after the bar. Shit,
Exactly.
I forgot to live.
Exactly.
Well, most of the safes with fire protection is the gasket. They expand when they feel heat, the gasket, and that's where your fire protection. Usually they'll use sheetrock, and that's it in between in the walls of the safe. But the gaskets are really important, and you're right, Kyle. It's all about fire protection. It's not so much about theft because any professional will get into any safe quick, whether they use magnets or cutters. It's super easy. It's ridiculous easy.
Yeah.
And one of them was half full of gunpowder. You know, so I was way more worried about fire protection than I was anything else.
Yeah, that'll level a city block right there.
No, it wouldn't explode. It would just make one raging inferno.
Depends how tight the fire seal is.
The best way to protect your guns is hide them.
I think Tin Man and me have got the plan. It's Legos in the dark.
Yep.
If you got
Yeah, but those can be easily overcome by any thick-soled boot, unfortunately.
if you got a hidden room or cabinet or whatever, that's the way to go. You don't need a safe at all because they can't find it. They're going quick.
Peter Pan's not going to be robbing my house in his little fairy shoes, so I don't know if the Legos are going to cut it.
Couple
Yeah.
good dogs.
Robin Hood and his merry men, yeah, a couple dogs, some big ass dogs, like some King
Yeah.
Corsos. Yeah, that'll do
Couple
it.
good dogs is a good deterrent.
The only thing about the Legos is, what if I have to get up to pee and the bathroom is on the other side of the safe?
Yeah, it sucks.
Yep.
Try not to wake your family up when you want to scream at the top of your lungs.
Well, I mean, there's two reasons why I bought gun safes. One is because I had children
Mm-hmm.
and wanted to make it where they couldn't get access to it. And the other one was fire protection.
Yeah.
The rest of it, just you'll hear that.
Pat, those things are at your house, bro.
Yeah, actually they are.
Something's going on.
That's right out front.
Is that the ATF?
But yeah, I got cameras all throughout my house, and it sends me alerts on my phone if something's going on. And literally, let's see, none of y'all have been to my house. The sheriff's department is on the other side of that hill. I mean, they can be here, boom.
Mm-hmm.
If I call them and say somebody just broke into my house and they're trying to get in my gun safe and they shot my damn dogs, they'll be here in a second, you know?
I got the best guard dog of all, a stay-at-home wife and a 2-year-old that's got a hell of an arm on her.
Throw the baby. Throw the baby.
She'll throw it right in the nuts. Break that window. Break that window. Yeah.
I got a doormat. Angel found it. It's got a picture of a German Shepherd on it. And it says, "Don't bother knocking. We already know you're here."
Yeah.
Kip, I'm working on security cameras right now, and the trouble is that anybody can put a camera in that'll be, hey, it was a black guy with a hoodie that took my stuff.
Yeah.
Having a camera that'll like nail it down, it was that black guy with a hoodie. Now that gets expensive.
It does.
No, what you need is a bear trap, and then you got the guy on a chain, you know.
I got dogs, Jim.
A bear trap, though. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you got his leg, and he can't get away. Oh, yeah. No,
My
the
dogs
best
roam the house, Jim.
the best way ever is hidden, and there's so many videos on so many awesome ways to hide all your guns and everything, whether it's the ceiling, the wall, the cabinets. Oh man, there's so many good ways. quit spending money on safe. Just do it hidden.
4 of my neighbors are retirees. Neighborhood watch all the
Oh,
time.
Yeah.
I'm still thinking the real strategy is to have enough that they can't take them all.
Yeah, you didn't.
I don't have enough
You don't
hands.
need a bigger boat.
Good luck throwing all this shit in the back of a Malibu.
Exactly.
But fire protection is a really good thing. Fire protection is key if you're not home. But the best way is to have someone home. We always have somebody home. So, yeah.
That doesn't always happen here, but I mean, we're probably 80% covered with somebody being here because I work a weird schedule and she works a weird schedule. And I got 2 dogs that normal, sane people do not want to mess with, and they're not, if they don't know you. I gotta put them in the crates until they get to know you,
Mm-hmm.
because my oldest shepherd, she dragged Jamie out of a chair over here because Jamie was playing tug of war with him, and I said, "Don't do that, don't do that. She'll drag you out of that chair." He goes, "Nah, she won't." Next thing I know, I'm helping Jamie up out of the floor. So I told you. and she knew Jamie.
Guns and water, that's old school, man. That's like Acme, Wile E. Coyote stuff. The tear gas alarms for the closet doors.
Mm-hmm. And all of you guys know you can buy those shotgun shell alarms, right? Tripwire.
I've got plenty of them.
Oh, yeah. And you can put a live shotgun shell in there and take the ankles off. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they work great for the in-laws.
The
visitors.
I'd actually used the. Y'all familiar with the construction tool that they use to sink anchors into concrete? The Hilties.
Yep. They use the 22 blanks. Yes, sir.
Yep. And I thought shotgun primers would work, but they're just a little too big.
No.
But you can buy the Hilti blanks at Home Depot.
Yep. Kind of pricey.
How do you think we shoot golf balls out of a pistol? Those blanks.
If only they made them with 223 to set anchors. Big anchors.
Manly anchors.
I'm thinking Jim's picking up golf again, and you should go out with a golf gun pistols and do it manly.
That's the only way I would play golf.
Lob that baby in, baby.
I tell you what, we use the blanks in the pistol, and it launches them long time.
You know, that'd be all good and everything, but putting would be a bitch.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, turning to your caddy saying, 1.5 grains of unique.
Yeah.
Just don't crush the donuts. Damn.
Well,
we are messed up. You know that? We are all just a little bit off.
Adapter for Hilti blanks. Yeah. Guys, I gotta get heading to bed. My back is hurting, and I need to get upstairs and lay down.
Yeah, I'm ready to go back to bed.
Yeah. I think I need potato salad, go to bed, and waste my Sundays sleeping all day.
Egg farts, yes.
Yes. Sleeping and farts all day tomorrow.
Oh, I didn't.
You
ain't getting none tonight.
No.
Shit, I never ate supper tonight. Huh.
I
Maybe I'll
haven't
get
either.
some food.
Damn, I just remembered that.
It's a new diet. Just forget to eat.
No, I just got busy with the kids, and I came down here. We stole 10 hamburgers from the the company picnic we went to for my in-laws today. They gave you a ticket. You can go through the food lines, and they said you can get however much food you want, but you can only make one trip. So we had an extra food ticket. So my mother-in-law went and got like 10 hamburger patties and a bunch of hot dogs and shit, and just brought them out, and we put them in the bag. Took them home.
There you go.
Yep.
Can you believe what they charge for a burger these days? A hamburger at a quickie place? Are you nuts?
Stupid.
All right.
I remember when junior bacon cheeseburgers used to be 99 cents. Now they're like $2.79.
Yep.
Bidenomics.
It's freaking crazy.
Yeah, Bidenomics.
Dude, a large fry at Mickey D's nowadays is like $4.88.
That's totally crazy.
Potatoes. They're potatoes.
We have a fryer. Potatoes don't cost that much. We
Right.
do it at home. Yeah. Crazy.
Yeah, we hardly ever go out to fast food restaurants because everything has at least doubled in price, if not tripled, depending on
Yeah,
where
you might as well go to a nice sit-down restaurant if you're going to drop $45 on food.
Exactly. That's the way we look at it. If we're going to go out to eat, we're going to go sit there and have somebody wait on us
Yep.
and leave them a decent tip and get good service. Instead of you get home and they left your fries out or didn't give you your barbecue sauce or, something's messed up because they know you're not going to go back.
Yep.
I think they do it just for the hell of it.
All right. Cranky, thanks for coming on. I know you go to bed early. I appreciate it. Everyone in the side chat, I appreciate all of you for watching tonight. And everyone on here, I love you guys. This is what it's all about. Just a bunch of buddies talking about crap.
Yep, a bunch of stuff.
Any last words from you guys?
No, I apologize for not being around as much in the last, I guess couple months on Saturdays, but yeah, it is what it is.
Totally, yeah, totally understandable.
Yeah, I miss you all. Doesn't mean, anything. Just
yeah, totally understandable, Cranky. Totally.
Yeah. That's that time of year, too. Everybody's busier than hell, so.
Uh-oh.
Hey, did you want one of those new beers I got you?
Sure.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Damn.
Talk about service.
I could use one of those right now. I'm out.
Damn.
You've been eating too much egg salad for getting.
Well,
hey,
it looks like Pat left on a good note.
Yeah.
Right,
didn't you get a beer brought to you earlier this dragon milk or
it's
something?
gone. It's gone. It's gone. All right. All right. Kyle, last word.
I just want to say thanks for the invite, and
Hey.
it was good to see Cranky, good to see Pat, good to see the Tin Man.
Preacher,
Likewise.
don't forget Preacher and
Preacher,
everyone
well,
else.
he's not here. So.
Ozark, Andy,
Yeah.
Thorzax was here.
Good night. Oh, we're calling the chat off. I'll be there to bug you in a minute.
Drink your beer. Drink your beer. Yeah.
No, don't worry,
Bye-bye.
honey.
No. Good night.
Pat, you must have a huge cock on you, man. Congratulations.
Oh,
Lord.
all right.
I appreciate everybody cutting up in the side chat because it was fun. I didn't get off work till late.
Yeah.
And first thing I did was ask Angel to hand me my laptop. And I was so thankful that y'all were still on. So this pretty much made my night. I'm off tomorrow, so I can do my old man naps.
All right. All right. I love you. Everyone in the side chat, I love you guys. And everyone that came on here, of course, we're all buddies, and I love you guys. And I will say until next time, next Saturday, hopefully.
You didn't let Tin Man say anything.
Oh, I spoke.
All right. Until next time, thanks for watching. Thanks for watching, people.
Bye.